Chapter 726 Return to the World. What's going on over there? Junior brother? In Suiyang City. Shinli put his hands together and maintained the formation, just looking at the sweat dripping from his forehead. It was obvious that he was exhausted. He won't be back for a while. Son, she said truthfully. When the others heard this, they all cast their gazes, especially Yin, who was worried. Could it be that he encountered danger in the ghost world and couldn't come back? Bai Wuxiang frowned slightly. Is there no way to forcefully recall his soul? Where did the old Tianjin Imperial Master go? He must have a solution. Yin was confused by her concern and almost exposed her identity. She looked around, looking for the figure in white clothes and white hair. However, after the Tianjin Imperial Master used Bianhua to deal with the monster, he left with the city god and the two men. And now he has no idea where he is. Don't be nervous. My junior brother is not in danger. But he wants to stay in the ghost world for a while to deal with some things. Son, she explained aloud. Shinli said softly. The longer the soul leaves the body, the more likely it is to be in danger. Is there anything more important than life? Everyone looked curious, waiting for Sun Qi's answer. The latter hesitated for a moment and said with a strange expression. Junior brother said he wanted to make a deal. Everyone looked blank. 5 netherstones once. 5 netherstones twice. Does anyone else want to increase the price? On top of the boulder, Qin Feng paused. The stone hammer in his hand was hanging in the air, but it was about to fall. He glanced around, and then Yo Tu, who had bid 5 pieces of Hades stone, had his heart in his throat, fearing that someone would continue to increase the price. You know, this is already its entire net worth. The other ghosts looked at each other in confusion, then glanced at the small bowl of immortal drunk placed on the boulder, sighed helplessly, and gave up the fight. 5 netherstones 3 times. Deal! Qin Feng shouted. Nyoto was so happy that he ran to the boulder, handed over the money with one hand, and received the goods with the other, under the envious eyes of all the ghosts. Nyoto drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp, and then his whole body was trembling. As the power of life circulates in its body, the bottleneck of its 5th turn calamity power finally breaks through at this moment, and it successfully enters the realm of 6th turn calamity power. I broke through! I broke through! Nyo Tu shouted excitedly. Seeing this, Ma Mian not far away felt envious and regretful. If I had known this would happen, I should have saved more money on weekdays. The other ghosts were also envious and asked one after another. Young master, is there anything else that can be exchanged? I came in a hurry today and didn't bring enough belongings. Why don't you wait until we go back to get it? Yeah. The news that Qin Feng is the son of the Ghost Emperor of Southern Border has spread throughout the southern border of the Ghost Realm. There is nothing wrong with these ghost soldiers and undead souls in southern Xinjiang calling him young master. Qin Feng shook his head. Today's auction ends here. If necessary, remember to rush early next time. As soon as these words came out, there was a cry. Qin Feng naturally wanted to replace more treasures, but time was limited. I used my spiritual consciousness to glance at the replacement items in the Sumer ring. I can say that this auction has made a lot of money. Some common delicacies in the human world have become supreme treasures that are eagerly robbed by everyone in the ghost world. The undead ghost soldiers, who are rich in wealth, will exchange treasures or parts from powerful ghosts. Of course, most people will still choose to exchange with Hades stone. This nether stone is similar to the nether crystal. It is also a condensed substance of netherworld ghost energy. It can be used to assist in practice and achieve twice the result with half the effort. It's just that compared to the underworld crystal, the effect of the underworld stone is much worse. But for the ghost soldiers and undead in the ghost world, this is already the most valuable thing they can come up with. Just as Qin Feng was counting the harvest, Father Qin approached and said, It's almost time. Go back as soon as possible. Don't affect the integration of soul and body. Yes. Qin Feng nodded. He glanced around and suddenly asked softly, Dad, do you have any storage methods? Yes. Why do you ask? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng took out all the remaining wine and delicacies in Zumaji, while others were not paying attention. When Father Qin saw it, he understood it. With a wave of his right hand, the ghostly energy swept away everything in an instant. Although I don't know why, these things seem to have the magical effect of improving strength for the beings in the ghost world. Dad, you have already entered the realm of transcendence. But in the realm of transcendence, there are also strengths and weaknesses. Those things just now can help you take a step further. Also, when you were in the human world, you didn't pay much attention to personal connections. But sometimes, It is very important to expand your personal connections. If you have the chance, you can also take out some of those fine wines and delicacies and go to other ghost emperors or big bosses. It never hurts to get to know more people. Father Qin had a strange look on his face. It sounded like he couldn't tell who was the father and who was the son. But he also understood that this was all because Feng'er was worried about him. So he said so much and responded, I understand. When I get back, tell your mother-in-law that you shouldn't cry all night long. Okay. Qin Feng looked at his father with some reluctance, then jumped up, submerged into the white light above his head, and floated towards the gray sky. At this time, Father Qin seemed to remember something and shouted loudly, By the way, Feng'er, have you found the private money I told you before? Don't worry, Dad. I've already put it away. That's good. I've saved the 30,000 taels of silver in it for a long time. Qin Feng's face froze when he heard this. 30 taels of silver were turned into 30,000 taels. This was very strange. With a burst of white light shining, Qin Feng's figure finally disappeared into the sky. At the same time, in the cave, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva withdrew his spiritual consciousness, and the strange beast beside him suddenly stood up, its ears twitching. There is movement in the golden bowl. Jizo frowned, tapped his fingers. Golden light shot into the void in front of him, and a picture appeared. In the rolling mountains of black stone and white bones, black flames burned blazingly. In a valley covered with golden light, horrifying cries, whines, and screams could be heard endlessly. When you look closer, you can't help but feel your scalp tingling and your hair standing on end. Countless monsters are crowded together, looking ferocious and in different shapes, like a pile of pieces of meat or a collision of corpses. Flesh and blood squirmed, bone arms danced wildly, and blood wandered among the monsters like poisonous snakes. Whenever a monster wants to break out of the trough, it will touch the golden light. After the swastika appears, the monster's body will be melted and emit a burst of white smoke, and then it will retract its body with a roar. This is Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's demon-suppressing golden bowl. The supreme Hun Yuan treasure. The ghost world is suffering from poison, and the monsters are immortal. Naturally, the only way is to ban them. The reason why these monsters are moving at this time is because the ghost master appears high in the sky. She held the Bianhua flower she got from Qin Feng and threw it into the trough. When the monsters see it, they are afraid to avoid it. However, fear seems to have inspired the ferocity of these strange beings, and they actually keep squirming and then merge into one place. A huge bone arm protruded from the meat and collided with the other side flower. The huge bone arm disappeared, and the flower on the other side disappeared. The ghost master frowned when he saw this scene. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva also looked solemn. It is a fool's errand to think of wiping out these monsters with only a small number of hibiscus flowers. Chapter 727. Yin is confused. In the middle of the ruins of Suiyang City, a clean open space stood out, and Zhang Qifeng and others stayed there. Qin Feng's soul that stepped into the ghost world has returned to the human world under the guidance of the soul summoning array. However, because he had been away for a long time, it still took some time to integrate his soul with his body. Therefore, at this moment, he could only sense the movement around him, but could not move his body to open his eyes. Zhang Qifeng said anxiously, Brother Qin hasn't come up yet? Yin sounded worried. It's been so long. Will something happen to him? Shinli said with difficulty. Please contact my junior brother quickly. I can't hold on any longer. A man must be persistent. Senior brother, you have to work harder. Qin Feng complained in his heart. But Qin Feng didn't know that the soul-inducing formation was an extremely complex formation that consumed a lot of souls and energy. And once it was deployed, it could not be stopped at will. This added up to nearly 2 sticks of incense, which was almost the limit of Shenenli. Sun Qi panted and said, Junior brother has already fallen into the soul-inducing formation, but I have no idea why he still doesn't wake up. Originally, there was no precedent for letting a living soul enter the ghost world in this world. Maybe the teacher's plan was wrong, and it wasn't necessarily where the mistake went wrong. When Qin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but fall into thinking, listening to what senior brother Beiji means. Could it be that the teacher has already anticipated the possible mishaps that may occur when I come to Suiyang City? So am I being plotted by the enemy or by the teacher? Why do I feel like a chess piece being moved around? No, maybe the fish on the chopping board is more in line with my identity. But even if it's fish, I still have to make tuna. This is my last stubbornness. Huh? My body seems to have regained consciousness, but I still can't control it at will. What is that thing behind the head? It's soft and quite comfortable. After the sense of touch returned, the sense of smell soon returned to normal. The tip of Qin Feng's nose was filled with the refreshing fragrance of a woman. This scent was very familiar to him. It came from Bai Wuxiang. After recalling the other party's graceful figure, Qin Feng had a vague guess about what was resting on his head. Goo. That was the sound of Bai Wuxiang's hunger. After experiencing the battle before, and protecting Qin Feng's body without moving for a long time, she was already very hungry. Seeing this, how could Yin miss such an opportunity? Immediately he took out many cakes from the sumo ring. Girl Wuxiang, I see that you are quite tired. You might as well go and have something to eat instead of me. When Bai Wuxiang saw those exquisite pastries, he immediately smiled and said, Okay. Hearing this, John Qifeng felt that Brother Qin's chastity was in danger. He was about to stop him when he saw Yin's cold glance. He swallowed and turned his head away silently. Qin Feng only felt his body sway slightly, and a completely different aroma spread to his nose. The fragrance is still refreshing, but the soft and plump pillow suddenly becomes more pleasant. If I had to describe it, it would be like putting a cherry on top of the slightly raised dough. Qin Feng couldn't help but think with pity. If this guy had a child in the future, how difficult the life of the child would be when he was a child. At this moment, the Tianjian Imperial Master left and returned, but the city god was nowhere to be seen. He glanced at Yin and Qin Feng and raised his eyebrows slightly. Yin said softly, I just saw that Wuxiang girl was tired, so I took her place for a while. Shinli, who was puzzled by the charm, said, Actually, it's the same if you put him on the ground. How's that going to work? How uncomfortable is it on the ground? There's not much difference between leaning on you and laying on the ground. Many people present were thinking this, but no one said it out loud. When Sun Qi saw the teacher arriving, he told Qin Feng that he had not woken up. Master Tianjian replied calmly, It doesn't matter. It's just that the soul and body are not completely integrated. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianjiang Imperial Master suddenly shouted softly, Huanqi, come back! The voice carried inexplicable power and penetrated directly into Qin Feng's mind. At this moment, his soul and body were finally completely integrated. And then he opened his eyes. What came into view was an exquisite face, with a straight nose and a pair of beautiful eyes with reddish rims around them. Yin was surprised and happy. You finally woke up. Yeah. Qin Feng shook his head and stood up slowly. He still felt a little dizzy. It seemed that it was the sequelae of his soul leaving his body for too long. Yin glanced at where the two of them were at this moment. Her cheeks suddenly turned red, and she hurriedly stepped away, although she took the initiative to replace Wuxiang. The concepts of an awake person and a comatose person are completely different. Ever since she was a child, when had she ever been so close to a man? But thinking back to how she felt just now, it made her heart pound. He secretly looked at Qin Feng, but the latter didn't care. While feeling frustrated, Yin also felt a little regretful. She obviously didn't have much time to hug her. It would have been better if the teacher had come back later. Thinking of this, she looked resentfully at the white-robed and white-haired Tianjian Imperial Master not far away. Just hear a bang. The figure of Tianjian Imperial Master disappeared out of thin air, and a small paper figure floated down on the spot. The disaster in Suiyang City has finally passed. Although the city is in ruins, most of the people are safe and sound under the protection of the immortal magic. And as long as people are still there, rebuilding Suiyang City is just a matter of time. The demon slayers of the local demon slaying division had been completely wiped out after experiencing a disaster, which also attracted the attention of Si Ming Yanzhou and others. In the empty demon slaying department of Suiyang City, everyone gathered in the huge hall, including Qin Feng and others. After learning the ins and outs of the matter from Qin Feng, Yanzhou and others all looked solemn. The incarnation that comes to the world through the power of incense and wishes, and the weird means that can quickly increase the strength in a short period of time, especially the terrifying monster last night, makes everyone's heart shrouded in shadow. If it is true as you said, then all new ancestral halls that appear in the Southern Territory must be paid special attention to. After all, no one knows whether something like this will happen again in Suiyang City. Gun Immortal Sima Kong said in a deep voice. When everyone heard this, their expressions darkened. Everyone understands this principle, but how easy is it to implement it? Dao Quang Jintiani directly expressed his concerns. The Southern Territory is vast. In addition to towns, there are also many wilderness villages. The former is not bad, and there are basically demon-slaying divisions in charge. But who can take care of the latter? You know, even though the demon-slaying divisions in each region arrange for hunting envoys to patrol all directions. The number of villages destroyed by demons overnight every year is still frighteningly large. Trying to prevent the gods and demons from the immortal world from taking advantage of such an environment is tantamount to wishful thinking. At this time, Qin Feng suddenly said, "I do have an idea. Maybe we can narrow the scope of the warning." Everyone looked over. According to my previous understanding, if the gods and demons in the immortal world want to use the incense and wishing power in the human world to condense the incarnation and descend, there must be requirements for the quantity of wishing power. The sparsely populated wild countryside obviously cannot do this. Therefore, if those gods and demons want to confuse people's hearts and collect the power of incense, they must choose a city with a large population. Yin Zhou nodded in approval upon hearing this. But even so, we can't cover everything. Just like Suiyang City, even if there is a demon slayer division in charge, they will be bewitched by the gods and demons and lose their original intention. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and then spoke again. If my prediction is correct, the place where the immortal gods and demons can come to the world will not be too far from the crack in the immortal world. If the crack in the fairy world can be used as the center of the circle to spread to all directions, and then the defense and vigilance of towns within 1,000 miles can be strengthened, it should be possible to avoid disasters like Suiyang City from happening again to the greatest extent. Chapter 728 The Glory of 36 Stars. After hearing this and thinking about it, the Demon Slayer Division and others felt that this statement made some sense. Yen Zhou, who was the commander of the order, even took Qin Feng's idea as an order and asked the Demon Slayer Division of the southern region to guard the cities around the rift in the fairy world. When the matter was almost discussed, Yen Zhou said with a smile, "The disaster in Suiyang City was successfully solved this time, thanks to the Biangan flower you brought back from the ghost world, which completely killed the ghost. Speaking of which, I am curious, what is it like in the ghost world?" As soon as these words came out, the others also looked at him one after another. If you ask this, I'll get excited. Qin Feng coughed dryly, attracting everyone's attention, and then told an exaggerated story about his trip to the ghost world. In the story, he seems to be a god of war, killing gods when gods block him, and Buddha when he blocks Buddha, facing the dangers and undead ghost generals in the ghost world. He relied on his excellent strength and intelligence to solve one crisis after another. Of course, he must have mentioned the existence of his father. As for the other big guys in the ghost world, he naturally mentioned it in one sentence. After all, he can't let those awesome people cover up his brilliance. Is the ghost world really that dangerous and terrifying? Even if I am 8 do tall, what I can express in words is not even 1/10 of the truth. Qin Feng pretended to be solemn. I didn't expect that Brother Qin's journey of obtaining the flower of the other shore would be so difficult. It's not just hardship. It's a narrow escape. If I hadn't thought that the people of Suiyang City, and you still need me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to persevere. Qin Feng sighed and glanced at Lord Simon without trace. Hearing this, John Qin Feng and others couldn't help but be moved by Qin Feng's righteousness, and they all expressed their admiration. Yin looked worried and scared. Even though the incident had passed, she could still hear how dangerous the ghost world was. Fortunately, Qin Feng returned safely. Bai Wuxuang was eating cakes in the corner. When she heard everyone's admiration, she raised her head in confusion, pretended to be amazed a few times, then lowered her head again and began to eat the food seriously. Yin Zhou and others looked at each other, understanding each other tacitly. Traveling to the ghost world is bound to be dangerous, and Qin Feng's efforts are obvious to all. But his real experience must be different from what he just said. Apart from anything else, how could it be possible to solve the problem so lightly just because of the existence of the realm of transcendence? It's just that everyone present has rich experience. Who hasn't been young and frivolous? No one raised any questions to expose the little Jiujiu in Qin Feng's heart. And Yen Zhou couldn't help but smile when he learned that his former friend was alive in another way in the ghost world. After the colleagues who came with Fengtian City had finished boasting, Qin Feng coughed dryly and got down to business. Lord Siming, this junior has experienced many dangers for the Southern Territory and for Suiyang City. Moreover, in order to get the flower of the other side, the junior almost emptied his entire family fortune. I wonder if the Southern Territory Demon Slayer Division can reimburse him. Appearing as a saint in front of others is only one aspect. All the preparations are for this moment. Although the Demon Slaying Division of you cannot be said to be rich and prosperous, it certainly has a lot of good things, such as the remains of demons and ghosts with high catastrophic power, and those powerful supreme treasures. The former can be used to set up formations or entrust people from the Shin workshop to forge treasure weapons, while the latter can directly enhance strength and increase one's life-saving means. For Qin Feng, the more of these things, the better. Yin Zhou nodded and said, "Of course. You can tell me what you want. Actually, this junior doesn't want much. If you can give me a component left over from the realm of transcendence, or a Hunyuan treasure weapon, that would be enough." As soon as these words came out, Sima Kong, the spear immortal who was drinking tea, almost choked on his tea. Dao Quangjintian raised his eyebrows. "Even Lord Simon doesn't have these things. You kids still want them?" Although after the change half a year ago, there were rumors about the emergence of the realm of transcendence in the 4 regions of Dakian. And Yin Zhou also stepped into the realm of transcendence with the help of the ancient divine breath that appeared between heaven and earth. But the realm of transcendence has also is it so easy to kill. Just like the Swamp Lord who once helped in the Battle of Jinling Pass. The attitude of the Dakian royal family and the Demon Slayer division has always been don't make enemies if you can make friends. Because of this, the relics of the transcendent realm have always been extremely precious and priceless treasures. After all, with their remains, we can forge a supreme treasure weapon that is not inferior to the Hunyuan treasure weapon. Who wouldn't want that? As for the Hunyuan treasures, they are all relics from ancient times, and each one has magical abilities. The number of Hunyuan treasures currently known to people does not even exceed 10 fingers. Not to mention that the Southern Territory Demon Slayer division didn't have it. Even if it did, they wouldn't be able to take it out. Yin Zhou chuckled and said, "It is true that the Southern Territory Demon Slayer division does not have these things. But your contribution and sacrifice must be rewarded accordingly. I do have something. Although it can't compare with the 2 things you mentioned before. It's not far behind." Qin Feng looked happy when he heard this. Then Yin Zhou took out a sign from his arms and placed it in front of him. Qin Feng took a serious look and was stunned on the spot. This. The others were curious and looked over. Zhang Qifeng exclaimed in shock. "The 36-star order of the Demon Slayer division?" "Yes, it is the 36-star order." Yin Zhou's face straightened, and he said seriously to Qin Feng, "You are a member of the Demon Slayer division in the southern region, and you have made many military exploits for Dagon, saving the people from fire and water. Regardless of strength or merit, everyone is qualified to become a new 36-star. The title of 36 stars is both an honor and a responsibility. I will not force you to bear it. So I ask you at this moment, Qin Feng, are you willing to accept this token?" Qin Feng opened his mouth, but did not answer immediately. The 12 divine generals and the 36 stars of the Dagon are famous and thunderous existences to the world. Even in the history books, these people will leave a mark. But while reaping glory, one must also bear corresponding responsibilities. As the saying goes, if you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. That's it. Qin Feng is not worried about taking on this responsibility. Along the way, he has seen too many life and death. Soldiers and demon slayers protect the human territory with their flesh and blood. And remembering his father's teachings, he naturally wants to contribute to the world. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stand up against the many ghost troubles and natural disasters. He wants to protect the world where his beloved lives. Only, Qin Feng said truthfully, "This junior has now settled in Fengtian City. My father passed away due to the Battle of Jinling Pass, and now I am the backbone of the family. If accepting this 36-star order requires me to leave Fengtian City, then please forgive me for not accepting it." Yin Zhou nodded slightly, his eyes looking thoughtful. At this moment, Yin seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and she said loudly, "If Master Si Ming allows Qin Feng to stay in Fengtian City, then the identity of the 36 stars will be acceptable." Qin Feng looked for his voice and looked puzzled. It's obviously his own business. Why does this guy come out to join in the fun? And looking at her appearance, why does she look like she hopes to become a 36 star? What's in it for her? Chapter 729. People are not frivolous and waste their youth. Yin naturally has his own ideas. The ancient etiquette system emphasized the importance of a well-matched person. Although Qin Feng is now very popular in Fengtian City and has various names. To be honest, those are all empty names and have no practical effect. After Qin's death, Emperor Ming made him a first-class general. This title can indeed be hereditary. However, according to the laws of Dakian, his children must observe filial piety for him for 3 years before he can obtain it. Title. In other words, if Qin Feng wants to become a second-class general, he will have to wait at least 2.5 years. And if a commoner wanted to marry a princess, he would undoubtedly be dreaming. This was what worried Yin. But if you become the 36th star of the Demon Slayer division, everything will be completely different. 36 stars are the facade of Dakian. It is not only a symbol of status and strength, but also an official position. As long as you become a 36 star, you are equivalent to a 4th grade military attaché. If you can become the Sijing of Tianqing, you can even be comparable to a 3rd grade military attaché. If Qin Feng has such an identity, if the relationship between the two develops rapidly in the future, and she successfully wins over Lu Jinli and Song Feilin, she won't have to worry about various etiquette issues, and can get it done in one step. As a princess of a country, Yin has always helped her father manage the treasure house since she was a child. Yin has always liked to think ahead and be prepared. That's why when she saw the 36-star order, she had a flash of inspiration and became so concerned about this matter. Sensing the strange gaze from Qin Feng, Yin explained with a normal expression. You deserve this honor. Not to mention that there are also 36 stars in Fengtian City. I don't think there is any problem with this. Yin Zhou looked at Yin and said softly. This is indeed not a problem. The 36-star order is originally a reward and recognition for you. However, I have to remind you that no matter where you are, this identity itself is a kind of responsibility. Now, let me ask you again, Qin Feng. Are you willing to become a 36 star? At the end of his words, Yin Zhou's expression became extremely serious. The position of the 36 stars is fixed at 36. If the position is suddenly vacant, there are only two possibilities. First, someone was promoted and became a member of the 12 Divine Generals. Secondly, someone unfortunately passed away while protecting the human race. In general, it's mostly because of the latter. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Each of the 12 divine swords and 36 stars is licking blood at the edge of the sword and dancing with death. The inheritance of this name seems simple, but the things behind it are probably far higher than the sky and far thicker than the mountains. That's why Yin Zhou looked like this. Not only him, but also the Spear Immortal, Sword Maniac, and the Sword Demon who had served as a demon slayer in the Northern Territory all had solemn expressions. In such an atmosphere, everyone around held their breath and waited quietly for Qin Feng's answer. Bai Wuxuang in the corner also slowed down the speed of devouring the pastry, chewing it in small bites, not daring to make too much noise. The atmosphere was so heightened that it would be unreasonable for me not to accept it. Qin Feng replied seriously. I do. After answering, he was stunned for a moment. Why did he feel like he was accepting a proposal? Yin Zhou smiled and said, Okay, I hereby officially appoint Qin Feng as the new 36th star of the Southern Territory Demon Slayer Division. The moment he finished speaking, Yin Zhou pointed his finger, and a burst of energy instantly sank into the 36-star order. As the platinum star diamond on the token emitted a burst of light, Qin Feng felt a subtle connection between the token and himself. He took the token with both hands and replaced it with the previous jade token. I looked down and saw. Well, it's very conspicuous. When the other colleagues from the demon slaying department saw this scene, they showed expressions of envy and yearning. For them, 36 stars is the ultimate honor. As for Yun, the smile in her eyes could hardly be hidden. Zhang Qifeng on the side asked curiously, Mr. Yin, why do I feel that it does not prevent him from flattering him and gaining an opportunity for a bright future? Anyway, the real danger is Brother Qin. What does it have to do with him? It's nothing. You performed well during this trip to Suiyang City. I will remember you, Yun said. When Zhang Qifeng heard this, he immediately became happy and replied loudly, Whatever Mr. Yin said, this is what a young man should do. He seems to have seen a bright and beautiful tomorrow waiting for him. At this moment, Dao Quangjintiani said, Every 36 star and 12 god generals will have a name to be remembered by the world and achieve an inspiring effect. Now that you have become a 36 star, you can think of one for yourself in advance. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this, and said in surprise, Don't these names should be praised by the people spontaneously over time, and then agreed upon as common names? Sima Kong put down his teacup and explained, Thousands of people have thousands of faces, and tens of thousands of people have thousands of words. Some names are indeed the result of accumulation over time, but more often than not, it was the promotion of the Imperial Dynasty and the Demon Slayer Division that made those names resound throughout Dakian. Qin Feng suddenly realized that he was originally curious as to why the world's titles of 12 Divine Generals and 36 stars were surprisingly consistent. It turned out to be the result of the official operation behind the scenes. Suddenly, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something, and said with a strange expression, "Could it be that the titles of Spear Immortal, Sword Madness, and Nan Tianlong were also given by the seniors themselves?" As soon as these words came out, the lobby instantly became quiet, as if you could hear a pin drop. Shintian stood up first and said, "Since things are going on here in Suiyang City, I should be on my way. That kid Qinan has stayed in Fontian City for a long enough time. Let him come to find me as soon as possible when he is free. Don't neglect his cultivation." After saying this, he left the lobby without waiting for Qin Feng's reaction. Everyone's eyes naturally fell on Gun Immortal and Yin Zhou. Sima Kong said, "Lord Ximing, I want to return to Tianqing to resume my life. If there is nothing wrong here, why don't you take a step forward?" Yin Zhou nodded slightly. "Okay. The ghost attack in Suiyang City has caused the destruction of the Demon Slayer division, and I have to arrange for new people to take over as soon as possible. Moreover, the matter of the Ancestral Hall and the incense wish cannot be delayed, and everyone must be notified as soon as possible. So that's it for today." But after a few words, the three of them all left. Qin Feng and his group were left looking at each other in confusion. The sword ghost wearing a black robe and a ghost face shook his head and said with a smile, "People are not arrogant in vain. Now it seems that they have not insulted the name they originally took." Qin Feng asked curiously, "Senior Sword Demon, did you also give yourself the name Sword Demon? What was the name you established when you were in the Demon Slaying Division in the Northern Territory?" Dao Gui's voice faltered. Then he stood up and left without saying a word. It seems that all the seniors have also been young. Qin Feng nodded happily, and was determined in his heart that he must choose a name that is resounding and shocking to the world. Well, should we call him Emperor Wen or Saint Immortal? So confused. Chapter 730. Why is there a woman sent? After the big bosses left, Suiyang City began to be rebuilt in an orderly manner under the leadership of the local government. There was no need for Qin Feng and others to stay here anymore. But before leaving, Qin Feng thought of the city god in the temple. To survive this disaster safely, the other party's help was indispensable. So he naturally wanted to pay him a visit. What's more, what makes him confused is that after returning from the ghost world last night, he hasn't seen the other party, and he doesn't know where he went. When Shenli and senior brother Sun Qi left, they told him that after the Tianjin Imperial Master and the city god had a chat alone, the latter never came back. When we arrived at the city god's temple, we saw only ruins, with half of the ancestral hall collapsed. Fortunately, the statue of the city god in the temple was not in serious condition, except for a few cracks on its forehead and some paint peeling off. Many people were busy in the temple, cleaning up the ruins, as if they were going to rebuild the Chengwang temple. This was somewhat beyond Qin Feng's expectation. After all, in the past 6 months, most people's minds must have been bewitched by the night god, and no one worshipped the city god temple. He came closer and listened to the people talking to each other. "When I woke up, Suiyang City was in a mess, and most of my home was destroyed. What do you think this is? I heard from people in the government that powerful and terrifying demons have invaded Suiyang City, and the reason why you and I are fine is because of the powerful protection." The government officials concealed the matter between Yushin and the monster. No, maybe they didn't know it themselves. They just gave a reasonable explanation according to Lord Siming's request. Qin Feng guessed in his mind. One man continued, "Speaking of which, I feel like I have had a long dream. In the dream, I became the richest man in Suiyang City, with inexhaustible money." Someone else responded, "Hey, I have the same feeling. It seems that I am always surrounded by beauties, making me sing and sing every night, which makes me overwhelmed. But sometimes, those beauties suddenly turn into terrifying monsters that want to swallow me whole. And whenever that happens, there will be a golden light that protects me from harm. Same for you?" the man asked in surprise. "Listen to what you said. Is it possible?" The man nodded. "There is often a shadow behind the golden light, which looks quite blurry. No matter how much I recall, I can't see it clearly. But when I woke up this morning, Suiyang City looked like this, and I suddenly remembered that the figure was the city god in the temple." When the other people heard the two talking about each other, they also told their own dreams, although their experiences were different. The golden light and shadow were exactly the same. The man sighed with emotion. "I thought that my survival in this catastrophe was probably because of the blessing of the city god. So I came here to rebuild the ancestral hall." The rest of the people heard the words and nodded in agreement. Their purpose of coming here was exactly the same as the man's. When Qin Feng heard this, he suddenly understood something. The night god has bewitched the people of Suiyang City. But in the past 6 months, there have been no casualties. He originally thought that the other party cared about incense and willingness, so he didn't want to hurt people's lives. But looking at it now, it may be the result of the city god always protecting the people in the city. Approaching the ancestral hall, the roof has long been lifted off, and the sky is clear. I looked around, but I didn't see the figure of the desolate old man. But there were many new tributes placed on the offering table in front of the statue, which must have been the wishes of the people in the city. There are fruits, meat, and a plate of brightly colored peanuts. Qin Feng glanced at the empty small wine glass on the table, and without saying a word, he took out a pot of immortal drunk from the Sumeru ring and filled it up. It was getting late. Yin and others were still waiting outside the city, and he could not waste any more time. Looking back at the statue of the city god again, Qin Feng thought to himself that maybe the battle last night consumed the other party's energy too much, so he was unable to manifest his creation. There are still many things I want to ask. It seems I can only look for opportunities in the future. Qin Feng shook his head regretfully and strode away. Unexpectedly, the wine in the wine glass on the altar table was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there seemed to be a smile on the face of the statue of the city god. Outside the gate of Suiyang City, Zhang Qifeng and his party were already ready to go. Everyone got on their horses, but Yin stood at the city gate, looking up into the distance. Suddenly, a flash of joy flashed in her eyes, because in her sight, a familiar figure stepped towards her. Have you seen the city god? Yin asked softly. Qin Feng shook his head, then looked at the only remaining horse. How to sit? Yin Xiaofei's cheeks were about to speak, but Zhang Qifeng said, Of course it's the same as when we came here. Brother Qin and I can sit on the same horse, and Mr. N can sit alone. After saying this, Zhang Qifeng looked sideways, as if he was taking credit. The redness on Yin's face faded, and she said lightly, That's it. In this way, Mr. N must be deeply impressed by me. After I go back, I will no longer have to guard the city gate, and maybe I can be promoted. Zhang Qifeng secretly rejoiced. When the sun went down and night fell, Qin Feng and his party rushed back to Fengtian City after a long journey. When they parted, Yin wanted to say some farewell, but was interrupted again by Zhang Qifeng. Mr. N, I am the Jade Demon Slayer of the Demon Slayer Department of Fengtian City. I have been working in the city for many years now. If there is any use for me in daily life, as long as it is within my power, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. This flattering behavior naturally made all his colleagues feel a little ashamed, but more of them felt envious. After all, according to them, Yun's identity is definitely not simple. If he builds a good relationship with him, he might really be able to prosper. Yun glanced at Zhang Qifeng indifferently and replied, Yes, I understand. Zhang Qifeng's brows were filled with joy, and he had already started planning the future in his mind. The group chatted for a few words, then went their separate ways. Although only 3 days have passed, to Qin Feng, it seems like a long time has passed. Suiyang City and his party had encountered too many things, and even now, he still had many worries and doubts in his heart. For example, where did that terrifying monster come from? And why does it have the power of immortality? What is the situation in the fairy world today? And how many gods and demons have turned to the monsters? What made him most curious was why the gods, demons and monsters in the immortal world were so eager for the innate energy in his eyes. Qin Feng pinched his eyebrows. The more he knew, the more he felt that his knowledge of the world was still at the tip of the iceberg. Return to Qin Mansion and come to the lobby. Seeing the familiar family faces, the worries in my heart immediately dissipated a lot. At this moment, Qin Feng felt relaxed all over. It feels so good to go home. No wonder people often say that for a man. Home is the eternally warm harbor. He couldn't help but think so. At this moment, Song Filan's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. She came closer to smell it and asked in a cold voice, Why is there a woman scent? They are still two completely different scents. Lu Jinli also noticed the clue and looked sideways. When Lan Ningxuang heard this, her expression immediately became alert. Oops. I came back in such a hurry that I forgot to change my clothes. Qin Feng's face froze. This woman said naturally came from Bai Wuxuang and Yin. Feeling the aggressive gaze, Qin Feng understood that a trial was destined to be inevitable. Although home is a warm haven, sometimes it can also be filled with gunfire. Chapter 731 The Lu family's grandma once said that it is better to open up than to block. After some evasive explanations, Qin Feng excused himself because of the long journey. In the lobby, the remaining people looked at each other, accompanied by Lan Ningxuang. Lu Jianli and Song Filan came to the Qin Mansion Lake Pavilion to rest. Song Filan suddenly said, "Sister Jianli, even if my husband doesn't mean it, other women will inevitably have thoughts about him. Before, my husband didn't have much energy to deal with other women. But now that you and I are pregnant, my husband is a man after all." At the end of her words, the tips of Song Filan's ears turned slightly red. Before she was pregnant, she and Sister Jianli took turns fighting. Qin Feng basically worked all year round, so naturally he had no leftover food to give to other women. But Qin Feng has been very comfortable since she was pregnant for nearly a year. Moreover, after being brought into the world of Hua Bin by Lan Ningxuang, Song Filan is much more transparent about matters between men and women than before. She deeply understands that no matter whether it is a man or a woman, once they have had sex, they will know the taste after eating the essence. Especially at the age of husband, they are in the stage of strong energy. After staying alone for more than a year, they will inevitably have different thoughts. In addition, there are many beauties around Xiangdong. Who knows if someone will take advantage of it? For example, there is Su Tianyu. For example, there is Princess Yun. Lu Jianli's red lips parted slightly. "I believe your husband is not that kind of person," Lan Ningxuan on the side also said. "I also believe in my uncle's character. But," after a pause, she spoke again, "the Lu family's grandma told me that people at my uncle's age are the most intolerable. Over the past year, my uncle must have been holding back very hard. If it lasted for a long time, he would probably damage his body." As soon as these words came out, Song Filan frowned slightly. "Is this true?" Lan Ningxuang nodded solemnly. "The Lu family's grandma knows a lot. What I taught the young lady, I still learned from her. Moreover, the decoction that my uncle drinks on weekdays is also a secret recipe passed down from generation to generation by my grandmother. I don't know the effect, but Miss and Filan should be able to feel it." Lan Ningxuang has not experienced it personally, so she naturally dare not say whether the decoction is good or bad. But when Song Filan heard this, she basically believed in the ability of the Lu family's grandmother. After all, she had actually experienced the effect of the decoction. "Then did Grandma Lu's family say what should be done in this situation?" A worried look flashed in Song Filan's light blue eyes. Lu Jianli also looked sideways. Hearing this, Lan Ningxuang replied truthfully, "The solution is quite simple. As the saying goes, it is better to clear things up than to block them. It's better to block it than to open it up." Song Filan murmured again, and then frowned. "Do you mean to let the husband take a concubine? Or to go to the place where the fireworks are waiting for the willows to find a random woman? It doesn't have to be like this. I have a way. What can I do?" Song Filan asked curiously. Lan Ningxuang's cheeks suddenly turned crimson. She opened her mouth but stopped talking. After a while, she mustered up the courage and pursed her lips and said, "I am the young lady's personal sword attendant. When the master and madam asked me to marry the injured young lady into the Qin mansion, they originally wanted me to be a maidservant. But later, the young lady's injury was cured by my uncle, so I no longer needed to do this. Nowadays, it is inconvenient for both of you. If it is not possible, why not let me take care of my uncle?" At the end of her words, Lan Ningxuang lowered her head and spoke as softly as a mosquito. Even though she had read all the story books and was trained by the Lu family's old CG to become a young CG, saying such words in front of others would still make her blush with embarrassment. Song Fei's blue eyes widened and she looked to the side in surprise. "Sister Jianli, do you human race have such rules?" Lu Jianli nodded slightly. Originally, it was Ningxuang who replaced her on the first wedding night. It was just that my husband at that time did not lose his virginity for the sake of spiritual practice. "But Ningxuang, this is unfair to you," Lu Jianli said softly. She and Lan Ningxuang have been practicing swordsmanship together since childhood. Their relationship is more like that of sisters than master and servant. If possible, she naturally hopes that Lan Ningxuang can pursue her own happiness instead of being constrained by ancient etiquette. But how could Lu Jianli have thought that Lan Ningxuang's suggestion was something she had always thought about? "Miss, it's okay. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Song Filan. "Sister Jianli is right. There is no need for you to sacrifice yourself. As for my husband, Sister Jianli and I will just think of a solution." Lu Jianli and Song Filan both said this. Naturally, Lan Ningxuang couldn't hold on any longer, so she hung her head in frustration. Suddenly, the expressions of Lu Jianli and Lu Jianli changed slightly, and they both covered their abdomens. They could clearly feel that the child in their belly had just moved. At the same time, The sky above Qin Mansion suddenly became dark, with dark clouds and thunder snakes surging among them. Lan Ningxuang was very anxious when she saw this. Miss Song, are you about to give birth? Neither of them replied. Beads of sweat fell from their foreheads, and their faces became a little pale. That's the result of the children in the belly getting energy from them. When Lan Ningxuang saw this, she wanted to find Qin Feng to check on the situation. But the changes in the sky went away as quickly as they came, and soon the night became clear again. Their faces gradually returned to normal. It's okay. There's no need to go find my husband. He just came back and needs more rest, Lu Jianli said softly. Song Filan on the side also nodded. Lan Ningxuang breathed a sigh of relief. Are you really okay? The way you just looked scared me. Lu Jianli stroked his belly and explained. He moved a little bit just now. Whenever this happens, his body always behaves like this. He just has to endure it, and it will pass. I just don't know why, but I feel like I can breathe much easier than before. I feel the same way, and I seem to be hungry again. Sister Jianli, what about you? Song Filan said aloud. I really want to eat something. Hearing this, Lan Ningxuang immediately said, Then you wait here. I'll ask the kitchen to get some food and bring it to you right away. Good. On the other side, Qin Feng, who was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly, suddenly frowned and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He was still immersed in a sweet dream, and the two ladies in the dream successfully gave birth to a baby, a boy and a girl. The two little guys are pretty and adorable. Just when he was about to hug the two children, something suddenly happened. The originally bright sky suddenly darkened, and day and night alternated in an instant. Black clouds rolled over the city, suffocating people, and thunder roared, deafening. Just when Fengtian City was in turmoil, a huge dragon claw poked out from the sky and pressed down on the Qin Mansion. The astonishing pressure felt like the sky was falling. Chapter 732 Broken Coffin. Tianqi Longyuan suddenly heard a thunderous roar, and the entire Tianqi trembled. Song Zong and Song Xian rushed over and frowned. The clansmen who were responsible for guarding the copper coffin of their ancestors were all lying on their backs, unconscious. But the huge copper coffin that was supposed to stand in Longyuan was now torn into pieces, and the fragments were floating on the lake. The huge coffin lid was stuck straight into the ground, and was actually submerged by 3/4. You know, when the gods and demons came to the world, the ancestors had just entered the immortal world. After being shot down, they continued to go crazy and even seriously injured and devoured the clan members. Therefore, in order to seal the ancestor, the material used in this copper coffin is a supreme treasure. Even if it is a transcendent being, it will take a lot of effort to break the copper coffin. However, such a copper coffin was easily broken by the ancestor. Even if Song Zong and Song Xian rushed there immediately, there was no trace of the ancestor at all. Old man Song Xian frowned, then closed his eyes and sensed the energy around him. Old man, what's wrong? Song Zong on the side asked. Song Xian opened his eyes, and then revealed a strange expression. According to the history books of the Dragon Clan, only the ancestor is sealed in the copper coffin. But why do I sense two completely different auras? What? Song Zong's face darkened when he heard this. He glanced at the unconscious clansmen around him, and then walked to a clansman who still had a glimmer of consciousness. With a flip of his right hand, a chi machine penetrated into the opponent's body. The weak clan member Yu Yu opened his eyes and said with difficulty, Clan leader? You don't have to get up. Just lie down. Tell me, what exactly happened here? It's the ancestor. Him. As the tribesmen elaborated, Song Xian and the others roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Ever since a corner of the copper coffin was opened, the Dragon Clan has been extremely strict with Long Yuan. Not long ago, there was a sudden movement in the copper coffin, and then a burst of black energy and thunder surged out, shattering the copper coffin. Under the overlapping force of the huge impact and pressure, even the powerful tribesmen were stunned and lost consciousness. The tribesmen recalled intermittently. Before I fell into coma, I saw the black energy and the power of thunder entangled with each other. It seemed that someone was fighting. There are really two people in the copper coffin? Song Xian asked in a deep voice. Have you seen their appearance clearly? The tribesman shook his head. The impact of breaking the coffin was too great, and his consciousness fell into a trance at that moment, and the black energy and the power of thunder obscured his vision, making it impossible to see clearly who the person who broke the coffin was. But I vaguely remember that there seemed to be two people talking in the black air. Song Xian and Song Zong looked at each other with solemn expressions. What did they say? The tribesman did not recover from the impact of the coercion and terrifying fluctuations. He held his forehead with one hand and tried to remember. Someone is laughing crazily. And another one seems to be saying, "Smell the vitality of the blood." Song Xian and the others murmured and repeated, chewing the words carefully. Suddenly, they seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "It's Filan's place." The mountain where the Blackwater Pool in the Southern Territory is located is the habitat of the Lord of the Swamp. Half a year ago, in order to repay Qin Feng's kindness and karma, he went to deal with the extremely terrifying Zhulong. But one of his arms was cut off. Since then, he has been staying in the void here, cultivating and reviving. After the battle at Jinling Pass, the rift between the ghost world and the fairy world opened. Ancient divine energy, Haoming immortal energy, and netherworld ghost energy came into the world, and the strength of the human race was greatly improved. But for the demons and ghosts in this world, isn't it the same? The Lord of the Swamp can clearly feel that there are more and more threats to him in this world. Some of them are newly emerged strong men. Some are ancient beings who have awakened like him. And some are from the fairy world and the ghost world. But these have nothing to do with him. As long as he hides in the void, and as long as the world is not overturned, he will be safe and sound. At this moment, the sky in the southern region suddenly changed. A large cloud of thunderous billowing cloud swept towards the north at an extremely fast speed. In the dark clouds, arrogant laughter continued one after another. Terrifying fluctuations swept around like a stormy sea, and the night sky was like a mirror, torn apart by thunder. "Is there anyone fighting?" the Swamp Lord said in surprise. When the demons and ghosts in the mountains sensed the movement, they were all frightened, restrained their breath, and crouched in the shadows, trembling. The Lord of the Swamp was shocked and confused. The energy that burst out from the dark clouds seemed to be more powerful than the Candle Dragon. With a light roar, the thundercloud suddenly paused, and then suddenly fell towards him. The direction is exactly where the Lord of the Swamp is in the void. A streak of black air mixed with thunder streaked across the mountains. The void principle that the Swamp Lord was most proud of was easily cracked like this. His huge body was also completely exposed between heaven and earth. In the rolling thunder clouds, two huge eyes lit up red, staring at the Swamp Lord and making him tremble. Of those two eyes, one was glowing with thick black energy, and the other was flashing with unspeakable thunder power. Return. What else? The Lord of the Swamp was confused. How could he, who had always been independent of the world, contaminate other people's things? Phew. The wind ruffled. It was something smelling in the dark clouds. The fresh and delicious food that is about to be born. The dragon meat is delicious. The dragon beads are delicious. Shut up. A roar shook the world. The terrifying fluctuations broke out again, and the dark clouds rushed into the night sky again. And with a deafening roar, they flew towards Fontian City. The huge body of the Swamp Lord froze on the spot, trembling. He could feel that there was no existence in the dark cloud that he could contend with. In the dream, the huge dragon claws smashed the Qin mansion to pieces, and the strong suction was like a black hole, grabbing the two newborn babies. The terrifying laughter was deafening. Qin Feng rushed into the sky, trying to take back his child. But the terrifying pressure was like a chasm, blocking him to one side. He shouted and roared hysterically, but to no avail. In the dark clouds, the huge dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the two children in one bite. No! Qin Feng stood up suddenly, sweat dripping from his forehead. "Miss Sir, what's wrong with you?" In the room, Lu Jianli, who was dressed in white and had a bulging belly, asked worriedly. Qin Feng hesitated to speak. He turned his head and looked out the window. The sun was shining brightly. The horrific scene in the dream cannot be dissipated in my mind. It was a dream photo. A dream that predicted the future, and was not controlled by self-awareness. Whenever danger is about to befall him or the people around him, dreams will give him a warning. The many dangers saved in the past are not unrelated to this dream photo. But what he didn't expect was that this time, the danger was actually for his unborn child. Qin Feng pinched his eyebrows and forced a smile. "It's just a nightmare. It's not a big deal. But why are you here? Right now, you should get more rest and not move around at will. There is no need to talk about what happened in the dream to make my wife worry." Lu Jianli glanced at Qin Feng, and then moved his gaze downwards. There was an obvious bulge on the lower half of the quilt. She suddenly thought of what Ning Shuang said last night, and frowned slightly. "My lord, if you really can't stand it anymore, you can go to Fireworks Alley and Willowland once or twice. Filan and I won't blame you." When Qin Feng heard this, he was dumbfounded. He just had a nightmare. How are these two topics connected? Chapter 733, In My Eyes. Other women are just Rouge fans. After some questioning, Qin Feng finally understood the lady's thinking, and felt dumbfounded for a while. He touched his conscience and said seriously, Madam, who do you think I am? Except for you and Fei Lan. In my eyes, other women are just vulgar, and I can't arouse any interest in them at all. What's more, if I still want to go out looking for flowers and willows during your pregnancy with Phylan, what's the difference between that and an animal? Madam must have been touched by my words. Well, I am a good man. I am Qin Feng. Just as he was thinking this, his eyes inadvertently glanced at the door, and then his expression froze. Just because I don't know when. Two more figures appeared at the door. One of them is Lan Ningxuang, and the other is Yin. Moreover, the faces of these two people did not seem to be very good looking. When did you two come? Qin Feng asked guiltily. When my uncle, Brother Qin, said that we were vulgar fans. The two said in unison, although they all had smiles on their faces. There was no smile in their eyes. The faint words were like the biting cold wind in winter, making Qin Feng's body tremble. Suffered. Lan Ningxuang left with Lu Jianli. She was 10 months pregnant and was going to give birth at any time, so she had to be fully prepared. Qin Feng looked at the expressionless Yin beside him, his toes almost digging out of the 3 rooms and 1 living room in embarrassment. Never praise a woman in front of another woman. That is the lowest mistake a man can make. You never know how long a woman will hold a grudge over this. What's more serious than this is that when you say bad things about a woman behind her back, you happen to be overheard. Although Qin Feng's words did not mention anyone by name, it was exactly this that offended both Yin and Lan Ningxuang. The two of them walked in the corridor of Qin Mansion in silence, and the atmosphere was strangely quiet. Qin Feng only felt that his scalp was numb. After a long time, he mustered up the courage to laugh and said, Why do you come to see me when you have time? Yin glanced lightly. Is it possible that we, the vulgar fans, are not even allowed to see you? Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and explained. I just said it casually. I just don't want my wife to think too much. Why do you have to be so fussy about it? It's true that I'm arrogant, but what Brother Qin said is actually the truth. If a vulgar fan like me is compared with Lu Jianli, he will naturally pale in comparison. Yin replied coldly. As the saying goes, disaster comes from the mouth, and disease comes from the mouth. At this moment, Qin Feng really understood it. Naturally, you have to bury the hole you dug yourself. Qin Feng sighed in his heart, and then got into trouble. I don't allow you to talk about yourself like that. The stern tone startled Yin, and she frowned slightly. What do you mean? Qin Feng said seriously. If His Highness Yin can be considered vulgar, how can other women in the world survive? To be honest with your Highness, in fact, when I saw the daughter of your Highness for the first time during the New Year's welcome ceremony and the sudden change in the Nine Hells prison, I felt astonished. I just think about the immortals falling into the dust. That's all. When Yin heard this, she felt a little deer pounding in her heart. She deliberately turned her cheek away to prevent the other party from seeing her blushing face, and pretended to be angry. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Feng raised one hand to the sky and said solemnly, These words are spoken from the bottom of my heart. If there are any lies, I will be killed by the ancient life-destroying thunder. In the Divine Sea, Chi-Chi, who was playing with Bai Su, was stunned for a moment. After confirming that Qin Feng had not summoned it, it started to make a fuss again. Don't say these words. I believe you are, Yin said softly. Qin Feng continued to flatter him. Not only is His Highness gentle and generous, he has also been familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics since he was a child, and is knowledgeable and sensible. Women like your Highness are rare in the whole world. It is a great honor for me to meet your Highness. In fact, there is a sentence that I have hidden in my heart for a long time, and I want to tell His Highness today. Yin heard the words and looked up. There was tension and expectation in her eyes. Her heart felt like a honey jar had been poured out, and she only felt sweet. Does he want to confess his love to me here? How dare he? Then should I accept it? Or should I be more reserved? If I had known this, I should have asked my mother in advance how to deal with this situation. Random thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yin's thoughts were all on Qin Feng, waiting expectantly for the next chapter. I have always regarded His Highness as my best brother. Yin's smile froze on her face instantly. The two left the Qin Mansion and walked towards the Demon Slayer department of Fontian City. After the previous flattery, Yin did not continue to care about the vulgar fans. but for some reason, her face seemed even uglier. Qin Feng also learned from Yin's mouth the purpose of coming to him. Yin was ordered by Emperor Ming to take him to the Demon Slayer Division to explain to Deng Xijun what happened in Suiyang City and discuss countermeasures together. As for why Emperor Ming asked Yin to come instead of uniquely, Qin Feng didn't know. However, according to his guess, perhaps because Yin was also involved in the ghost trouble in Suiyang City, Emperor Ming made such arrangements. After arriving at the demon slaying department, all the colleagues looked shocked and envious when they saw the 36-star order on Qin Feng's waist. For a demon slayer, the 36 stars and the 12 divine generals are the ultimate honor. As a leader, Qin Feng nodded to the demon slayers and then looked for a familiar colleague and asked, "Where is Zhang Qin Feng? I have something to take him with me to see Deng Xijun." Zhang Qin Feng? The man was stunned for a moment, then remembered something and replied loudly, "Qin Feng received the transfer order this morning and will be responsible for guarding the gate of Fengtian City at night. He should be catching up on his sleep at home at the moment." When Qin Feng heard this, he immediately showed a strange expression. That guy just returned from Suiyang City last night. He has no merit but hard work. Who is so cruel to treat him like an animal? Master Qin is going to see Deng Xijun. Do you need me to lead the way? The man asked. No need. I know the way. Just go about your business. Walking on the way to the attic where Deng Xijun was, Qin Feng suddenly asked curiously, did that guy offend someone and be put in small shoes? Otherwise, why would he be like this? Yun's expression on the side did not change, and he replied calmly, maybe Lord Deng took a fancy to his ability, and it's not necessarily that he wanted to cultivate him. After all, the task of guarding the city at night is the most important, and it is impossible to entrust it to someone who is not trustworthy. Is that so? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. If he remembered correctly, the task of guarding the city at night should be the most disliked drudgery. Suddenly, Qin Feng seemed to have discovered a blind spot and asked, wait a minute. How do you know it was Master Deng who made the arrangement? Zhang Qingfeng's status in the Demon Slayer division is not high, so there should be many people who can order him. Right? Yin paused slightly and said calmly, it seems that the trip to the ghost world has had an impact on your soul. This was clearly said by the colleague just now. But you don't remember it? What? Qin Feng's eyes widened. He recalled it carefully, but he had no impression at all. Did he really say that? It's absolutely true. Yin replied without blushing or heartbeat. Chapter 734 Conditions for Entering the Realm of Transcendence. In the attic, Qin Feng and the two quickly found Deng Xijun under Qin Feng's long-term treatment. The latter's hidden diseases in his body have been cured to some extent, and his complexion now is much better than before. It's a pity that his long-term illness has made his strength less than before. Even if the heaven and earth change and the ghostly spirit comes into the world, he will not be able to take advantage of it to make further progress. The two explained their purpose of coming and told what happened in Suiyang City. After Deng Mo pondered for a while, he replied, I have basically learned these contents from Zhang Qifeng, but I didn't expect that the gods and demons in the immortal world could come to the world in such a weird way, using the power of incense and wishes to condense and create an incarnation in the human world is really hard to guard against. But fortunately, the strength of the gods and demons who come in this way will be greatly restricted. Qin Feng nodded. This method requires the gods and demons to have something to rely on in the human world, and they can only bring down at most one of the principles they control. The only thing to pay attention to is their method of deceiving people and the unidentified monsters that are ravaging the worlds of immortals and ghosts behind them. Yet on the side trembled slightly when he heard this, and his face suddenly turned pale. Even though she had returned from Suiyang City, the abominable monster still left a big shadow in her heart. Not only her, Qin Feng also felt lingering fear when he recalled the monster. Deng Mo said in a deep voice, well, I have sent someone to inform Siming, the Four Regions Demon Slayer Division, about this matter as quickly as possible. I believe they will make a reasonable response. There's just one thing. Suiyang City can survive this disaster. In addition to the flowers of the other side you brought from the ghost world, there is also the help of the city god. It can be seen from this that not all the gods and demons who came from the fairy world have malicious intentions towards the human race. Qin Feng understood Deng Xijun's concerns. If he could have one more ally, it would be better to have one more enemy. He recalled what the city god had said before, and had a vague guess. Perhaps the gods and demons in the same camp as the Emperor of Heaven were not too hostile to the human race. They came to the world just to find a way to save the fairy world. compared with the ghost troubles in Suiyang City. I'm more curious about your encounters in the ghost world. Why don't you tell me about it? Ding Mo said with interest. Mentioning this, Qin Feng got excited again, and once again artistically processed what he had said to Yin Zhou and others before, highlighting the thrill of the ghost world and his wise and divine martial arts. To be honest with Mr. Ding, the uncle who guards the Gate of Ghosts led nearly 10,000 ghost soldiers to block the Gate of Ghosts, and made every possible effort to obstruct the souls who went to the human world. Naturally, I couldn't sit idly by and take action, so I took immediate action to turn the tide. Otherwise, the souls of those undead in the world will probably be scattered to pieces. Ding Mo frowned. It's so dangerous. The danger that I can express in words is far less than 1/10,000th of the real situation. Qin Feng looked serious. At this time, Yin had a strange look on his face. But when we were in Suiyang City before, you clearly said that Tu Bo was the only one guarding the Gate of H.L. Why are there nearly 10,000 more ghost soldiers now? Qin Feng's expression froze when he heard this. Really? Oops. I got so excited about bragging that I forgot that there was another person involved. Qin Feng thought about it for a while, and quickly found an excuse. He stroked his forehead and said, It seems that it is true as His Highness said. The spirit has been away from the body for too long. Had a considerable impact on me. And there seems to be a problem with my memory. Is it serious? Do you want Dr. Sun to check it out for you? Ding Mo asked with concern. No need. I am a doctor myself. Just take a few soothing decoctions. Qin Feng waved his hands repeatedly. Yin on the side raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw this. Although the trip to the ghost world is dangerous, the rewards are also extremely rich. I got a lot of good things from those ghost soldiers and ghost generals. Mr. Ding, you might as well take a look at this. Is it helpful to you? As Qin Feng spoke, he took out the Ming crystal given by Ming Shuang from the Sumer ring. Although this item is precious, it is not of much use to Qin Feng. In this case, it is better to give it to Lord Ding. Maybe there will be a chance to help the latter break through the bottleneck and add another strong person in the realm of transcendence to the human race. The moment the nether crystal was taken out, the rich nether ghost chi swept out. When Ding Mo saw this, he couldn't help but look shocked. He held the Ming Jing in his hand and mobilized the chi in his body. The ghost chi in the Ming Jing instantly sank into his palm and circulated around his body according to the practice method of the 100 Ghost Taoists. The shadows around him began to shake, as if they were alive, and the strong chi in Ding Mo's body was like a sea wave, spreading to all directions one after another. The bottleneck that had long been no longer loose due to old injuries actually showed signs of loosening again at this moment. Qin Feng and Yin looked at each other with happy expressions. This world is now facing a test, and the more powerful people in the human race, the better. If Ding Mozi can successfully break through the second level and enter the realm of transcendence, it will be a great good thing for the entire human race. After about a stick of incense, the movement around Ding Mo gradually calmed down. The expected confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth did not come, which inevitably made Qin Feng a little disappointed. Relying on a dark crystal is like making Master Deng's strength a step further, which is indeed a bit of an idiot's dream. Qin Feng sighed in his heart, but Ding Mo's face showed a long-lost smile. Thank you very much. This thing is of great use to me, but I have been ill for a long time. If I want to take a step further, I have to work on it slowly. Yin said excitedly. Seriously? Can you use this to enter the realm of transcendence? Ding Mo shook his head. He didn't say he couldn't, but said not sure. Master Ding, what does this mean? Qin Feng was puzzled. What do you think is the state of transcendence? Ding Mo asked aloud. The two were slightly stunned, and then each gave their own understanding. To sum up, it is nothing more than an existence that is extremely powerful, transcends the shackles of heaven and earth, and can be blocked by one man. Ding Mo nodded slightly and continued. I once asked Master Jinshin Siyu how to step into the legendary realm of transcendence. His answer to me was that there are two conditions. First, cultivate your own chi until it is full and natural, so that you can integrate with the heaven and earth and achieve endless life. When Qin Feng heard this, his eyes showed a look of contemplation. This condition was difficult to achieve at first glance. It must be because of this that countless masters have stopped at the second level. This condition sounds difficult, but for a long-established second-level master, it is actually not that difficult. I was able to keep the Azura clan out of the pass for 3 days and 3 nights because I did this. Fortunately, I didn't say what was in my heart. Otherwise, it would have seemed a bit ignorant. Qin Feng nodded. showing an expression that showed he knew it would be like this. Deng Emo spoke again. The so-called realm of detachment. The key lies in the word detachment. There are various laws between heaven and earth. Just like metal, wood, water, fire and earth. The 5 elements cycle and create and restrain each other. The meaning of detachment is that you can break this fixed law that the world knows, then you need to understand the new principles yourself and detach yourself from this world. Therefore, if you want to step into the realm of transcendence, the most important thing is the Tao. Chapter 735 Longevity Lock. Breaking the inherent laws. Qin Feng was thoughtful. This sounds mysterious, but it is actually easy to understand. If a person can create a way of fire that can cast flames that cannot be extinguished by water, then he has broken the law of mutual restraint of water and fire. Although the principle is simple, how easy is it to achieve it? From ancient times to the present, people who can comprehend the Tao principles themselves are very rare, and those who can step into the realm of transcendence are even rarer. However, in my divine sea, there are the yin and yang principles left by Zhulong. And not long ago, there was also a part of the dream principles left by the night-traveling god. To me, understanding the Tao seems to be just a matter of time. Well, the youngest third-level title in history has been taken by my wife. If everything goes well, can I win the title of the youngest second grade in history? Or the title of transcendence? By then, I can also be famous in the annals of history, and be praised by future generations. Qin Feng thought shamelessly. Yin asked aloud, does Master Deng understand the principles? Back then, in the bloody battle with the Ashura clan in the Eastern Territory, I realized something. However, I was seriously injured, and there was not much of that mysterious feeling left. But with this thing given by Qin Feng, I believe it won't be long before I can regain that feeling. Perhaps entering the realm of transcendence is just around the corner, Deng Emo said with a smile, obviously in a good mood. Then, this junior would like to congratulate Master Deng in advance, Qin Feng said with cupped fists. Deng Emo nodded slightly, then glanced at the 36-star order on Qin Feng's waist, sighed and said, originally, I wanted to give you the 36-star order and recruit you into the demon-slaying department of Fengtian City. But why did I let Yin Commander get there first? But then again, every 36-star and 12 divine general will basically have their own name. Have you thought about what your name is? I originally wanted to be named Emperor 1. But it seemed that I didn't take the Imperial Master Tianjin seriously. Moreover, with such an arrogant name, other scholars would be hit. Qin Feng was worried, then shook his head and said, it's okay for the time being. Did not expect? There is no need to force things like a name. If you really don't want to waste time on it, forget it. Qin Feng was a little surprised. Isn't the name 36 stars necessary? I've heard people say that this is to let the people know and to inspire people. Having said that, since the establishment of the Demon Slayer Division, there have been many unknown 36 stars who have fought bloody battles for the human race. The so-called names are just false names. Deng Emo explained. How can this be done in obscurity? It seems that the matter of the name must be arranged as soon as possible. Qin Feng nodded. I see. This junior has always been indifferent to fame and wealth, so it's okay to not want these false names. Deng Emo immediately showed an expression of appreciation. Yin on the side also had beautiful eyes. A trace of appreciation flashed in her eyes. After a moment, Qin Feng suddenly asked, by the way, Lord Deng, which one do you think is more famous, Emperor 1 or Saint Immortal? After a pause, he defended himself and said, I don't want to get it for myself. I just want to discuss it with Master Deng as a scholar. After all, Mr. Deng's original title of One Man is an Army made me feel very domineering. I think Mr. Deng was also a cultural person. The surroundings instantly became quiet, and even the sound of breathing was so harsh. The matter of the name was not decided in the end, because Deng Emo invited Qin Feng away on the grounds that the bottleneck was loose and he wanted to practice. After leaving the Demon Slayer Division, Qin Feng parted ways with Yin. He did not return to the Qin mansion immediately, but planned to go to Howin Academy to find his teacher. The scene in the dream is still vivid in his mind. For the sake of his 2 unborn children, he naturally has to be more cautious and discuss it with the teacher in advance. When we arrived at Dingtian Tower, the 2 senior brothers Yang Qian and Fei Sun were not there. They seemed to have fallen in love with the days of teaching and educating people in Taiping Academy. And now they even spend more time in Taiping Academy than in Dingshanle. Qin Feng was about to climb up to the Sky Tower, but someone stopped him with his hand. The other person has silver hair and narrowed eyes. Isn't it the second senior brother, Sun Qi?
Brother? What do you mean? The teacher told me before that I won't see anyone today,
Sun Qi said with a smile. Qin Feng's face looked a little ugly.
But I have something important to tell the teacher. Please go up and inform me. Senior brother.
Hearing this, Sun Qi took out 2 platinum locks from his arms. Qin Feng recognized these objects. They were longevity locks. They were hung around the necks of babies and children to pray for blessings and the healthy growth of the children.
The teacher already knows your purpose of coming, and specifically asked me to wait here and hand over these 2 longevity locks to you. Junior brother, don't worry too much. Your 2 unborn children will definitely be fine.
The teacher has arrived long ago. It seems that most of the content in the dream will really happen. But the teacher declined to see the guest. Could it be that he doesn't want to see me? Qin Feng, who didn't know why, carefully held the 2 longevity locks in his hands. These 2 longevity locks are different. One has a small golden dragon pattern in the middle, and the other has a lifelike sword on it. Perhaps seeing his doubts, Sun Qi explained.
Girls wear locks with golden dragon patterns, and locks with sword patterns are for boys.
Qin Feng asked in confusion.
How can senior brother be sure that my wife will definitely give birth to a son and a daughter? My senior fellow apprentices and I have done the calculations for you, and you won't be wrong,
Sun Qi confidently said. Qin Feng's face froze when he heard this. These old guys really didn't respect his child's privacy at all.
Junior brother doesn't look very happy,
Qin Feng replied truthfully.
As a father, I hope to be the first person to know whether my child is wearing a handle or not. Can senior brother understand how I feel? I see.
Sun Qi rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Then I won't wait next time.
Damn it. Next time Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. Was too lazy to take care of it. Put away the longevity lock. And was about to say goodbye and leave. At this moment, Sun Qi added again.
By the way, junior brother, the names of Emperor Wen and Saint Immortal are not very good. Otherwise you should think of something else?
Qin Feng paused and froze on the spot. He seemed to understand why the teacher didn't want to see him. In the fairy world, the world is ruined, and the mountains are hanging high in the sky. At a glance, there are ruins and broken walls, and the rubble is like a long river surrounding the mountains. Hateful-looking monsters were wandering around, and their screams were endless. The area here has clearly fallen. In a mountain abyss as deep as a black hole, many black shadows stood on both sides. Some are human-shaped, some are like beasts, and some are as big as mountains. In front of them is a huge eyeball, floating alone like that. Weird and creepy.
The night god failed, and his creation was destroyed. That guy, City God, is trying to stop him in every possible way. Otherwise, we would have been able to collect enough willpower to be born in the human world as a creation. The Emperor of Heaven has disappeared for thousands of years, but those guys still don't give up and are still persisting. The sealing power of Kunlun Mountain is still there, which means that the divinity of the Emperor of Heaven has not completely disappeared. We must find the innate energy as soon as possible to completely destroy it. But the incense is not strong enough, and the crack in the fairy world is blocked by a powerful ban. How can we go down to the next world?
At this moment, a red light flashed in the huge eyeball, and all the gods and demons fell silent. Chapter 736 Huge Eyeball. Qin Feng returned to Qin Mansion, and was obviously stunned when he entered the lobby. He originally thought that Yin had returned to the palace, but he didn't expect that after the two separated outside the Demon Slayer division, the other party would actually come back here again. At this moment, Yin was chatting and laughing with Ern Yang, and also greeted Lu Jinli and Song Feilin. One was the elder sister, the other was the younger sister. In Qin Feng's impression, the unruly scholar Anya seemed to have drifted away.
Why are you still here? Didn't you go back?
Qin Feng asked curiously. Before Yin could answer, Ern Yang scolded her.
Feng, why are you talking? Yin can come whenever he wants.
Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. Where has the second mother, who loved me so much, gone? Yin glanced at Qin Feng lightly, then asked with a smile.
Auntie, is the rouge I brought you from the palace last time still suitable for use? It's really good. It's much better than the ones in Yutziafang. When I look at myself in the mirror, I seem to be several years younger. Auntie looks young. When I first saw you, I thought you were a few years older than me.
Women naturally like to hear compliments. When the second mother heard the words, she was obviously very happy. But she kept saying,
"Don't talk nonsense about things that don't exist."
Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Yin in surprise. Is this guy so good at flattering? The second mother is indeed good-looking and well-maintained. She looks like a lady. But to say that he looks as young as Yin would be an exaggeration. After all, his true age lies there. Sensing Qin Feng's gaze, Yin turned his head and looked up, wondering,
What's wrong? What's wrong with what I just said? Not entirely right.
Qin Feng replied subconsciously. Yang looked at her with a smile on her face and narrowed her eyes. Danger. Qin Feng's heart tightened. And he reacted.
If my second mother and I go out together, I'm afraid that outsiders will only think that we are brother and sister. So you might as well say that my second mother's age is older.
Yun's eyelids twitched slightly, and she spat in her heart, feeling shameless. But Yang was obviously very helpful, and the smile on her face became even thicker. Just at this moment, Lan Ningxuang came from outside the lobby, carrying freshly brewed tea and filling it for everyone one by one. Only when he arrived at Qin Feng's place, the teacup was empty. Qin Feng was stunned.
Ningxuang, where is my tea?
Lan Ningxuang said with a smile.
Uncle, all the tea has been poured.
Qin Feng took a look at the size of the teapot, and then counted the number of teacups filled with tea. It didn't look like they could all be used up. Just as he was about to say something, he felt a hint of chill in Lan Ningxuang's smile. At this time, Qin Feng suddenly remembered that Ningxuang was also present when he said that women other than ladies were vulgar and pink.
Just finish it when you finish it. I'm not very thirsty either.
Qin Feng laughed dryly.
Okay, Uncle.
In the courtyard of the Qin mansion, Qinan was holding a black long knife and breathing out his breath. Now that his strength has reached the peak of the 4th rank, he is only one step away from that of a 3rd rank warrior. What he lacks in the end is just a little accumulation. In fact, if Qinan had not stayed in Fengtian City for more than half a year, but traveled in the southern region with Jintiani, he would have already entered the 3rd level by relying on the ancient divine aura between heaven and earth. In Fengtian City, where there is no crack in the immortal world, the concentration of ancient divine energy is still too low. Hearing the movement in the corridor, Qinan looked up and asked with a smile,
Why isn't the eldest brother accompanying the 2 sisters-in-law in the lobby?
Because the eldest brother stayed there, and was looked down upon like an outsider, wanting to come out for some air. Qin Feng muttered to himself, and then asked,
How is your practice? When can you officially enter the 3rd level?
The second brother glanced at the long sword in his hand.
I still need a finishing touch. Master told me before that martial arts practice requires a smooth process, and you can't be too impatient. Well, I met Senior Sword Kuang when I went to Suiyang City this time. He told me that you have been staying in Fengtian City for half a year, and it is time to return to the Southern Territory to practice with him.
After hearing this, the second brother's expression obviously changed. Qin Feng comforted him.
I know you can't bear to leave Yang. If you weren't with me during the period when my father was gone, Yang might not be able to survive. However, a real man has his ambitions in all directions, and as a martial artist, you cannot stay here forever.
Now that I'm back, it's good that Yang has me by my side. You can go to the Southern Territory to experience without worries.
Qin Feng patted his second brother on the shoulder and said seriously like an old father,
I hope that when I see you next time, you will have become a 3rd-grade martial artist and become famous.
At this moment, Xing Sheng came to report.
Second young master, Miss Baiqiu is here to look for you.
The second brother immediately replied with a happy face.
I'll go over right away. Big brother, I'm going out for a while. If you have anything to do, wait until I come back to talk about it.
As soon as he finished speaking, he ran towards the outside of Qin Mansion like a gust of wind. Qin Feng was stunned when he saw this. No wonder his second brother's sword skills had not improved significantly in the past 6 months. He thought it was because he had been staying in Fengtian City, but it turned out that he had a woman in mind. On the 7th floor of the Nine Hells prison, in the dark space, a little scarlet light lit up. A huge one-eyed shadow appeared. It glanced around, and finally its eyes fell on the corner. Countless chains bound the ghost and Buddha. It seemed to have felt something when it was originally peaceful. Its 6 eyes instantly turned red, and then it started to struggle. The golden light seal appeared, and the sound of melting was heard. The second ghost-faced man was also imprisoned here. When he heard the movement, he spoke out.
The 9 levels prison is originally guarded by the god-suppressing Siyu, and the ban imposed on you and me is the handiwork of the Tianjin Imperial Master. I advise you not to waste your efforts and just stay here. No one can go out here, and no one can enter.
The word stopped abruptly here. The ghost-faced man looked outside the cage, and his eyes under the mask suddenly widened. What are those giant floating eyes? How does it enter the 9 hells? Fear and apprehension instantly filled his heart, and the indifferent glance from the huge pupils made his hair stand on end, and his entire body felt chilly.
This guy's strength has definitely reached the realm of transcendence. And the pressure it brings is even much stronger than the original Zhulong.
The other prisoners imprisoned on the 7th floor also noticed the existence of the giant eyes, and cast their gazes one after another. Even though they have been imprisoned for a long time, their fear of the unknown and terror still keeps them silent. The eyes floated outside the ghost Buddha's cage, and the latter stopped struggling instantly. 3 Buddha heads. 6 eyes widened, and the light in the eyes quickly faded.
Has anyone found the person who controls the laws of life and death in this world?
A sharp voice sounded, coming from the huge eyeball. Chapter 737 Shocking Change. As soon as these words came out, the ghost-faced man was shocked. How could he have imagined that ghosts and Buddhas would actually know such strange beings? In the battle at Jinling Pass, the reason why Zonqian suffered a disastrous defeat was that, apart from the boy who shocked the world and turned the tide, there were many traitors in the team, which caused Zonqian's plan to fall through. Originally, he thought that the Ghost Buddha was the one least likely to have problems among all people. But now it seems that it also belongs to the other side? Looking quietly sideways, the Ghost Buddha at this moment is like a puppet on strings, suspended by the forbidden chain, and his body is pulled down. A completely different voice than before sounded from the Ghost Buddha's body.
The Buddhas in the western region of the immortal realm still have a trace of Buddha nature left in this incarnation, and there are not many opportunities for my consciousness to come out. Originally, I had hoped to find the master of the laws of life and death in this world through Zhulongzin and Yang principles. But the variables that appeared out of thin air disrupted the overall plan. You should have seen this.
That variable naturally refers to Qin Feng.
That kid has an innate qi, and he is also blessed by inexplicable power. In addition, the people in this world who control the way of destiny have been blocking my vision. The fairy world and the ghost world are already on the verge of collapse. But I didn't expect that the human world, where the laws of heaven and earth are the weakest, leaves us with no chance to intervene. Ghost Buddha
replied,
the masters of this world are not weak in strength, and they are almost integrated with the laws of heaven and earth. That suppresses the existence of the outside world too much. The power of devouring Tao principles is almost impossible for us to use. If not for this, the battle between gods and demons would have been the moment when this world was destroyed.
When the ghost-faced man heard this, he was extremely frightened. What the other party said was blocked by the laws of heaven and earth, and he could not hear clearly. However, he never expected that in ancient legends, behind the birth of gods and demons, it was actually the result of the promotion of these strange beings, and being able to swallow the Tao. What a terrifying ability is this! You must know that in the human world, those who can understand the principles of Tao, even for thousands of years, are very rare. Click! The Ghost Buddha's skin suddenly peeled off like paint, revealing the ferocious flesh and blood inside.
Can't hold on anymore?
Said the huge eyeball.
Well, being rejected by Buddha nature and the laws of heaven and earth, my consciousness should not exist for long. You showed up in front of me at all costs and awakened my consciousness in this incarnation. It shouldn't just be for the sake of saying these, right?
Guig Buddha asked.
The emanations of the Buddhas in the western region of Immortal Realm are extremely solid. But in order to prevent us from using them to come to the world, they destroyed their emanations for worship by the world. Nowadays, there are not many incarnations of immortals and Buddhas left in the world, and they are wasted if they are not used. I see. But this incarnation should no longer be able to support the birth of a transcendent realm.
The huge eyes didn't take it seriously.
Just condense the souls of the strong men in the world and your remaining consciousness.
After the words fell, all the beings imprisoned on the 7th floor, including the ghost-faced man, felt their hearts tighten. This place is the 9 layers of prison. Apart from them, where are the other powerful souls?
This guy wants to condense us all? Isn't he afraid of attracting the attention of Tianjian Imperial Master and Jinshin Siyu?
The ghost-faced man was horrified. The huge eyes glanced around, and the dark red light swam towards the cages like tadpoles. Everyone felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. They wanted to resist, but the ban of the 9 Hells prison prevented them from moving. A red light like a tadpole swam in front of the prisoners, and its mouth suddenly opened. Its size increased exponentially. Those sharp teeth made people shudder. They bite the prisoners fiercely. The strength of these people has reached at least the 3rd level. Some of them focus on cultivating the physical body, and have long since achieved the indestructible state of the divine martial Vajra. But in the face of these weird tadpoles, their solid flesh and blood were as easy to break through as tofu. And the screams were endless. Some prisoners were eaten by red light tadpoles. nearly half of their bodies, and even their hearts were devoured. But they still did not die. The strange and terrifying power maintained their vitality, allowing them to watch their bodies being eaten away bit by bit in desperate fear and pain. When Ghostface Man number 2 saw this scene, his scalp felt numb. The red tadpole was already swimming towards him, and the fear of death made him struggle desperately. But to no avail. It didn't take long for the 7th level of the 9 layers of prison to regain peace. It seems like half of them escaped, Guifu said. It's just the remains of gods and demons who control the alternative laws of the void. In front of the huge eyes, the strong man's soul was compressed into a ball. Countless faces inside are twisting and roaring ferociously. These are the souls of prisoners. Move quickly. The masters of this world are not ordinary, especially the ones who master the laws of destiny. He will be aware of your presence. Guifu reminded. You don't need to say more. Beside the Juka River, Jinshin Siyu, who was fishing, suddenly stood up. The Juka River is actually the void seal of the Ninefold prison. The fluctuations under the river surface can reflect the situation inside the Juka River. However, just now, he clearly felt a strange aura coming from the 7th level of the Nine Hells prison. Suddenly, a ray of white light fell next to him, transforming into the figure of the heavenly supervisor. The latter frowned. Without saying a word, he tapped his fingers. The void rippled like the surface of a lake, and the scene of the 7th level of the Nine Hells was printed in front of their eyes. Their bodies flashed, and they all fell into it. With a wave of Tianjianguisher sleep, clear light instantly illuminated the place. The cage that was supposed to hold the most vicious criminals was now empty. The other party has the means to shield the secrets of heaven and can avoid my destiny. The Tianjian Imperial Master looked solemn. Jinshin Siyu added, the enemy is very strong, with at most 1 stick of incense. He killed everyone here, and it was effortless. He has been staying by the Juka River, guarding the 9 prisons. If the enemy kills people too slowly or makes too much noise, he will not be able to escape his perception. The fluctuations in the ghost world did not appear, which means that the souls of the dead were not attracted. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that the souls of these people were wiped out together with their bodies. Second, the enemy restrained or refined their souls by some means. Tianjianguisher analyzed this way. Jinshin Siyu turned his head and looked up. To do such a thing under your eyes and mine, I really don't take you and me seriously. Can you use the magic of mirror flowers and water moon to recreate what happened here? The other party's ability to avoid my destiny must have obscured my perception of the heavenly secrets here. Even if I use mirror flowers and water moon, I can only see pitch black. Where are your disciples? The god-suppressing Siyu asked again. The Imperial Master Tianjin did not answer, but just shook his head. How could those disciples do things that even he couldn't predict? At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and said, I forgot. There is someone who might be able to do it. The innate chi has existed since the beginning of chaos, and is not within yin and yang, nor within the 5 elements. The same is true for those who pawn the innate chi. Chapter 738 Beyond the 4 Realms. Uncle, isn't it good for us to do this? In the corner of the courtyard of the gymnasium, where the Fengtian City Kendo League is located, 2 figures were hiding behind the rockery and sneaking around. These 2 people were Qin Feng and Xing Sheng. After learning from the latter that the relationship between his second brother and that little girl Bai Qiu was getting closer, Qin Feng could no longer suppress the desire to protect his younger brother through gossip. What's wrong? Now that Dad is gone, we are like elder brothers and fathers. As his eldest brother, wouldn't it be reasonable for me to care about his spiritual practice and emotional problems? Qin Feng spoke righteously. Since it's logical and reasonable, why did I hide myself instead of showing up in person? Also, Uncle, can you stop grabbing my clothes? Xing Sheng turned his head and glanced at Qin Feng, who was using himself as a cover, with a serious expression. For helplessness, Xing Sheng, dressed in black, is a natural barrier that blends perfectly with the shadow of the rockery. Qin Feng turned his body sideways again and stared intently at the 2 people in the courtyard who were exchanging glances. In the courtyard, the second brother and Bai Qiu's swords were intersecting, and the sound of golden clanging could be heard endlessly. The colliding air machine set off strong winds, blowing the vegetation in the courtyard tossing and turning. After a fight, the 2 reached the point where they looked at each other affectionately while exchanging commercial blows. An inadvertent touch can make the 2 of them blush instantly, overflowing with tenderness. Feeling the sour smell hitting his face and looking at his shy second brother, Qin Feng was impatient, looking like he hated iron. My second brother is really stupid. Why should I be reserved at this time? Go up and hold her hand. You are still discussing the details and shortcomings of the previous discussion. Is now the time to talk about martial arts? That girl Baichio has made it clear that she is like that. But the second brother is still indifferent. If it were me. So what if it were you?
Faint words sounded from Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng didn't even think about it, and immediately replied,
If it were me, why would I delay the relationship until now? I'm afraid it would have been cooked long ago. So, you are worthy of being able to marry a man from the lineage of Lu Jinli and the dragon clan Sanlong. This kind of means is really beyond the reach of men in the world.
Qin Feng suddenly felt something was wrong when he heard this. The voice didn't sound like Haide's. He looked for a voice, and then looked blank. I saw a middle-aged man, with an extraordinary temperament standing beside him at some point. He was dressed in white, and looked like an immortal. He put his right hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and showed an amiable smile. Qin Feng asked awkwardly,
Why did Senior Bai Yin come to Fengtian City? As a loyal person, I stopped by to see my little daughter. It's you too. Why are you hiding here?
Bai Yanpi smiled.
While passing by here, I suddenly felt the need to urinate.
Qin Feng replied with a dry smile, and then bumped Xing Sheng in front of him with his elbow. The latter reacted and hurriedly responded,
Yes, maybe I drank too much tea before coming out, and I couldn't hold it in for a while. We wanted to borrow a toilet, but we couldn't find it. So we wanted to find a private place and settled it casually.
Qin Feng added,
That's strange. The Sword Alliance's gym here was originally built by Mr. Qin and Shingon Feng. I'm afraid you are more familiar with the layout here than me. So you can't find the hut?
Bai Yin sneered. Qin Feng's expression froze, and he had forgotten about this. He was still about to argue. But Bai Yin put his palm on his shoulder and said through a message,
I have no objection to Chior being with that boy of yours. But in the process of the two of them getting along, I don't want you to guide and interfere randomly. Can you understand what I mean?
After the words fell, Bai Yan's palms exerted force slightly, and Qin Feng felt his body sink, as if he was carrying a big mountain on his shoulders. I should have known I wouldn't have been happy. Qin Feng felt aggrieved and nodded desperately. When Qinan and Baichio saw Qin Feng and his party stepping out from behind the rockery, they both had panic expressions on their faces, and the distance between them instantly widened a lot. Baichio calmed down his emotions, forced out a smile, jumped up to Bai Yin and said coquettishly,
Dad, why didn't you tell me in advance when you came here? I'd better prepare to entertain you.
If I don't come again, I'm afraid I'll have to have a grandson. Bai Yin ignored it and looked at Qinan aside. The latter immediately clenched the black knife in his hand, obviously very nervous.
It's not bad. At such an age, the chi in the body has reached the peak of the 4th level. In time, he will definitely be able to step into the 3rd level. Zentiani has taken on a good disciple.
When Baichio heard this, he smiled happily.
Yes, Dad. He is very powerful. Maybe he can surpass Sister Wushuang in the future.
Before you even pass the door, your elbow turned outward? If he passes the exam, wouldn't he be able to step on me as a father? Bai Yin said coldly.
You still have the nerve to say that? Your sister is training in the Southern Territory and is about to touch the threshold of the 2nd grade. But look at you. It has been so long since I entered the 4th level realm, but I have not made any progress at all. I'll give you another half a year. If you're still like this, stop staying in Fengtian City and go to the Southern Territory with your sister to practice. Aw?
Qinan and Baichio said in unison, with obvious reluctance in their tone. Qin Feng on the side twitched slightly when he saw this. Has the tacit understanding reached this level? Baichio was naturally unwilling to leave and protested desperately. But in the face of absolute strength, her protest seemed so weak.
I want to go back to Baidi City and tell my mother,
Baichio said with a cry in his voice as he used his ultimate move. Bai Yan's expression immediately changed, and his attitude was not as tough as before. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, with a strange look in his eyes. Why do most of the people I know keep their wives in check? Shivering and cold. When can a man stand up? Oh, I am also a strict wife. So that's okay. At the end of the tug-of-war, it was clear that Baichio had the upper hand, and Bai Yin could only sigh, thinking that he would not be able to stay. Of course, he didn't want to beat the 2 Mandarin ducks. But the more things he knew, the more he understood what kind of situation this world was in. And if you want to survive in the future turmoil, improving your own strength is the top priority. As for the love between children, it will naturally come later.
By the way, Dad, After saying so much, I still don't know why you came to Fontian City?
Bai Qiu asked curiously. Bai Yin pondered for a moment, and then said seriously.
Half a year ago, after the battle at Jinling Pass and the killing of Zhulong, I was ordered by the avatar of the Heavenly Supervisor to guard the southernmost realm.
Qin Feng was puzzled.
The biggest threat to the southern realm is the Garuda tribe from Lingshan. But during the Zhulong battle, Lingshan collapsed and the entire Garuda clan was wiped out. Why does the teacher still want you to guard there?
After the tragic victory in the war, the Southern Territory Demon Slayer Division, including the Shenhou Army and the Wuhou Army, carefully cleaned the battlefield to confirm that there were no survivors of the Garuda clan and that they would not make a comeback. So Qin Feng can be sure of this.
I was puzzled at the time, until I saw the scene beyond the extreme realm. Have you ever been curious about what is beyond the borders of the 4 regions of Dakian?
Bai Yin looked extremely solemn. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Xing Sheng was once the forward commander of the Shenhou army. He fought with the army in many places, and he was quite familiar with Dakian's geographical map. He opened his mouth and said,
"What else could it be? Of course it is."
Halfway through his words, he stopped abruptly, because he suddenly discovered that in his memory, there was no impression of anything outside the 4 regions of Dakian. Not only him, even Qin Feng, who has memorized thousands of books and read all over the world's geographical annals, can't remember any book that contains a few words about the outer reaches of the 4 realms of Dakian. Bai Qiu scratched his head and asked curiously,
"What's the matter? Maybe the end of the world is the 4 realms."
Qin on the side was too lazy to think and nodded in approval. The moment the idea of some truth arose, Qin Feng felt that his scalp was full.
Why do I think this ridiculous idea makes sense?
You must know that the scientific level of ancient people was limited, and they even believed that the sky was round and the earth was round. In this case, in their understanding, it is reasonable for the sky and the earth to have boundaries. But as a time traveler with comprehensive development of moral, intellectual, physical, artistic and physical skills, Qin Feng clearly understands one thing: the earth is round. Therefore, it is impossible for this world to have so-called boundaries, and there must be other regions outside the extreme realm of the 4 domains of Dakian.
Why have I never been curious about this when I read through various geographical annals in Dakian? I even thought that the boundary of Dakian was at the extreme boundary of the 4 realms. And the history of Dakian is not short. It lasts for thousands of years, and it can even be traced back to the birth of gods and demons. Why has it been so long since so many geographical records have been left behind? But no one has ever wandered beyond the 4 realms. If Senior Bai Yin hadn't asked about it today, I still wouldn't have doubted this. And I would have even taken it for granted. Just like just now. There seems to be an invisible force that confuses me into believing the words of that stupid girl Bai Qiu.
This strange phenomenon can't help but remind Qin Feng of the taboos that exist in the transcendent realm and are blocked by the laws of heaven and earth, to make the world feel that this should be the case. I am afraid that only the laws of heaven and earth can do this. In other words, outside the extreme realm of the 4 realms, there must be something beyond ordinary cognition that needs to be shielded by the laws of this world.
So, Senior, what exactly did you see?
Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. As soon as the words fell, a burst of white light fell, and Qinan and the other 3 suddenly walked towards the distance. Qin Feng looked surprised when he saw this.
What are you going to do?
Instead, Bai Qiu looked puzzled.
What else can I do? Didn't we agree to welcome my father and have dinner at your Wangyu residence?
At this point, wouldn't it be just right to book a location in advance? Yes, brother. Why did you forget so quickly?
The second brother said with a smile. With that said, the 3 of them drifted away. Qin Feng felt a numbness rush from his tailbone to Tianling Gai. The laws of heaven and earth were tampering with the memories of his second brother and the others, making them forget about the topic outside the 4 realms.
But why am I fine?
He glanced to one side. Senior Bai Yin looked at the 3 people chatting and laughing in the distance, and also frowned.
Senior Bai Yin, do you remember what you just said?
Qin Feng asked after swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Bai Yin sighed.
Now I finally understand why the Imperial Master Tian Jin asked me not to tell others about things outside Jiji. If my prediction is correct, the memories of people below the 3rd level who have not received the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth will be blurred by the laws of heaven and earth, making it impossible for them to recall any topics outside the extreme realm. And you have already entered the 3rd level, so you can fight against this law of heaven and earth.
It was for this reason that Qin Feng's expression darkened. At this moment, a voice sounded in their minds.
Come to Juka River.
It's the teacher's voice. Qin Feng looked at Bai Yin, and the two looked at each other, understanding each other tacitly. Beside the Juka River, the old man with white hair and black beard has been waiting for a long time. Qin Feng saw him from a distance and whispered, "This old man likes fishing by the Juka River. I have met him a few times, but so far I don't know who he is. Senior Bai, we don't need to worry about him. The teacher asked us to come here. He should be nearby." Bai Yin had a strange look on his face when he heard this. "Do you really not know who he is?" Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this. "Senior Bai, do you know him?" Bai Yin suddenly thought of something. Jin Xiu was sitting in Fontian City and had not made a move for a long time. Even in the battle between Azura King killing Tian Luo and Jin Xiu, the latter used Qi to shield his whole body. Outsiders could only see a burst of golden light, but could not clearly see the figure under the golden light. Therefore, the world does not know much about the true appearance of the god-suppressing Xiu. There is only one sentence: he is like a god, unparalleled in the world. Bai Yin did not answer Qin Feng's question. Instead, he approached the old man, clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "Junior Bai Yin, pay your respects to the god-suppressing Xiu." As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng was stunned. Is this old man the god-suppressing Xiu? My father's master? A top boss on par with the Tianjin Imperial Master? Jin Xiu nodded, then looked at Qin Feng with a look of relief. "The Tiger Father has no dogs. You did a good job in the battle between Zenlingwen and Suiyang City. This is what Junior should do." Qin Feng replied respectfully, "Come with me." After finishing his words, the god-suppressing secretary turned around and walked towards the Juka River. The river made waves, and the old man stood in the air. The void seemed to have condensed into a layer of frost, extending towards the surging river. At the end of the frosty road, another scene appears in the space. What kind of method is this? Qin Feng swallowed secretly and followed closely with Bai Yin. As his vision dimmed, Qin Feng looked around and saw a dark corridor and many cells. Before he could ask, a voice sounded from the front. "This is the 7th level of the Nine Hells prison." The 7th level of the Nine Hells? Qin Feng was shocked. The 9th level prison is a place where all kinds of serious criminals are imprisoned. And the lower the floor, the more terrifying the power of the prisoners. The guy who can stay on the 7th floor is the existence of a demon king or ghost king if he is placed outside. Qin Feng was puzzled as to why the good teacher asked me to come here. He glanced around carefully, and then asked curiously, "Why is the 7th level of the 9 layers of prison empty?" "This is the purpose why I asked you to come here," Tianjin Imperial Master said calmly. Chapter 739, Cracks in Time. Past Time and Space. The Imperial Master Tianjin briefly elaborated, and Qin Feng roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. An unknown being came to the 7th level of the 9-layer prison under the eyes of the god-suppressing Xiu and the heavenly supervisor, and then killed all the prisoners here. Even the souls were not spared. The teacher asked him to come here just to use the fairy magic mirror to recreate what happened here. It's a dangerous job. The appraisal is over. Qin Feng took a deep breath. He didn't refuse, but mobilized the Hongmeng immortal qi in his body and guided it to the innate energy deep in his pupils. At the 3rd level of the Wensheng Taoist realm, one can choose an immortal method and cast it anytime and anywhere without being backlashed by the laws of heaven. But when he was in Suiyang City, in order to protect the people in the city, he had already chosen the magical method of seeing flowers in the mist. Because of this, if he wants to use Jing Huashuiyu again, he must enter the state of divine power. The Imperial Master Tianjin obviously knew this and stood aside quietly waiting. After entering the 3rd level realm, Qin Feng has a closer connection with the innate energy, and it is much easier to display divine power than before. As the innate energy circulated throughout his body, Qin Feng opened his eyes again, and the passage of time seemed to have stopped. He nodded slightly towards the heavenly supervisor, and then touched the void with his right hand. The space was like a mirror with ripples of light. And the changes that occurred on the 7th level of the 9 Hells prison also appeared again in everyone's eyes. Huge eyes. Weird existence. Brutal slaughter. When Qin Feng and others saw the prisoners being eaten away by blood-red tadpoles, but still unable to die, they all frowned. How cruel is this? Jin Xiu said in a deep voice. It melted the souls of the prisoners into the body of the Black Buddha. The Imperial Master Tianjin also spoke. This strange existence seems to be absorbing the power of fear from everyone. Why can't we hear the sound of it talking to ghosts and Buddhas at all? Bai Yin was puzzled. Perhaps it has anticipated this, so it has responded in advance. Tianjin Imperial Master replied calmly.
How can an existence that can block his destiny and divination be normal? These weird huge eyes seem to be able to know the future. At this moment, the huge eyes in the mirror and the moon suddenly turned around. When Qin Feng saw this, he was shocked. What was revealed in the mirror was clearly what had happened in the past. But he had a very strong feeling. These strange eyes were clearly looking at him.
Not good!
Tianjian Imperial Master shouted softly. And with a wave of his right hand, a stream of pure air was about to wrap around Qin Feng. However, the attack of Big Eyeball was faster. As a red light shot out from the eyeball, Qin Feng's figure disappeared in an instant, and Jinghua Shuiyu lost the support of the caster. So it naturally fell apart, and the picture no longer existed. Bai Yin was shocked.
Where did that kid go?
Master Tianjian narrowed his eyes slightly.
He should have been caught by the opponent and submerged into the rift of time and space.
Hearing this, Jinshin Siyu's face darkened. The disciple he valued died in the battle at Jinling Pass and fell into the ghost world. How could he tolerate his disciple's heirs following in the same footsteps? With his right fist clenched and his energy stirring, the entire 9 levels of prison was crumbling at this moment. He wants to use absolute power to tear apart time and space and bring Qin Feng back to the present world. However, this move was stopped by the Imperial Master Tianjian.
If you really do this, he will never be able to come back. Then what do you think we should do? This is just a backup plan left by the other party, not a real person. The matter is far from irreversible. Moreover, Qin Feng being pulled into the rift in time and space in the past may not be entirely a bad thing. Perhaps he can find some missing clues in the past, allowing us to figure out the identity of the enemy and the existence behind the ghosts and Buddhas.
Jinshin Siyu frowned.
Then he must come back alive. Don't be impatient. His destiny transcends the 3 realms, and it is impossible to die here. Moreover,
there will be someone to protect him.
At this moment, Qin Feng seemed to have fallen into a bottomless pit, and various scenes flashed around him. That is everything that has happened in the 7th level of the 9 layers prison for thousands of years. Just when he thought he was going to sink into this state forever, a huge eyeball came into view. The picture faded quickly like running water. Qin Feng came to his senses and landed firmly on the ground, surrounded by the familiar 7th floor of the 9 prisons. The difference is that the teacher and others are no longer there, and the cells that should be empty are filled with many serious criminals. There are monsters with lion heads and bodies, strangers with 3 hands on their backs, hateful-looking ghosts, and a group of ghost-faced people. And these people should have died.
Phew.
Hot air waves came from behind, and Qin Feng turned around suddenly. The giant tiger with 3 heads and 9 tails yawned and lay in the cell board. The distance between Qin Feng and it was only 1 foot, and its 6 huge tiger eyes were staring ahead. But his figure was not reflected in the pupils of these eyes. No one in the cell noticed his existence. Just when Qin Feng was confused, Senior Xian Yi in the Divine Sea sensed the strangeness of time and space, stretched out his spiritual consciousness, and said in surprise,
"Someone actually used the laws of time and space to drag you into the cracks in the past."
Qin Feng was startled and asked hurriedly,
"Senior, what does this mean?"
Xian Yi replied,
"This is a time and space in the past. Everything is destined. But you come from the future and do not belong to this time and space. So no one can observe you. And you can't change everything here. This is a crack in time and space. The gap in the past is like a box, trapping you here."
Qin Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. If this was really the case, wouldn't he be imprisoned in the past forever?
Isn't there a way to return to this world? There is a method, but it is difficult,
Xian Yi said with a solemn tone and slowly explained.
When the ancient gods and demons came to the world, there were gods and demons who were good at the laws of time and space and could cast a spell to seal people in time and space, in the gap. But the gap in time and space is not stable. So the gods and demons who cast the spell must leave behind their divinity to stabilize the gap in time and space. Just like locking a box. If you can find this lock and break it, you can leave here and return to the present world. But the crux of the matter is that the existence that can use such means is definitely not weak. Even if the real body is not here, it is not something you can easily deal with.
Having said that, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was better to have a way to leave than to be trapped in this place forever.
Then, Senior, how should I find this flaw? If my prediction is correct, it must be hidden in the time and space here. It is something that exists in the past and cannot observe you. But it can. The gods and demons who use the art of sealing back then evolve their divinity into other beings, concealing it from the outside world.
Qin Feng was thoughtful after hearing this. You don't need to think about it to know that the existence that pulled him into the space here must be the big eyeball. And the other party may also have changed his form and hidden here. So what I have to do now is to find a way to find it out. Thinking of this, Qin Feng sent a message to Xian Yi. Senior, since you said it can observe me, it will definitely react to every move I make. I will find a way to lure it out later. I hope seniors can help me carefully observe the surroundings and find out its true identity. Yes, but how are you going to do it specifically? Since the other party wants to imprison you here, they will not reveal their flaws easily. I'll try my best. Qin Feng took a deep breath and looked a little hesitant, as if he was making some kind of determination. A moment later, under Xian Yi's puzzled gaze, he danced awkwardly in the 9th level prison. The movements are exaggerated and the steps are bold, jumping from one end to the other. Even if he is sweating profusely, he never stops. After about a stick of incense, Qin Feng stopped and asked via voice transmission. Senior, have you found anything? He was answered by deathly silence. Damn it. It failed. Could that big-eyed man also have the talent of the god of cookery? Qin Feng thought in annoyance. He thought that just by dancing, he could make the other party reveal his true colors. Xian Yi, who had calmed down, asked, What is your purpose for doing this? This junior thought that by using such confusing actions, he could make it unclear and expose his flaws. But it was obvious that the junior was overthinking, and this opponent was very cautious. Xian Yi, in this case, this junior can only use the second plan. After the words fell, Qin Feng's face straightened. The energy around his body surged wildly, and even his eyes turned amber. Since seducing a flaw cannot succeed, then force it to show up on its own initiative. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately attracted Chi-Chi from the Divine Sea, who rubbed his trouser legs affectionately. Stop messing around and get to work, Chi-Chi whined, and his body instantly grew larger, revealing his fierce look. The red life-destroying thunder, like a thunder snake, wrapped around Qin Feng, and its terrifying power swept around. Qin Feng raised his right hand. Thunder arc surged and crackled. As his right hand suddenly fell, countless life-destroying thunder struck all around, and the entire space began to shake for a while. However, this is the time and space of the past. Even if the life-destroying thunder is an ancient divine thunder with the power of destruction, it cannot affect the existence of the past. The prisoners in the cage still had no reaction even if they were hit by the life-destroying lightning. Senior Xian Yi instantly understood Qin Feng's intention. Only existences that do not belong to the past time and space will be threatened by the life-destroying thunder. This is exactly Qin Feng's plan. He wants to use indiscriminate attacks to force out the incarnation with big eyes left here. The terrifying life-destroying thunder roared for about 10 breaths. Xian Yi sensed the movement and suddenly shouted in the Divine Sea. There! A ray of white light surged out of Qin Feng's body and shot toward a corner of the prison. Qin Feng stopped thundering and looked at the white light. He saw a bloated man wearing a black and red robe and a ghost face on his head, smashing the white light into pieces. This is a member of Zonqian's group. If I remember correctly, his name is Jin Yongxing, and he has a weird void transfer technique. During the battle at Jinling Pass, Zonqian and his group were trapped, and Zhulong was destroyed. After the killing, Qin Feng also had a general understanding of the situation of this group of people. No, that's not right. It's not Jin Yongxing. It's transformed into a big eyeball. Qin Feng reacted, and that was exactly what happened. After Jin Hungary's body twisted for a while, his appearance began to change. In the mirror, the huge and terrifying eye came into view. Qin Feng looked solemn and asked in the Divine Sea, Senior, do you know this thing? This object is extremely weird. I can feel that it is very powerful, but I cannot detect any aura from it. The gods and demons in the fairy world are based on the Hongming fairy energy and ancient divine energy, while the undead ghosts in the ghost world are based on the ghost energy of the netherworld. Although the human race has many traditions, they all rely on Yin energy, blood energy, and literary energy to strengthen themselves. To put it simply, no matter what kind of existence they are in the three realms, their growth can be traced to the root cause. But this monster in front of me cannot be judged by this common sense at all. Although this monster shape is different from the one that appeared in Suiyang City, it gives me a very similar feeling, which makes people very uncomfortable. Even if its strength has not reached the realm of transcendence, it is not far behind. Qin Feng looked solemn. He was not sure that he could defeat the opponent. At this moment, Big Eyeball spoke. No, rather than speaking, it was more like the voice was directly conveyed to Qin Feng's mind. There seems to be another weird aura in your body, But I couldn't foresee it when I was spying on you. Like you, who has an innate chi. He is also an existence beyond the three realms. When you were able to burst out with amazing power and kill the Candle Dragon, could the source of that power come from him? This guy discovered Senior Xian Yi in my divine sea? Wait. It's been spying on me? Is it because of the innate energy in my pupils? Could it be that the man behind leading me to Suiyang City step by step is also this weird guy? Qin Feng's heart was stirred up. But on the surface, he remained calm. The cold voice sounded again. I originally wanted your physical body and soul to turn into smoke and dust in the endless gap of time and space, and then take away the innate energy in your body. But now it seems that we have to use some other means. As he finished speaking, his big eyes glowed with scarlet luster. The red tadpole that had devoured countless powerful men appeared again and charged towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng naturally did not dare to neglect. The Hongmeng immortal chi surged in his body, and the barrier of the Haoqian mirror was instantly blocked in front of him. However, facing those weird red light tadpoles, the Haoqian mirror fell apart after just one look. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng's eyes widened. His toes tapped the ground, and his body retreated violently. The red tadpole, however, was like a gangrene attached to the bone, following closely behind. It's useless. In this time and space gap, you have nowhere to escape. Can't escape? Then don't escape. Qin Feng shouted through gritted teeth. In order to avoid the murderous intention, he seemed to be accidentally, but actually he was deliberately heading towards the center of the 7th floor prison. Seeing the red tadpole approaching, Qin Feng shouted, Shiki! Ouch! The life-destroying thunder, which was far thicker than before, fell hard in front of Qin Feng in just a moment. The red lightning arc was like a spreading flame, covering the whole space in a strange trajectory within a moment. It's too late. But it's soon. Just listen to break. The entire 7th floor prison turned into a sea of life-destroying thunder. Those weird red tadpoles disappeared in just a thousandth of an instant. There was a hint of surprise in his big eyes. Xian Yi seemed to have seen the clues and said in surprise, It's actually a formation. When did you do it? Halfway through his words, he stopped abruptly. Xian Yi realized that the awkward dance at the beginning was actually a way to cover up the formation. Qin Feng looked into his big eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Idiot! Did you really think I was dancing at first? When Xian Yi heard this, he turned his head and looked at Qin Feng. The latter hurriedly said, Ah, Senior, I'm not talking about you. Chapter 740 The Ghost Lord Appears. Naturally, Xian Yi wouldn't pay too much attention and reminded, Don't be distracted and fight the enemy with all your strength. Qin Feng looked serious. Junior understands. His big eyes looked at the rolling thunder all around, and a hint of fear flashed deep in his eyes. The life-destroying thunder is an ancient thing, with unparalleled destructive power. How can anyone turn a blind eye to the life-destroying thunder? Even though the life-destroying thunder at this moment did not reveal its sharpest fangs, its power was still frightening. Not to mention, Qin Feng used a formation to increase the power of the life-destroying thunder by several levels. I did underestimate him. Boom! Before the big-eyed man could finish his words, the Sea of Thunder set off huge waves and rushed towards it. This formation is called the Nine Heavens Thunder Sea Formation. It is an extremely powerful killing formation that consumes a lot of money on the one who sets it up. And Qin Feng used the life-destroying thunder as the base of his formation, which made his body and soul endure torture all the time. Naturally, he wanted to fight quickly. What's more, countless previous experiences have made Qin Feng understand that villains die from talking too much, and they should never force them if they can. The red thunder was like a ferocious beast, submerging the big eyes. Qin Feng did not hesitate and continued to direct the thunder to hit the opponent fiercely. The existence of the big eyeball is extremely strange, and it has incredible methods. In order to prevent it from mutating, it is natural to take advantage of its illness and kill it. However, as the thunder offensive continued, Qin Feng vaguely felt that something was wrong. His life-destroying thunder was like punching cotton, and it seemed that it did not make any waves. At this time, Xian Yi discovered something and hurriedly said, Stop! Qin Feng immediately complied, and then looked at the place where the thunder was destroyed. When Lei Hai returned to normal, Qin Feng's eyes were full of horror. The fierce and continuous offensive just now did not cause any harm to the opponent. The space around the big eyeball is like a whirlpool, swallowing up all the terrifying life-destroying thunder. How come? Xian Yi said in a deep voice. I finally understand that the methods it uses are not similar to the gods and demons that control the laws of time and space. This is the law of time and space that I saw back then. The vortex exposed around it is a crack in space, which transfers all your attacks to another time and space.
Qin Feng was shocked when he heard this.
If it is true as the senior said, wouldn't there be no chance of winning this battle?
All attacks will be deflected. So how can we fight? No matter what tricks he uses. It's all in vain. The cold and stern voice sounded in my mind again.
There is no need to waste your efforts. Your ending has already been determined, and you will spend the rest of your life in this gap in the past, until the physical body and soul melt away, until it turns into a withered skeleton. All I have to do is wait quietly for your death.
Qin Feng frowned.
Senior, how did you deal with that guy when you fought against the god and demon who controlled the laws of time and space?
Xian Yi pondered for a moment, obviously reminiscing. After a while, he said,
If I remember correctly, we used our absolute strength to shatter his laws of time and space and seriously injured him. Escaped back to the fairy world. I see.
After a pause, Qin Feng asked through a voice message.
Senior, do you think that with my strength, I have a chance to break the opponent's laws of time and space? What do you think?
Xian Yi asked. Well, I don't think it's possible. Qin Feng looked into his big eyes with a solemn expression. The powerful offensive cannot cause harm to the opponent, and the Tao that binds him cannot be broken. There is clearly no solution to this situation. But Xian Yi also heard some different information from the other party's words.
This big eyeball also has no means of attacking you, so it can only imprison you here through the seal of the space-time rift.
Qin Feng agreed.
It seems that the clone left behind by this guy has limited strength. Apart from the laws of time and space, there is only the weird red light tadpole. However, the light-destroying thunder is the nemesis of the red light tadpole, so it can't do anything to me. But if I'm stuck here all the time, it's obviously not good for me.
Qin Feng's face was ugly. Even if he entered the third-level realm, human lifespan was limited after all. What's more, his two wives are about to give birth to a baby, and he wants to witness the birth of the baby with his own eyes and hold it in his arms.
Senior, if I borrow your power, can I break its laws of time and space?
Xian Yi said in a deep voice.
The reason why Shulong was killed in the first place was because of the divine blessing and blessing of White Deer. Nowadays, without his help, the power will be greatly reduced, and it is very likely that your physical body and soul will not be able to withstand this power, leading to collapse.
This means that even if he risks his life, he may not be able to escape from this ghost place. Qin Feng frowned.
Wait a minute. It can't do anything to me for the time being, and I can't break its laws of time and space. But the Heavenly Supervisor and the God-suppressing Siyu watched me get sucked into the space-time gap. With their two methods, I believe it won't take long to rescue me.
Qin Feng's eyes lit up. However, Xian Yi's next words were like a basin of cold water, extinguishing his hope.
Unless the two of them are also good at the laws of time and space. Using violent means to crack it from the outside will only cause the space gap in this area to collapse. At that time, you will be pulled into the broken void, and your body, soul, and spirit will be shattered into pieces. Is there really nothing we can do?
Qin Feng regretted a little. When he parted with Lord Yanzhou, in addition to getting a 36-star token, he should have asked the other party for some life-saving things. Otherwise, we wouldn't be at a loss now. Oops. The formation can no longer be maintained. Qin Feng's face turned slightly pale. The Nine Heavens Thunder Sea formation had consumed a lot of energy and had almost reached his limit. But he didn't dare to stop at will. After all, the big eyes were still staring at him. The moment the formation was closed, a flaw would inevitably be revealed. He was not confident that he could use the light-destroying thunder to completely resist the opponent's sudden attack at that moment. The figure slowly retreated. He wanted to properly distance himself, and then slowly close the formation. But how can this move be concealed from the other party? A cold and stern voice sounded again.
Your chi is in chaos. It seems that maintaining this formation consumes too much energy on your part.
A red light flashed in its eyes, and the strange tadpoles reappeared, densely surrounding it, obviously with murderous intent. As expected, this olding found out. Qin Feng clenched his fists. He has decided that if there is really no other way, he will let his senior lend him his power, risking a narrow escape to fight for a hope. At this moment, a wave of fluctuation came from Qin Feng's arms. Curious, he reached into his arms and took out the source of the fluctuation. He opened his palm and saw that it was a leaf with a texture like jade. And this thing was given to him by the Ghost Master, the little lowly Buzz. Following a soft whistle, the space rippled like a lake. The leaves as dark as ink emitted a burst of black light,
and a terrible pressure suddenly descended. The big eyes sensed the threat, and the red tadpoles around him instantly gathered. Not long after, as the black light became more intense, a petite body slowly emerged. It was the Ghost Master Little Loli.
What are you doing?
Qin Feng opened his mouth and was stunned. Beings like the other party should not be able to break through the barrier between the two worlds and come to the present world. Little Loli obviously saw Qin Feng's doubts and said coldly,
This is just my illusory incarnation projected into this world with the help of ink leaves. And it consumes a lot of money on me. I just want to ask you. It has been a few days since you left the ghost world. When will the tribute you promised me be paid?
After spending a lot of money to project an illusion, it was just for those pastries and desserts. Could this guy be a complete foodie like Bai Wuxiang? Qin Feng was stunned, and suddenly realized that he was in a difficult situation at this moment. And the appearance of the other party just solved his urgent need. The Lord of the Netherworld and the Overlord of the Realm. Isn't it easy to deal with that big-eyed guy? Qin Feng said hurriedly.
Senior, I was originally planning to send you a tribute. But that monster dragged me into this space rift, and even tried to kill me. Fortunately, Senior arrived in time. Otherwise, I might have been killed. If that were the case, Junior would not be able to send you those delicious pastries and desserts in the future.
Xian Yi. Big eyes.
Oh!
Little Loli sensed the space around her, then looked at the big eyes in front of her. Her pretty little face darkened.
No wonder the space here is chaotic. It turns out to be the magic of the law of time and space. You guys, the ghost has disturbed the Netherworld and the ghost realm. And now it has taken action against this world.
His big eyes showed deep fear. In the past, the Ghost Lord of the Netherworld and the Ghost Realm could be compared with the Emperor of the Immortal Realm and the Buddha of the Western regions. Even if the current Ghost Master is reincarnated and is far less powerful than before, it is still more than enough to deal with one of its clones. Qin Feng also saw the other party's fear and was extremely happy. It was really a bright future with twists and turns.
Senior, this guy just yelled at me, saying that after destroying this world, he would go to the ghost world and turn it upside down. It doesn't take you seriously at all. Now is your chance to kill it directly.
Although the big eyeball was afraid of the Ghost Master, it quickly reacted, and a plain voice sounded out of thin air.
You have used the object of support to bear the suppression of the laws of this world and project the phantom incarnation. This has consumed too much of your energy. The strength that your illusory incarnation can display at this moment is probably less than 1/10,000th of your real strength. If you want to destroy the time and space principles of my clone, relying on this little strength is not enough. Oh, stop being alarmist.
Qin Feng, who had a backer, spoke with incomparable toughness. Seeing this, Xian Yi in the Divine Sea held his forehead helplessly and shook his head. However, what Little Loli said next made Qin Feng's heart suddenly feel cold.
It's right. The laws of heaven and earth here suppress me too much. My phantom incarnation can't even exist for long, let alone the power it exerts.
While speaking, Qin Feng could clearly feel that the Little Loli's body was a little more insubstantial than before.
Isn't there some way?
The Little Loli shook her head. The black light of Mo Yi gradually dimmed, and his body also continued to fade. The hope in Qin Feng's heart continued to disappear as the Ghost Lord dissipated. But at the last moment, when the Little Lolita's transformation disappeared, Qin Feng heard her voice transmission.
You have the means to connect the yin and yang worlds, and you can open the crack between the two worlds. And I can use the space crack in the ghost world to drag the opponent directly into it. Remember, you two have to be close enough to succeed.
When Qin Feng heard this, he held the ink leaf tightly in his hand and looked into his big eyes solemnly. There was a hint of joking in the latter's eyes.
It's a pity that the Ghost Lord can't save your life. And how long can you last with this thunder formation? The moment the thunder array disappears, I will seriously injure you, devour your body bit by bit, and let you watch with your own eyes the innate energy in your body being taken away by me.
While speaking, the red tadpoles around him opened their mouths, revealing their sharp fangs, which made people shudder.
How about it? Do you need me to lend you my power to gain a chance of survival?
Xian Yi asked in a deep voice.
No, I have a solution.
Qin Feng let out a breath and waved. Chi-Chi's figure instantly shrank and landed on his shoulder, gritting at his big eyes. At the same time, the entire sea of thunder seemed to be boiling, with arcs of lightning surging. With my remaining strength, I can maintain the formation for 10 breaths at most. And there is only one chance. Qin Feng's face was solemn, and his fists were clenched.
A fight to the death? It's useless.
A disdainful voice with big eyes sounded in Qin Feng's mind. The vortex of space once again wrapped around it, making it watertight.
In this moment of lightning and flint, Qin Feng took action. The rolling thunder coiled around him like a dragon, rushing towards the big eyeball. With a wave of his right hand, the thunder dragon roared, swallowing up all the red tadpoles. And the more violent thunder rushed towards the opponent's location. It's like the sky is falling, but in front of the space vortex of the law of time and space. These thunderbolts cannot pose any threat to the big eyeball.
It's just a struggle before death.
A cold voice sounded, showing the disdain of his big eyes. Qin Feng smiled slightly when he heard this.
Really?
The distance between the two at this moment is less than 10 feet. Holding the ink leaf tightly in his hand, Bai Sushi unfolded the means to connect the yin and yang worlds. Emerald green thunder crackled, the space trembled, and a far more terrifying pressure than before came again.
This is?
The giant pupils were full of horror. In the emerald green space, the rich ghostly aura swept out and turned into a giant black hand, holding the big eyeball tightly. The space vortex surrounding it fell into pieces after just one encounter. That black hand was like a chain, dragging the big eyeball into the ghost world. No matter how hard the latter struggled, it was to no avail. The difference in strength between the two is like the world between them. Seeing that he was helpless, his big eyes calmed down.
It's just a broken place. It is surviving with the help of the power of God. It has awakened. This world will eventually be eaten away by him little by little until there is no trace left.
When the words fell, there was only a bang. Black hand submerged into the ghost world again, and the aura of Big Eyeball completely disappeared. The surrounding scenery began to change, and the scene Qin Feng saw in the mirror. Flowers and water appeared again. Big eyes appear, and the bloody killing begins. But the conversation between it and the ghosts and Buddhas was still not clear. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly noticed that under Jin Yunqing's wide black and red robe, a figure escaped into the void and disappeared. Chapter 741 This Little Bastard. Wow. The scenery faded away in a hurry like running water, and a heart-wrenching squeaking sound sounded in the ears, which continued intermittently, making people feel upset. Click. Click. That was the sound of something breaking. The void was distorted, and Qin Feng felt as if he had fallen into the deep sea, his body constantly rising and falling.
Qin Feng!
A soft drink sounded. Qin Feng suddenly came back to his senses and looked around again. All three Tianjin Imperial Masters were there, with worried looks on their faces. Bai Yin breathed a sigh of relief.
It'll be nice to come back. What happened just now?
After some narration, Bai Yin frowned and said,
The laws of time and space are actually such weird tricks.
Qin Feng nodded.
If the Ghost Master hadn't appeared in time, this junior would definitely not be able to escape safely from the space crack. It's just a pity that even if I am drawn into the past time and space, I still can't hear clearly what it said to the ghosts and Buddhas. But there is a clue that I have never seen in Mirror Flowers and Water Moon. Before Jin Yun, who was originally imprisoned, was about to die, there seemed to be a figure in his body escaping into the void. And what the monster said before being dragged into the ghost world by the Ghost Master.
Something has awakened and will eat up this whole world. Qin Feng felt that this was just the other party's scaremongering. Just like before a villain is defeated, he always leaves some harsh words, such as,
I will come back again,
and so on. Nothing to worry about at all. However, the three Tianjin Imperial Masters frowned slightly. It was obvious that they did not feel that these words were just words.
Could it be true?
Qin Feng asked tentatively. Imperial Master Tianjin did not answer, but turned his head and looked at Bai Yin.
What is the situation in the Southern Extreme Realm now? You might as well tell me.
Bai Yin nodded slightly, with a solemn expression, and then told the truth about what he had been guarding the Southern Territory for half a year. What he had seen and heard. This world really has a boundary, and the dark abyss is like a chasm blocking the end of the earth. Nothing can reach that place. Not even the wind can blow it there. The chasm can't be seen to the end, and I don't know where it extends. At a glance, beyond the boundary, darkness envelopes the world. It was like a dark curtain came down, blocking the view.
I once wanted to explore what was inside the abyss, but there seemed to be an invisible force blocking me out, like an invisible barrier. Even if I use what I have learned throughout my life and want to use my sword energy to cut a wave, it still won't help.
Qin Feng was shocked when he heard this. Sword Emperor Bai Yin, who was already famous for his swordsmanship, had already mastered the art of swordsmanship. In addition, at this moment, he has reached the peak level of the second level. Even if he is known as the best sword in the world, it is no exaggeration. But even so, Senior Bai Yin's sword energy is still unable to cut into the abyss? What exactly is that place? Bai Yin recalled again.
The darkness blocked the sky and was impossible to see through. But by chance, I heard something behind the black curtain. It was like thunder or the sound of the earth breaking. A burst of white light lit up behind the black curtain, and a huge Buddha head appeared with a scowl on its face. But it was not looking at me, but at something behind the black curtain. Buddha head.
Qin Feng murmured to himself. At this time, he suddenly noticed that there was a trace of thinking in the eyes of Tianjin Imperial Master and Jinchen Siyu.
The teacher and the god-suppressing Siyu did not show any surprise at what Senior Bai Yin said. Perhaps they already knew what was going on outside the Four Realms.
In fact, when Tianjin Imperial Master asked Bai Yin to guard the Southern Territory, it was not because he wanted to know this.
But, does your return this time indicate that the abyss of the Extreme Realm is approaching Dakian's territory?
Bai Yin nodded solemnly.
According to your original instructions, I will leave a sword mark every 10 feet away from the abyss. For more than half a year, every once in a while, a sword mark would be swallowed by the abyss.
And before I left, the abyss approached nearly 100 feet away. Can the abyss move? Could it be the migration of underground plates caused by earthquakes?
Qin Feng thought. If placed in the previous life, this seemed to be a reasonable explanation. But in this world of gods and ghosts, the truth of the matter is obviously not that simple. Qin Feng thought of what the big-eyed clone said before his destruction, and a bold and absurd idea took shape in his mind.
It is impossible that the existence that the other party said was shielded by the laws of heaven and earth is the endless abyss outside the Four Realms. He couldn't imagine any monster that could swallow up the entire world. After hearing Bai Yin's words, Master Tianjin closed his eyes slightly, and after a long time, he exhaled and said,
I understand. Teacher, what is the abyss?
Qin Feng couldn't restrain his curiosity and wanted to ask, but he was interrupted by the Tianjin Imperial Master.
Do you have the longevity lock on you?
Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded.
A dragon and a phoenix will suffer calamity at birth, and the longevity lock hung on them can offset this calamity. Something unexpected happened just now, so you must be tired too. Go back early to accompany your wife at home.
Tianjin Guisher said calmly. Obviously, he was deliberately avoiding this question. Qin Feng heard the implication, and naturally couldn't continue to ask questions, so he bowed and left. At this moment, Tianjin Imperial Master thought of something and said again,
the name of Emperor One and the Holy Immortal has too much karma, and it is not something you, a third-level person, can bear. You should retake the name of 36 stars.
Think about it.
As soon as these words came out, Jinchen Siyu and Bai Yin looked at each other. The latter looked strange. The meaning behind the names of the 36 stars and the 12 divine generals is naturally not a secret to people like him. But he didn't expect that this boy would be so loud and would take such a name right away. The most important thing is that the Imperial Master Tianjin is not dead yet. You are a young boy who claims to be Emperor One. But do you take the Imperial Master Tianjin seriously? As for the Holy Immortal, it's okay not to mention such a crazy and boundless title.
Quite ambitious,
Jinchen Siyu said with a smile. I don't know if this compliment is more sincere or more joking. Stop. Stop talking. Qin Feng's face turned red with embarrassment, and he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. Every minute and every second he spent here seemed to be torture for him.
I have to go back and make soup for the two ladies at home, so I'll take my leave first.
After saying this, Qin Feng hurriedly ran away towards the way he came. The dark 8th floor of the 9 layers of prison suddenly lit up with white light. The old man, who was imprisoned by countless chains, slowly raised his head, revealing a face that was exactly the same as the Tianjin Imperial Master.
Why are you free today, and you want to come here to see me? Why ask even though you know it?
Tianjin Imperial Master said calmly.
In the 7th floor prison. Number 2 Wuming should be dead. Right? I had observed his fate back then, and it was like a candle in the wind that would be extinguished at any time. Not long ago, I could no longer sense his life fire aura.
The old man's face showed neither joy nor sadness. He was just stating a fact. Although they were once teammates, they were just brought together for their own interests. There was not much affection for each other at all. The Imperial Master Tianjin did not hide anything and told the truth about what happened on the 7th floor. The old man frowned. He originally thought that the nameless death was due to some variables, but he didn't expect that every existence on the 7th level would be killed. A strange existence could actually carry out a killing spree in the 9th level prison in front of the eyes of the god-suppressing Siyu and the heavenly supervisor? The enemies that this world has to face have never been limited to the gods and demons in the immortal world. And he already knows this. Although he and Master Tianjian chose two completely different paths at the beginning, their purpose was the same, which was to find a glimmer of hope for this precarious world. But now, the huge danger is approaching step by step. Unblock me, the old man said. This is not a prayer or a discussion, just a simple word. Upon hearing this, Master Tianjian waved his right hand, and a white light swept over the old man's body, and countless chains and seals instantly shattered. The old man took out a few candles from his arms and said, "When I was with these people, I took a trace of their life fire and made it into a soul-inducing lamp. People are there when the lamp is there, and people die when the lamp is dark. Jin Yunxing, Wuming and Gifo's soul-inducing lamps are these three. These three soul-inducing lamps have different appearances. One of them has been completely extinguished. That is nameless. And one of them still has a faint flame floating. That is Jin Yunxing's. As for the last one, the candle actually shone with a dark and ominous light. This is the soul-inducing lamp of ghosts and Buddhas. Li Daitao's trick of replacing the spirit is quite extraordinary." The old man chuckled. He pushed out Jin Yunxing's soul-inducing lamp and said slowly, "This man can be considered a genius. He has understood a trace of the laws of all things since he was born, and is quite close to the power of heaven and earth. If you give him enough time, he will be able to enter the realm of transcendence. However, at the wrong time, he was bumped into by the remnant soul of the ancient ferocious beast Tao Tai, and his soul and 4 souls were devoured. And he and Tao Tai symbiotically formed a body in an alternative way. When humans lose part of their souls, they will naturally become crazy, coupled with the inherent characteristics of gluttons. Therefore, Jin in hungry is like a child's mind, always entangled with hunger. For him, death may not be a relief." After a pause, the old man spoke again. "You came here to find me because you want to find the whereabouts of Taotia's remnant soul?" Master Tianjian nodded slightly. Big Eyeball used its methods to block the conversation, and even left a backup plan to counter Qin Feng's mirror flower, Water Moon, which meant that it must have left some important information in its conversation with the ghosts and Buddhas. To take a step back, even this information is irrelevant. Taotia's remnant soul had faced those strange existences head-on. With its unique sense of danger, it might be possible to figure out what those monsters were. Jin Yun died of hunger, but the soul-inducing lamp did not go out. This can only mean that the candle illuminated was the remnant soul of Tao Tai. If you take this thing away and look for its breath, you should be able to find where it is." After the old man said this, he said no more. After Tianjian Imperial Master put away the soul-inducing lamp, he asked aloud, "Are you really not going out? For me, what difference does it make where I am? If you are willing, just come here and play a few games of chess with me in your spare time. The two of us have been fighting for thousands of years, and there is still no winner on the chessboard." The Imperial Master Tianjian didn't respond, turned around and walked away. I heard the old man behind me shout again, "The law of destiny is a double-edged sword. You have endured the backlash of destiny for thousands of years, and there will eventually be a time when your oil will run out." Qin Feng, who returned to the Qin mansion, activated his spiritual consciousness to enter the Divine Sea. Chi-Chi has unlimited energy and runs happily. Baisu on the other side was lying on the ground, sticking out his tongue, looking like he was being squeezed dry. Opening the passage between the Yin and Yang worlds originally consumes a lot of money. In addition, the Ghost Master exerts his power in the narrow space passage, forcibly blocks it, and drags the Big Eyeball into the Ghost world. The impact is even greater. It caused quite a blow. It is reasonable for him to become like this dying person. Qin Feng held the little guy in his arms, gently stroked the buds on its head, and said apologetically, "Thank you for your hard work." Baisu nuzzled into Qin Feng's arms, showing an expression of enjoyment, and his fatigue seemed to be gone. At this time, Qin Feng spoke again. "I still need your help to open the passage between Yin and Yang again. I have to give a gift to the Ghost Lord." When Baisu heard this, his little eyes widened and his whole body slumped down, as the channel formed by the emerald green thunder lighted up again. Qin Feng took out all the pastries and desserts in the Shimi ring. Relationships need to be maintained. If the Ghost Lord saves his life, he will naturally return the favor. Holding the black leaf jade piece tightly in her hand, the space channel was also formed not far from the little lowly. Qin Feng said respectfully to the space passage, "Master Ghost Lord, this small tribute is not respectful, so I hope you will accept it." The little lowly responded with satisfaction, and at the same time, she injected a wisp of silver-white chi into the space channel. What is this? Qin Feng asked curiously, looking at the mysterious energy above his head. That guy's clone has been swallowed by me. But the remaining divinity of time and space in his body is of no use to me. So I gave it to you. After imagining the appearance of those big eyes, Qin Feng felt nauseated. If you eat that thing, you won't be afraid of spoiling your stomach. This ghost master is really not taboo. Could it be that he is also possessed by Mr. Bei? However, this ray of divinity is of great use to him. Senior Xian Yi once said that if he wanted to strengthen the Yin and Yang Dao and enhance the strength of Qi Qi and Bai Su, swallowing the divine Dao would be the fastest and most effective way. Method. Qin Feng was not pretentious and said immediately, "This thing is of great use to me. Thank you for the gift. Well, remember to send the tribute in time next time." "No problem. I'll take care of it," Qin Feng assured. At this moment, a charming voice came from the other end of the space passage. "Brother Qin Feng, since the passage has been opened, why don't you give me 2 more immortal drunkens? The taste of that thing really makes my sister linger." The voice came from Meng Shuang, and Qin Feng said happily, "Then will Sister Meng still use Ming Jing in exchange for me?" The role of the underworld crystal is a priceless treasure for the 100 ghost Taoists, as can be seen from Deng Moses Heng. Naturally, the more of this kind of treasure, the better. But Meng Shuang on the other side said, "Even I don't have many things like Ming Jing. What's more, considering the relationship between the two of us, wouldn't it seem a bit crude to say this?" "Huh? Sister Ming, what did you just say? This space channel seems to be unsustainable," Qin Feng said while giving Bai Su a crazy wink. When the latter reacted, the buds above his head emitted a burst of green light, and the passage disappeared instantly. "You still want to prostitute me for free?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. How could someone as smart as him suffer such a loss? On the other side, when Meng Shuang saw the passage disappear, she was stunned for a moment, then gritted her silver teeth and said, "This little bastard." Chapter 742. The baby is born. 3 days passed by in a hurry. In the courtyard of the Qin mansion, Qin Feng took a breath and opened his eyes. The Ghost Lord gave him the divinity of the Tao of time and space left by the big eyeball. In the past few days, he did not waste time. While practicing, he let the 2 little guys Qi Qi and Bai Su devour the perfect Tao of Yin and Yang. It has to be said that the divinity of the time and space path is much more powerful than the dream path left by the night-wandering god. After Yin Yang Dao absorbed this ray of divinity, it became almost 1/3 stronger, while Qi Qi and Bai Su also ate their fill at once. The shapes of the 2 little guys also began to change. Qi Qi's size was obviously much larger than before. Even the life-destroying thunder wrapped around him was like a beast showing its fangs for the first time. And the pressure was incomparable. As for Bai Su, his body shape has not changed much. He still looks cute, but the buds on his head have begun to grow and are a few centimeters taller than before. Presumably after they completely devour the Yin and Yang Dao, their respective abilities will be greatly strengthened. According to what Senior Xian Yi said, at that time, I might be able to use their power to feed back and hit the 2nd level realm. It's just a pity that although there are so many types of Taoism and divinity in the Divine Sea, I can't integrate them into myself. Otherwise, if one understands all these principles, not to mention reaching the 2nd level, even if one steps into the realm of transcendence, it will only be a matter of time." Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. His mood at the moment was as if he knew that there was a huge oil field under his feet. But because of his limited ability, he could only extract a shallow layer. Itchy but helpless. Shaking his head, he stopped worrying and walked towards the lobby. In the lobby, all the female relatives of the family were there, and the 2 ladies were about to give birth. As someone who had been there before, it could be said that the 2nd lady stayed close to each other, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Xinyo's mother-in-law would come here when she had something to do, and she would greet Lu Jianli and tell her what to pay attention to. As for Song Filan's Aunt Song Mu, she also left and returned not long ago. But for some reason, Qin Feng always seemed to see a trace of worry in her eyes. Of course, besides them, there is another person who must come every day and stay there for most of the day. Pregnant women often have little appetite. This is the lychee I brought specially from the palace. You 2 sisters may wish to try it. It may help you to whet your appetite and promote fluid production. The weather is getting colder, so you 2 sisters should be careful not to catch cold. These 2 robes are the latest ones from Yuxiafeng. I specially asked them to increase the size a little, so they should be just right for you. By the way, this is the prescription I asked the imperial doctor to prepare. It has the effect of calming the fetus and nourishing the mind. Take it once in the morning and evening every day. The effect should be very good. That Qing'er. Could you please go and boil this medicine?
Wearing a light-colored long skirt, Yun, who was elegant, asked with a smile.
Okay. I'll go right away.
Qing'er took the medicine and hurried out of the lobby. She probably didn't realize it, and it seemed natural to follow Yun's orders. Why does this guy look more like the mistress of the family than my two ladies? Qin Feng couldn't help but think of this with a slight twitch in his mouth.
As a princess, it's not appropriate for you to come to my house every 2 days. Isn't it?
Yun glanced lightly and said confidently.
My aunt and I hit it off immediately, and we had a great conversation with my two sisters. What's wrong with visiting a friend's house? What's more, the two sisters are pregnant, so I can come over to take care of them and share some experiences. Experience?
Qin Feng smiled.
You seem to have a deep understanding of what you said.
Hearing this, Yun's eyes flashed with a trace of shame and annoyance. How could a young girl like her experience pregnancy? What I just said are nothing more than superficial theories gained from asking my mother and consulting the imperial doctor. At this moment, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky above the Qin mansion, and the sky suddenly darkened. Lu Jianli and Song Filan also covered their abdomens and stroked them gently. Everyone in the lobby was already used to the scene. Yun said with envy.
I heard from the teacher that extraordinary talents will be born with strange phenomena when they come into the world. The fetuses in the two sisters' wombs can often cause such strange phenomena before they even hit the ground. This shows that their talents are powerful. How amazing!
Lu Jianli and Lu Jianli both had smiles in their eyes when they heard this. Mothers naturally want their children to be different.
Can I touch it?
Yun asked cautiously. Lu Jianli nodded slightly. Yun breathed a sigh of relief excitedly, and slowly placed his palm on the other person's abdomen, which was warm and soft. She clearly felt the rhythmic beating of a living life in it, and she couldn't help but be moved by it. The birth of life is a great miracle no matter what era it is placed in. Not to mention that she is also a woman. So at this moment, there is an illusion that everyone feels the same. Qin Feng, who was smiling and about to say something, suddenly frowned. He seemed to feel something and turned his head to look out the window. The sky is getting darker and darker. Billowing dark clouds are gathering, and the low air pressure makes people's chests feel clogged and breathless. If it had been in the past, the vision should have passed long ago. But today it has persisted for a long time. Everyone in Fengtian City felt something strange, and looked up at the sky in surprise.
It's strange. It was a sunny day just now. Why did it suddenly become like this? My chest feels uncomfortable. Are you afraid it's going to rain heavily? What are you still doing? Go back and pack your clothes.
Boom! The dragon-like thunder tore open the sky, illuminating the entire world in an instant. The sudden huge roar shocked many people, and they thought it was the Lord Thunder getting angry, and the power of God descending into the world.
Yeah!
In the lobby, Yun panicked. Her face turned pale with fear, just because Lu Jianli's face suddenly turned extremely pale. Large beads of sweat fell from his forehead. Not only that, there was also an inexplicable puddle of water under her abdomen.
I just stroked it a few more times. I didn't expect it to happen like this.
Yun was so anxious that she was incoherent, without any relevant knowledge. She only thought that this phenomenon was caused by her careless hands and feet. At the same time, Song Filan on the side also had the same reaction.
How? How could this happen?
Yun trembled.
Miss Song, are you okay?
Lan Ningxuang asked anxiously. When Aaron Yang and Xin You's mother-in-law saw this, they immediately reacted.
The amniotic water has broken and the baby is about to be born. Ningxuang, hurry up and fetch Grandma Lu. Oh? Okay.
Lan Ningxuang responded hurriedly. Song Mu on the side heard this and frowned slightly.
You are too slow. I will take you there.
Saying this, without waiting for Lan Ningxuang to react, she picked it up in her hand and turned it into a rainbow light, flying towards the sky.
Brother, look at the sky.
Qin stood outside the lobby, looking up at the sky. Over the huge Fengtian city, the thunder dragon roared and the sea of thunder boiled. Suddenly a bolt of thunder fell, and its target was the Qin mansion. When Aaron Yang saw this, she couldn't help but let out a scream. Qin frowned. With quick eyes and quick hands, he slashed the sky with his sword. The thunder dragon with its teeth and claws spread out, but it disappeared into thin air after just one encounter. However, this was just the beginning. More thunder condensed over the Qin mansion, ready to go. This posture is no less impressive than the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth.
Are these two little guys about to be born? How could they make such a big noise?
Beside the Juka River, the god-suppressing sea murmured in a low voice. On the roof of Howin Academy's climbing tower, Shinli looked at the vast sea of thunder with a worried look on his face.
He has been able to trigger such power even before he was born.
Sun Chi on the side said,
Do you want to take action to help my junior brother block this disaster?
The others didn't say much after hearing this, but judging from the expressions on their faces, it was obvious that they agreed with the suggestion. However, the Imperial Master Tian Jin shook his head and stopped everyone's thoughts.
Qin Feng can handle this disaster by himself, and he will not want others to interfere at will. Why is this?
Su Lixian asked, puzzled. Sun Chi thought thoughtfully and said clearly,
When the third junior brother becomes a father, you will be able to understand the truth.
As a father, he naturally has to bear the calamity of his children on his own. The sea of thunder continued to gather, and the sky became darker and darker. Deep in the oppressive clouds, there seemed to be some ferocious beasts watching over there. The continuous thunderbolts were continuously chopped into pieces by Qinen. But this was just a drop in the bucket for the many thunder dragons that were about to fall in the sky. Song Mu and his party came back, and the old grandmother of the Lu family had her gray hair scattered and a look of fear on her face. Unless there were too many cars driving by, the average old woman might not be able to withstand such speed. After landing, Grandma Lu patted her chest to calm her pounding heart. She raised her head and glanced at Lei Hai, and the wrinkles on her face were squeezed together. But she did not waste time, but hurriedly stepped into the lobby, confirmed the situation of Lu Jinli and Song Filan at the moment, and then issued a series of instructions.
The location can't be moved. I gave birth here. Who can bring 2 sets of quilts and spread them on the table? Held the 2 of them up. Face up. Ning Shuang, come over and give me a hand. All men left the lobby, closed the doors and windows, and did not let the noise outside affect them. Light more candles and brighten the lobby.
Everyone accepted the instructions and began to get busy. Xinyo's mother-in-law asked anxiously,
Aunt Lu, what do I need to do?
Grandma Lu glanced at her and said without thinking,
Madam, just stay aside quietly.
Don't be a disservice. Lu Jinli and Song Filan looked pale. The energy in their bodies was being frantically demanded by the fetus in their belly. They were extremely weak at the moment, and cold sweat continued to fall from their foreheads. The tremendous pain caused by childbirth made the 2 extremely strong people tremble uncontrollably. When Xinyo's mother-in-law and Song Mu saw this, they held their hands tightly with distressed expressions on their faces.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
Grandma Lu whispered softly while delivering the baby. Despite his old body, his hands are extremely steady. The atmosphere in the lobby was extremely tense, and the atmosphere outside the lobby was not optimistic either. As the delivery progressed, Tianwei became even more powerful. Countless thunder dragons roamed over the Qin mansion, seemingly choosing the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. Blindly defending will only lead to passivity. Qin gritted his teeth and planned to go up to the sky, but was blocked by someone pressing his shoulder. Looking back, it was Qin Feng.
Brother? Qin Mansion leaves it to you. Is there any problem?
Qin Feng asked seriously. Hearing this, Qin looked firm.
Brother, don't worry. As long as I am here, I will never let the Qin Mansion be harmed. Good.
The thunderous righteous energy merged into the soles of his feet, and Qin Feng instantly rose into the air and flew high into the sky. The surrounding thunder dragons roared ferociously, surrounding him with their horns. Qin Feng glanced around and at the sea of thunder that was gathering above his head. With a gloomy expression, boom! Another thunder streaked across the sky, and the panicked people of Fengtian City suddenly discovered that a figure was standing in the sky under the dark clouds. After taking a closer look, one person said in surprise,
Look! It's Master Qin! I feel that this change in the weather is strange. Could it be that Master Qin is going to overcome another disaster and enter a higher realm? No way. Half a year ago, during the Zenlingwen battle, Master Qin just stepped into the 3rd rank. Will he be promoted to the 2nd rank so soon?
The power of the Candle Dragon in the southern region caused turmoil in the world, and the tragic battle at Jinling Pass was naturally known to everyone. Although Qin Feng's killing of Zhulong was concealed, many people knew about entering the 3rd level.
Master Qin is so talented that he has risen to a great level in half a year. Is it any wonder? Who among ordinary people can bring about the heavenly catastrophe at the 4th level? It makes sense.
While everyone was still guessing, Qin Feng looked at the endless thunder sea and said lightly,
I will be here today to see who dares to fall.
Use mortal power to challenge the power of God. When the people heard this, their blood boiled. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, countless thunder dragons around him rushed towards Qin Feng, seriously not giving him any face. Thunder continued, and terrifying air waves swept across all directions. Where the thunder converged, a dazzling purple light burst out, obscuring the vision.
Brother!
Qin called anxiously. Then, there was a burst of white light, and all the gathered thunder collapsed. Qin Feng practices thunder righteousness, and thunder with this power does not pose any threat to him at all. He just put down his harsh words, and was slapped in the face by Tian Wei, which made him feel a little embarrassed. The thunder dragon regrouped, and was ready to go. Qin Feng was so angry that he said the same words as before. But this time, the thunder in the sky was like a small beast frightened by a ferocious beast, and did not dare to show any fangs. The people in Fengtian City have never seen such a scene before. A person stands high in the sky, facing the endless power of heaven, but he remains unmoved. The vast sea of thunder was so frightened by one person that it did not dare to strike even a single point. What a shocking picture is this! Of course, the thunder in the sky was not frightened by Qin Feng, but was frightened by the grinning Qi beside him, and did not dare to move. The ancient life-destroying thunder can be said to be the master of all thunders. Just like the beasts must restrain their power when they see a tiger, the same goes for the thunderbolt when it sees the life-destroying thunder. Qin Feng is just a fox pretending to be a tiger.
Brother, this is really amazing!
The second brother, who didn't know the truth, expressed his admiration. At this moment, 2 golden lights shot into the sky from the lobby. After a while, the baby's powerful cry came out. Chapter 743, the patron saint of Fengtian City. A child is born. The moment Qin Feng heard the cry, he suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the lobby. Joy and excitement instantly overflowed my chest. As a father, he naturally wanted to hug his child in person as soon as possible. But in an instant, he fell back outside the lobby again. Qi sensed Qin Feng's mood, and his body suddenly grew stronger, becoming as big as a mountain. It raised its head and roared towards the sea of thunder. The red life-destroying thunder was like a towering pillar, enveloping the entire Qin mansion. That ferocious Lei Hai was so frightened that he did not dare to move. Just as the baby was born, those 2 golden lights rushed into the sky, and something seemed to be awakened in the deepest part of the dark clouds, in the 8 wastelands of heaven and earth. Above the sky, many beings were awakened, and they were all attracted and gathered towards Fengtian City. The door to the lobby opened and Qin Feng hurriedly entered. Grandma Lu wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a smile,
Congratulations! It's a son and a daughter.
I know. Qin Feng said gratefully.
Thank you for your hard work, Grandma.
He turned his head and looked towards the middle of the hall. The 2 ladies were still lying on the table, their faces extremely pale. They each held their children and smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Strangely enough, when the 2 children were held in their hands, they stopped crying. Their little hands moved. Their mouths were slightly open, and their big eyes were quite lively. Qin Feng slowly approached, and he seemed to be able to hear his own heartbeat. Bang bang. Bang bang.
Miss Sir!
Lu Jianli and Song Filan said in unison. Qin Feng's eyes couldn't help but turn red when he saw the weakness of the 2 ladies, feeling extremely distressed. Although he cannot empathize with the pain of giving birth, he can understand how difficult it is. What's more, in ancient times when medical technology was not developed, even though the 2 ladies were not ordinary people, it was also an extremely painful thing. He didn't say much. He just came closer and held their catkins tightly in his hands to express his mood at the moment. The tenderness and sweetness are all unspoken.
Miss Sir, please hug the child.
Lu Jianli's red lips parted slightly, and Song Filan on the side also nodded slightly. Qin Feng nodded, then looked at the 2 children. Lu Jianli gave birth to a little boy with big eyes, a plump face, and smooth and tender skin like jade and porcelain. He opened his hands towards Qin Feng and opened and closed his mouth, as if calling the latter to hug him. Song Filan gave birth to a little girl with beautiful blue eyes, like her mother, pink skin, silver scales the size of fingernails on both sides of her cheeks shining brightly, and a dragon horn like the tip of her little finger next to her forehead. She is like an ingenious work of art, so refreshing that people love her. Qin Feng held one in his left and right hands, and tears fell unconsciously. It turns out that this is how I feel when I become a father. I am happy and excited, but at the same time, I feel a sense of responsibility. He held the 2 children carefully in his arms, as if he were protecting the most precious treasures in the world. Everyone on the side showed happy expressions when they saw this scene, especially Yin and Lan Ningxuang. Their eyes still reveal deep yearning and envy. Yeah! The two babies screamed and waved their little hands towards the sky. A corner of the dark cloud was peeled away, and the dazzling golden light fell, revealing lotus flowers blooming in midair. The golden light ignored Lei Hai, and under the curious eyes of Chi-Chi and the surprised eyes of the people of Fengtian City, it sprinkled towards the lobby of the Qin mansion.
Strong vitality. Pure ancient divine breath.
Jinchen raised his eyebrows.
It's a good seedling. Blessings from heaven and earth.
Howin Academy climbed to the top of the sky tower, and the Tianjian Imperial Master stroked his beard with a smile on his face. Blessed by God, you are born to be different. The energy around the two little babies began to rise at this moment. In the lobby, the turbulent Qi machine set off strong winds, causing the candles to flicker. The little boy caught a glimpse of Lan Ningxuang's sword box placed next to the pillar. He clenched and loosened it with his young hands. The sword box suddenly opened, and two divine swords flew out at the same time, hovering above the little boy's head. A laughter like silver bells came from the little boy's mouth.
"For this."
The second mother was shocked when she saw this scene. Lan Ningxuang on the side also widened her beautiful eyes. She said in disbelief,
"When the young lady was young, she also resonated with the swords in the house. It was her innate sword heart and supreme swordsmanship talent. But look at this young master. His talent seems to be even more amazing than that of the young lady."
As soon as he was born, he could activate two divine swords, so he was naturally gifted. Qin Feng said proudly and jokingly,
"It seems that this little guy is destined to be a martial artist. Then I can only teach Yaya my skills as a scholar." "Yaya?"
Everyone in the lobby was puzzled.
"The nickname I just gave her is easy to remember and easy to support."
Qin Feng glanced at the daughter and said proudly. As a result, he was instantly opposed by everyone.
"For I'm afraid this is not appropriate,"
Ernyan said politely.
"Brother, let's change to another one."
Lan Ningxuang also looked embarrassed.
"I don't agree,"
Song Mu said firmly.
"What's the point of not agreeing? As long as my wife, and this little guy like it, that's enough." "You say so, madam."
Qin Feng looked sideways. Song Filan didn't say anything more and turned away her face. It was obvious that she was not satisfied with the name either. "Yeah." At this time, the little baby girl screamed again. Qin Feng smiled and said,
"Look, she liked it very much and even repeated it."
As soon as he finished speaking, the little baby girl's belly lit up with golden light, and within a moment, a thunderbolt as thick as a thumb appeared out of thin air and landed in front of Qin Feng's toes. The floor tiles were suddenly scorched black. This is the baby girl's own way of rejecting the name. The whole place was silent for a moment. Song Mu's light blue pupils widened. That golden light is naturally a dragon bead unique to the Songlong lineage. As for this thunder, she has the power to summon thunder since she was born. No one can imagine what achievements she will achieve in the future. Qin Feng opened his mouth, and then used his double pupil power to look at the two little guys. How does the aura in the two bodies look like that of a newborn baby? Instead, he looks like a master who has been practicing for a long time. If we were to compare them with the human race's orthodoxy, I am afraid that the energy of the two little guys could compete with that of a 6th grade martial artist.
"Born at level 6,
Qin Feng said in surprise. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The two little guys were so powerful when they were born, which put a lot of pressure on me as a father. The most important thing is that they are still young and have no idea how to control their own power. How can ordinary people bring them up? Qin Feng thoughtfully. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise was heard outside the lobby. Everyone looked for the sound and saw a red unicorn smashing into the outer wall of the Qin mansion, and the thunder arc around it gradually dimmed. Chi-Chi glanced at Qin Feng, then let out a cry and disappeared. Its power has been dispersed by the terrifying existence, and naturally it can only be submerged into Qin Feng's divine sea again to recuperate. Looking at the sky, there is a ferocious giant hand covered with rocks, with black air lingering on the surface, and the space becomes a little distorted under the black air. Obviously the guy who attacked Chi-Chi was the owner of that giant hand.
"Vitality. Unparalleled vitality. Pure ancient divine breath. It was caused by those two human cubs. If I can swallow them,
my injuries can definitely be repaired."
High in the sky, deep in the dark clouds, thick and cold voices echoed one after another. The people in Fengtian City felt as if a huge mountain was weighing on their hearts. To them, the existence deep in the dark clouds was a god. And these terrifying existences are all aimed at these two little guys.
"Brother."
Qin blocked the door of the lobby and looked at the giant hand in the air with a solemn expression. Qin Feng also frowned. He could clearly sense that the owner of this giant hand must have reached a state of transcendence. Looking up, the Brontosaurus streaked across the sky, and the dark sky suddenly lit up. Behind the dark clouds, ferocious beasts of various shapes came into view. At this moment, Photon City is like a lamb waiting to be cooked in a pot. Qin Feng frowned. He had already foreseen in his dream that his child would be threatened upon birth. But how could he have imagined that there would be so many people coveting his child? And although this giant rock-skin hand was astonishingly powerful, it was still far inferior to the dragon claws in the dream. But in a quick glance just now, he didn't realize that there was a similar existence hidden deep in the dark clouds. This only shows that the real terror has not yet come. Phone. What should I do? Aaron Yang looked worried. Song Mu was already standing at the door, with energy all over his body on full alert. Qin Feng looked back and saw that Lu Jianli and Song Filan had already propped themselves up. Even if they were weak at the moment, as mothers, they would never allow their children to be harmed in any way. Watch the child carefully, and don't move around. Qin Feng handed the child back and solemnly instructed. In the imperial study, Emperor Ming looked up at the sky and frowned. Eunuchly said in shock, Your Majesty, do you think this day? Do you want me to go look for the Imperial Master of Tianjin? Emperor Ming didn't respond. He turned his head and glanced around, only to see the sword and the scroll in the back room about to move. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the second face of Uluasi, and he said aloud, My subordinates have confirmed that the strange phenomena in the world were caused by the birth of an heir by the two ladies of Qin Feng. And these uninvited guests also came for Qin Feng's two children. That's the reason. Eunuchly looked surprised. The natural phenomenon was actually caused by two children. When Emperor Ming heard this, his brows relaxed, and he laughed out loud. This boy can always bring me unexpected surprises. In the past, the fourth grade could bring about the disaster. But now the newly born child is restless. Shaking his head, Emperor Ming asked seriously, What is the approximate strength of those guys in the sky? Emion answered truthfully, With the same strength as his subordinates. The owner of the giant hand on the rock wall should be above his subordinates. A state of transcendence. Eunuchly was shocked. After the Battle of Julong, the world changed, and the strength of the human race greatly increased. As Yu Luosi was the personal guard of Emperor Ming, he naturally had excellent resources. It was reasonable to take advantage of this wave to enter the realm of transcendence. Seeing Emperor Ming's frown, Mian B hurriedly said, Do you want me to go find Mian A and fight against the foreign enemies together? Emperor Ming looked at the sky again, and there was another thunder explosion, and all kinds of terrifying and strange beings bared their teeth and claws behind the dark clouds. He snorted coldly and asked lightly, Do you know why Photon City is the capital of the Dacian Empire, but does not need Si Ming and the 12 divine generals to guard it? Eunuchly thought for a moment and replied tentatively, Is it because there are Tianjin Imperial Master and Jinchen Siyu sitting here? Emperor Ming nodded slightly. Yes or no? Although the Imperial Master is very powerful, he is more responsible for planning the world and ensuring the country's security. And the real patron saint of Photon City is the god-suppressing Siyu. The battle between Master Jinchen Siyu and King Azura was truly shocking. Emion agreed. Is it possible for ordinary people to be able to change a celestial phenomenon for a long time? Only after entering the realm of transcendence did Emion realize how terrifying the power of the god-suppressing Siyu was. At this time, Emperor Ming was heard to speak again. Do you think that at that time, Master Siyu used all his strength in fighting Sha Tian Luo? Isn't it? Emion raised his head, doubts evident in his tone. Emperor Ming looked in the direction of Juku River, as if he was reminiscing about something. Master Siyu has not taken action for so long that the world has forgotten why his word, Jinshin, came from. Everyone in the Qin mansion was extremely nervous. Even if there are second-grade Song Mu and third-grade Qin Feng sitting in charge, how can this strength be enough when facing the realm of transcendence? Brother. Qin was worried. Qin Feng said with relief, What are you afraid of? Don't forget, this is Photon City. And Photon City is the territory of Tianjin Imperial Master and Jinchen Siyu. Give me those two little babies. High in the sky, there was a sound like the sky was collapsing. It shocked the heads of all the people in Photon City and caused blind sounds in their ears. Countless pieces of glass and china were shattered, and it was clear at this moment whether the house and restaurant were a shoddy project. The giant rock-skinned hand snapped towards the Qin mansion, and a golden light flashed across the surface of Photon City's protective barrier. but faced with the existence of transcendence. In just a few moments, the barrier was shattered.
Little trick.
The owner of the giant hand laughed wildly, which actually shattered the thunder and cracked the sky. Seeing that the giant rock-skinned hand was only a short distance away from the Qin mansion, Qin Feng and his party all activated their energy to the extreme, preparing to deal with this ferocious blow. But at this thousandth of an instant, it suddenly started to rain, and the giant arm that originally hung above Qin mansion also disappeared inexplicably. Qin Feng only came back to his senses when he heard the heart-rending screams in the sky. Where are the raindrops that are falling? It's clearly dark red blood.
If you weren't hiding here, why would you come here to die on your own initiative? Is it that thousands of years have been too long for you to forget the past? Or is the old man really old, making you think that he can make a comeback?
In the sky above Fengtian City, a golden figure hovered. But Qin Feng understood that that person was the god-suppressing Siyu, the old man with white hair and black beard beside the Juku River. Deep in the sky, the original clamoring voice disappeared. Even the scream suddenly stopped. The owner of the rock skin seemed to have recalled something, and said in horror,
I remember. It's you. It's you? You're not dead yet. Run.
Chapter 744 The Powerful God-Suppressing Siyu. Who would have thought that to the people of Fengtian City, a godlike existence would be so frightened that they would run away after the golden figure appeared? Everyone who had witnessed the battle between the god-suppressing Siyu and King Ashura knew very clearly that even if the face of the golden figure could not be seen clearly, that person was the legendary god-suppressing Siyu. In the dark sky, several rainbow lights appeared and fled in all directions. Seeing this scene, Jinshin Siyu said calmly,
Is this Fengtian City a place where you can come and leave whenever you want?
As he finished speaking, a golden light rushed out of his body, spreading rapidly around like a torrent and tsunami. The world here seemed to be squeezed by some huge force, and the space made a creaking sound. The golden light quickly passed over the gods and demons, setting up a barrier in front of them. No matter how hard they tried, they could not break through this blockade.
It's really been a long time since I saw the god-suppressing Siyu using his realm.
Shi murmured to himself in the Dingtian Tower. Imperial Master Tian Jin shook his head.
The trap beast is still fighting. This move will bring trouble to Fengtian City.
After the words fell, the old man in white clothes and white hair pointed his right hand towards the void. The clear light disappeared into the sky, and the translucent barrier tightly enveloped the entire Fengtian City. And the fact is just as the Tianjin Imperial Master said. Seeing that the gods and demons could not leave, they naturally would not sit still and wait for death. There was a thunderous roar from the depths of the black cloud,
and a huge tiger head appeared above Fengtian City. Blood-red eyes, sharp fangs, and the face was obscured by rocks.
Are you really going to fight to the death?
When the other gods and demons heard this, they also screamed angrily.
Old man, after thousands of years, you still have the same methods as before? Those who are wise, please unlock this realm and let us go. Otherwise this place will disappear into thin air. Yes, you are only one person. How can you stop all of us?
Qin Feng was also worried after hearing this. Jinshin Siyu is very strong. He naturally knows it. But as the saying goes, 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. The gods and demons who came here are not weak in strength and have reached a state of transcendence. If they avoid the god-suppressing Siyu and attack Fengtian City, even though there are still many experts in the city who can stop him, there will always be situations where he loses sight of one thing. If that happens, it will be a disaster for the entire Fengtian City. Faced with the threat from the gods and demons in the sky, the god-suppressing Siyu did not respond. He lowered his head and glanced at the barrier set up by the heavenly supervisor, and said calmly,
The old guy understands me.
After he finished speaking, he looked up at the sky and held his right hand in the distance. Just listen to a bang. It was like the roar of the sky and the earth exploding, and blood sprinkled like rain all over the sky. There was one of these arrogant gods and demons, but he was killed as soon as he came face to face with him. When the other gods and demons saw the scene, they were all as silent as a cicada. The tiger-headed demon was shocked.
What are you still doing? If we don't take action together, we will definitely die.
When the gods and demons heard this, they also reacted. There is still a glimmer of hope for the group. If they hide it and wait and see what happens, they will only be defeated one by one. On the dim sky, countless powerful forces condensed. The sky was like a broken mirror, distorted and fragmented by several strange forces. That is the divinity of the Tao that they understand. The floods are rushing like the Milky Way falling from the sky. The flames burn like the setting sun. the black beam of light, and the collapse of the void all demonstrate the power of gods and demons. This seemed like an irresistible force. Su Lixian, who was in the climbing tower, widened his eyes and murmured,
Teacher, your boundary barrier should be able to withstand this power. Right.
Master Tianjin replied calmly.
Who said that my boundary barrier is for these guys in the other side sky?
When the others heard this, they all turned their heads and looked at him with puzzled expressions on their faces. Sun Shi asked in surprise.
What do you mean by this? Teacher?
The Imperial Master Tianjin looked at the golden figure, with a hint of helplessness in his tone.
He is angry. That's all.
When Shenli and others heard this, they immediately realized that the teacher's boundary barrier was not to deal with the gods and demons in the sky, but to prevent the god-suppressing Siyu from causing damage to Fengtian City? At this moment, the god-suppressing Siyu in midair touched the sky with his right hand, and all those daunting divine principles were wiped out in an instant. Not only that, but deep in the dark sky, several huge black shadows exploded one after another, like balloons that exploded due to expansion to the limit. The power of terror silenced the sounds of all things, and even the colors seemed to turn into black and white. The black blood fell from the sky like a waterfall, and was completely blocked by the boundary barrier of the Tianjin Imperial Master. Qin Feng was stunned when he saw this, and there was only one voice in his heart. Damn it. He knew that Jinchen Siyu was good at fighting, but he didn't expect him to be so good at fighting. The surviving gods and demons looked at the golden figures, each with a look of fear. When the fairy world was opened, gods and demons came to the world with the intention of dominating this world. But the scene of being slaughtered seemed to be vivid in my mind. For thousands of years, they have been hiding in the depths of the sky or in the void. Today they were awakened and came here. But the man seemed not to have been smoothed by the years, and was still powerful and impressive. Despair? Even now, those extremely domineering words still seemed to be echoing in their ears.
Kill those who set foot in this world between gods and demons.
The god and demon with a rock-skinned tiger head widened his eyes, full of fear. The other beings around him were already frightened to death, and began to think of retreating. But being enveloped by the realm, how easy is it for them to escape? The leader of the gods and demons saw the clues, and shouted again.
If you fight to the death, there is still a glimmer of hope. If you run away, you will definitely die.
A group of gods and demons came to their senses after hearing the shouting. How could they not understand this truth?
Don't retreat anymore. Use all your strength. If you have any reservations, you will definitely die. If we concentrate our strength in one place, we may not be his opponent. Yes, follow Mr. Watora's lead.
And then, the voice stopped suddenly, and the god and demon who spoke turned his head and looked to one side, with a look of shock on his face.
Lord Watora ran away.
The gods and demons then looked around and saw a giant tiger with one arm missing, and its body covered with rock skin running towards the sky. The golden light realm stood in front of him, but he exploded his body without thinking, tore apart a corner of the defense with terrifying power, and then escaped from the gap with the remaining soul. This scene shocked everyone. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he said with admiration from the bottom of his heart,
There is indeed a reason why I can survive from the battle between gods and demons to this world. And Ant is still trying to survive. Even if this guy only has a ray of soul left, he has not given up hope of living. He is worth learning from.
And he may really have a chance to escape successfully. After all, the range that Jinchen Siyu can take action is only within 1,000 miles centered on Fengtian City. If the rock-skinned tiger beast can escape from this range, it can avoid the murderous intention of the god-suppressing Siyu. The leading gods and demons have fled, and the remaining beings are naturally unlikely to have any resistance. They actually ran away in all directions at the same time, and then imitated the tiger beasts, intending to explode their bodies and escape with their remaining souls. The remnant soul of the tiger beast turned around and took a look. This situation was also what he expected. With these guys in check, he would have a better chance of escaping. Seeing Fengtian City getting further and further away, the terrifying figure did not chase after me. The joy of escaping from death made the tiger beast want to look up to the sky and roar. He has decided to hide in a corner of this world, live a stable life, and will never covet any opportunity to become stronger or to enter this world. But at this moment, a dark cloud rolled up in the sky overhead, with black energy and thunder entangled on its surface. The terrifying power emanated from it, making the tiger beast shudder.
The soul of the transcendent realm? Well, it smells good.
Simple words, but full of murderous intent. Uh-huh. In the dark clouds, a black dragon claw covered with dragon scales poked out, violently grasped the remnant soul of the tiger beast in his hand. and then dragged it into the dark clouds. Following a shrill scream, the sound of crunching could be heard endlessly.
It's not delicious. It's not delicious. But the newly born dragon cub is delicious. Shut up! If you dare to take action against the descendants of the dragon clan, I will kill you. Huh? There are a lot of nice scents in front of you. Go quickly. Go quickly. Give it back to me,
roared. Within the black cloud, the terrifying chi movement was like a stormy wave, sweeping around. While the black cloud shook violently and shook the void, it quickly flew towards Fengtian City. The gods and demons were still looking for an opportunity to escape, but a terrifying energy quickly approached their direction at an unparalleled speed. All the high-level beings in the city sensed the movement and looked towards the south. Then I saw ink clouds intertwined with black energy and thunder across the sky, seeming to split the sky into two.
What is that?
Sun Chi asked in surprise. Master Tian Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. The god-suppressing Siyu turned his head and looked around. The huge black dragon claws had already poked out of the clouds, attacking the gods and demons in the sky with lightning speed. The targeted god and demon sneered. Even if he is not the opponent of the god-suppressing Siyu, he still has his own arrogance. How can anyone in the lower world be able to control it?
Court death!
As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon's claws crushed his head, leaving him no chance to resist. Chapter 745 Dragon Clan Ancestor Song Qing. The sudden change happened so fast that the other gods and demons didn't even react. It wasn't until the crunching sound of chewing sounded that a chill ran straight from their hearts to their foreheads. A god-suppressing Siyu is enough to make them frightened and unable to resist. But now such a powerful enemy is here again? I dare to ask. How many beings in the world can easily kill a transcendent person in a single encounter? If given the chance to choose again, they decided not to leave their hiding place, and were attracted by the vitality and pure ancient divine breath. It's a pity that when you regret it, it's always too late.
Not enough. Not enough!
The chewing sound stopped. Black blood spilled, and a violent roar came from deep in the ink cloud. The huge dragon claws stretched out again, heading towards the gods and demons deep in the sky. But the locked target had nowhere to escape. At this moment, they are like fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Are we eating at a buffet? Qin Feng frowned. How could he have thought that besides the god-suppressing Siyu, there were people who could be so strong? And when he saw the appearance of the dragon's claw clearly, his expression instantly became extremely ugly, because this pitch-black dragon claw covered with scales was clearly the same as the one I had seen in the dream before. Even the black energy wrapped around the dragon's scales, and the missing corners at the sharp fingertips are exactly the same. This uninvited guest is the real threat that our children have to face.
His strength may be almost the same as that of the god-suppressing Siyu. To be on the safe side, it is best to bring the newborn child to teacher Dingshanle to seek protection. Second brother, go get the two children out.
Qin Feng made a prompt decision.
Okay, big brother. By the way, there is also the longevity lock. I almost forgot about such an important thing.
Qin Feng immediately took out the longevity lock given by the teacher from the Sumer ring. He was about to enter the lobby immediately and hang it on the two children. But at this moment, he saw Song Mu looking at Mo Yun with an expression on his face. Dignified. The latter frowned, his light blue eyes full of worry.
It's the ancestor. What did you say?
Qin Feng was stunned for a moment and asked uncertainly.
This one is the ancestor of our dragon clan. When the gods and demons came to the world, he protected the dragon clan Zhouquan. Together with the saints of the human race, he killed those gods and demons back to the fairy world.
When Qin Feng heard this, his sad face instantly turned into one of surprise. He originally thought that this dragon was also an enemy who coveted his child. But unexpectedly, he turned out to be a relative. No wonder he started killing all the gods and demons as soon as he came up.
Why didn't you tell me about such an important thing earlier?
Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Song Mu saw that he had misunderstood and was about to explain out loud when Qin came back with two babies in his arms.
Brother, are we leaving now?
The two ladies also walked out slowly and leaned on the door beam, their pale faces full of worry. Qin Feng nodded and put the longevity locks on the two children.
Ancestor?
Hearing this, Song Filan raised her head and looked at Mo Yun. The dark dragon claws were still raging. Every time they poked out, a god or demon would always fall. Her light blue eyes suddenly widened. Qin Feng, who didn't know the seriousness of the problem, curiously asked,
with such a powerful ancestor in the dragon clan, why has no one ever heard of it in advance? Moreover, in the battle between the dragon clan and the Garuda clan, if this ancestor takes action, It should be easy to win. Right.
Song Filan did not answer. But Song Mu on the side said,
because this ancestor had some problems during the battle between gods and demons. Then, he was sealed in the bronze coffin of Long Yuan, and has not been born again for thousands of years.
Previously, Fei Lan's father hurried back to Tianqi because something was strange in the copper coffin.
Qin Feng, who realized that something was slightly wrong, swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
What is the problem that makes you have to seal your ancestor? Is it not to recuperate?
Song Mu turned his head and looked up, and said calmly,
the ancestor's mind is insane, and he often kills his clansmen without knowing the reason, and even swallows them into his belly.
Damn it! Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he instantly looked at the baby girl in his second brother's right hand. The pink daughter was still flicking the longevity lock around her neck.
Is this why your ancestors came here?
Song Mu nodded.
Originally, I should have returned to Fengtian City to take care of Filan. But I received news from the clan a few days ago that the ancestor had broken out of the coffin. At that time, I was worried that Filan would be in danger, so I have been here guard outside Fengtian City. I haven't felt the ancestor's aura for a long time, and I thought I was unfounded. But I didn't understand it until today. The ancestor's target may be your children.
As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. At this moment, Mo Yunyi's strange and cold voice sounded again.
These things will have the same taste if you eat too much. They are not delicious. They are not delicious. It smells so good. It's dragon meat. Fresh, vigorous dragon meat. And newborn dragon beads. I want to eat. I want to eat. Shut up. Don't even think about hurting my people.
A roar was like thunder, deafening. The ink cloud boiled instantly, and the thunder and black energy were constantly entangled. Suddenly, a dragon claw with blue dragon scales poked out from the clouds, and actually collided with the black dragon claw. The powerful energy spreads around like a stormy sea.
What is going on? Isn't that being in the cloud your ancestor? Why is there still a dragon?
Qin Feng asked in surprise. Song Mu shook his head.
I don't know this either. The ancestor was banned for too long ago. I was not born yet at that time. But I clearly heard the old man mention that only the ancestor was sealed in the copper coffin. Give it back.
The roar sounded again. The collision between the black dragon claw and the blue dragon claw became more intense.
No. No. I haven't eaten enough.
A strange voice responded. Not long after, the fight between the two stopped, and the blue dragon's giant claws were retracted into the ink cloud. Suddenly, Qin Feng and others felt a strong energy locking them, as if a huge mountain was pressing on their shoulders. The entire Qin mansion ground collapsed, and even the walls and roof tiles were shattered into pieces in an instant. The two babies were extremely uncomfortable with this pressure and couldn't help crying. But everyone's thoughts were not on the baby, but on the sky. The dark dragon claw suddenly fell towards the Qin mansion and directly penetrated the barrier put up by the Imperial Master Tian Jian. At this critical moment, Jinshin Siyu took action, punching out a palm from the air, and the surging energy collided with the dragon's claws. The world is in turmoil. The dark clouds were shaken away, and the thunder sea disappeared instantly. The aftermath swept around, and the sound of clicking could be heard endlessly. There were actually dense cracks on the surface of the boundary barrier put up by the Heavenly Supervisor, and the few surviving gods and demons were directly blown away by the aftermath.
Huh? It's interesting that you were able to block my attack. It's interesting.
Before he finished speaking, a dark black thunderbolt ignored the space and appeared in front of the god-suppressing Siyu. This weird attack angle was tricky, and the power was even more impressive. The space behind the black thunder actually lost its original color and looked like an abyss. Shinshin Siyu frowned and pushed his right hand to the left, directly knocking away the black thunder. But the remaining power of the thunder still split a strand of his hair. In Fengtian City, all the high-level beings watching the battle were shocked. Strictly speaking, this was the first time they had seen that someone could hurt Shinshin Siyu, even if it was just a strand of hair. Shinshin Siyu raised his right hand and looked at it. The black thunder was like a gangrene attached to his bones, constantly devouring his energy and vitality.
He clenched his right hand suddenly, and the black thunder disappeared. He wasn't surprised by this weird attack. He just remembered that he had seen the same trick a long time ago. And in this stunned moment, attacks from black dragon claws came one after another. Shinshin Siyu waved one hand and easily stopped them. But he did not expect that after this attack, there was also a blue dragon claw. The dragon claws suddenly flew towards the location of the Qin mansion. The shocking change happened so fast that Qin Feng and others did not react. But even if they react,
It's useless. How can they fight against someone who can hurt the god-suppressing Siyu? When the blue dragon claw was grasped, the powerful suction force was like a black hole, sucking the two babies directly into it. Everyone in the Qin family was shocked. Yang was so frightened that she fainted on the spot. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and his eyes were about to burst. He unleashed his divine power, stepped on the heavenly gang with 7 steps of immortal magic, gathered the power of all living beings, and pointed at the dragon's claw. How could Lu Jianli and Song Filan tolerate this scene? The former held his body strong, and with a move of his right hand, the purple lightning divine gun sank into his hand, and then slashed upwards from the sky. A line of sword energy contained the Tao and divided the space into 2. The latter also mobilized the energy in his body and used the Immortal Phoenix Immortal Fire technique. The Fire Phoenix spread its wings, let out a loud cry, and soared into the sky. Naturally, Song Mu and Qin also used their strongest attacks. Their goal is to recapture the 2 children from the dragon's claws. But in the face of the absolute gap in strength, quantity has no effect. With a flick of Dragon Claw's fingers, the space was compressed into a barrier, neutralizing all the attacks from Qin Feng and others. Not only that, the aftermath of the move hit everyone, knocking them all flying. In the cloud, a strange voice laughed. Not only is there a dragon cub, but there is also a baby boy with such pure vitality. It is delicious. It must be delicious. Seeing this, Shinshin Siyu opened the black dragon claws and tried to stop him. However, the ancestor of the dragon clan seemed to have used some kind of spatial magical power, and in just 1,000th of an instant, the blue dragon claw disappeared. Inside the Dintian tower, Su Lixian exclaimed in shock. Teacher, my junior brother's child has been taken away. The words fell, but no one responded. Only then did everyone realize that there was that familiar white figure beside the railing. The dragon's claws retracted into the cloud, and a bloody mouth appeared. He wanted to swallow all the 2 babies into his belly. But at this moment, in front of him Ouyuan, the Imperial Master Tianjin appeared, and he only heard him shout softly, Song Qing! After the words fell, 2 golden lights shot out from the ink cloud, followed by shrill screams. The black cloud slowly dispersed, and a huge dragon body appeared, tumbling up and down in the sky. Only then did everyone realize that the body of this giant dragon was half black and half blue. It turns out that there are no so-called 2 dragons at all. The black dragon claws and the blue dragon claws are clearly from the same dragon. Qin Feng, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, did not pay attention to this. He hurriedly looked towards the upper body of the dragon body, trying to find the 2 children. I saw 2 golden rings tightly locking the dragon's head and neck. And these 2 golden rings are the transformation of longevity lock. Give my body back! A roar sounded from the dragon's mouth. One side of the huge dragon eye is scarlet color mixed with a trace of black energy, and the other side is clear indigo blue. As time passed, the scarlet pupils slowly turned into indigo. At the same time, the black half of the dragon's body also evolved towards blue. Song Mu instantly understood why it was rumored in ancient times that after his ancestor fell from the fairy world, he would become delirious and devour his clan members. It turns out that there is some weird existence that has been competing with the ancestor for his body. Husband, where is the child? Lu Jianli and Song Filan both pointed to the same place. In the dragon's claws, the 2 babies were as small as a boat in the sea, and were in danger of being destroyed at any time. Fortunately, the Tianjin Imperial Master took action. With a wave of his sleeve, a stream of fresh air enveloped the 2 babies and sent them back to the ground smoothly. A stone hanging at everyone's hearts finally fell. High in the sky, the dragon's struggling movements became smaller and smaller, and his body continued to shrink. When the last bit of black air on its surface faded away, the figure of an old man came into view, with blue skin, gray hair, and 2 dragon horns on his forehead. He looks impressive. Song Qing, it's you as expected. The thunder-devouring Tao principle is your specialty. During the battle between gods and demons, you ignored our dissuasion and rushed into the cracks in the fairy world. Since then, there has been no news. Shinshin Siyu said aloud. Song Qing rubbed his head and didn't respond. He regained control of his body and consciousness after thousands of years, but he still couldn't adapt to it for a while. Have you known this for a long time? Shinshin Siyu asked with his head tilted. I vaguely foreseen something. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tianjin Imperial Master coughed lightly, and then hid his palms behind his back. But how could this be concealed from the god-suppressing Siyu? He clearly saw the bright red blood stain on the opponent's palm. The art of divination is inherently contrary to heaven and violates the laws of heaven and earth. If you have used it for many years, you will surely suffer its backlash. The greater the cause and effect of contamination, the more serious the backlash will be. You know this very well. It doesn't matter.
Tianjian Imperial Master replied calmly.
There are actually people in this world who can use such means of confinement to trap me. It's amazing. It's really amazing. Were you a saint back then? No. No. The smell is similar, but there are some differences. Weird. Really weird. Shut up,
Song Qing said angrily. The two of Jinshan and Siyu left in search of fame. Song Qing had regained his senses, and the look in his eyes had returned to clarity. But on half of his face, there was an extra mouth. And that weird sound came from that mouth.
Is this?
Jinshan Siyu frowned. Master Tianjian narrowed his eyes slightly, and he had a vague guess in his heart.
A closed-mouthed chant of gods and Buddhas?
Chapter 746 The Origin of Buddha's Mouth.
Keep your mouth shut?
Jinshan Siyu looked confused.
As far as the Buddhas in the immortal world are concerned, the reincarnation of death and reincarnation of all sentient beings is caused by the three karma of the body, speech, and mind. If these three karma are eliminated, liberation can be quickly achieved and the right result can be achieved. Some high-level gods and Buddhas, in order to achieve the fruition status, will stop talking and practice the method of closed-mouth meditation. If what I expected is correct, this mouth may have evolved from the closed-mouth chant. And then, by coincidence, it was integrated into Song Qing's body.
Although the words spoken by the Buddha are arbitrary, they give a lot of important information. For example, the old bald donkey had mentioned was able to challenge the Buddha's supreme status, which shows that he is extremely powerful. He may be a top figure in the fairy world and the Buddhist realm. Since Foku has been with those beings all year round, he must know many things about the immortal world. The Tianjian Imperial Master and the Jinshan Siyu looked at each other and understood each other tacitly.
Why do you call this side of the world breaking the boundary?
Tianjin Guisher asked.
Even the laws of heaven and earth are not perfect, except for some high-level combat powers. The rest are no different from ants. What is it if it's not breaking the world? I just didn't expect that breaking the boundary like this could stop gods and demons from coming to the world. I couldn't figure it out. I really couldn't figure it out. There are also those extremely ugly guys who can even occupy the ghost world and the fairy world. But they can't capture broken worlds like yours. There are quirks. There are quirks.
After a pause, Foku said again.
The longevity locks around the necks of those two children belong to you. Right. They were able to suppress my power and make me lose control of this old dragon. Take it off quickly. I have never eaten a child with such strong vitality. It must taste good. Good. Shut up.
Song Qing was angry and slapped the dragon's claw on his right cheek, trying to tear the Buddha's mouth into pieces. Unexpectedly, the latter disappeared directly. When Song Qing retracted the dragon's claw, the Buddha's mouth appeared again, shouting,
Can't hit! Can't hit!
Jinshan Siyu asked aloud.
What happened in the fairy world back then? And why did you want to capture this world? And what kind of existence are those guys you mentioned? And why did they appear? Could it be that even you gods, demons and Buddhas in the immortal world are unable to fight against them? You want to trick me so easily? Do you really think I only have one mouth that you can manipulate?
Foku sneered.
If you don't tell me, I will tear you to pieces,
Song Qing said angrily.
Try tearing one apart,
Foku replied. Song Qing raised the dragon's claw again, but just halfway. The Buddha's mouth disappeared, and then appeared on the dragon's arm in an instant.
Don't waste your efforts. You and I now share the same body. What can you do?
Not me. If you want to know things about the fairy world, it's very simple. Give me those two little guys just now, and I will tell you. This deal is a good deal. Well, a good deal.
Naturally, Tianjin Guisher and others would not agree to this deal, so they could only focus on Song Qing, who had once killed Song Qing in the immortal world. The old dragon frowned, and his long white eyebrows seemed to be connected together. After trying to recall, he could only remember some scattered scenes. They look weird, like monsters piled with pieces of flesh. Countless gods and demons are fighting with them. There is also a huge golden Buddha that can cover the sky and the sun. What happens next? Memory is like a slideshow, with countless black pictures and key points that cannot be recalled. Law. Law. He kept repeating these two words, and then opened his eyes, which were bloodshot.
Could it be that there was some power that erased his memory?
The god-suppressing Siyu guessed.
It is also possible that the Buddha's mind was invaded, and that he had been sleeping for too long, causing memory loss.
Tianjin Imperial Master did not continue to ask, but said,
"You should cultivate yourself well. If you remember anything, you can tell us. Also, your dragon clan has given birth to a new heir. As an ancestor, you should go and take a look. It is a good seedling, a scion of the dragon clan."
Song Qing looked down and saw a man in black holding a pink baby dragon outside the lobby of the Qin mansion. Beside the latter, there were 2 dragon women. The figure disappeared in a flash.
"What do you say?"
Jinshin Siyu asked.
"Some recent information needs to be sorted out, so I'll leave it to you here."
"Okay." The god-suppressing Siyu raised his head and looked at the remaining gods and demons blocked by the realm. They were destined to go on a killing spree today. When Song Qing appeared in the Qin mansion, Qin Feng and others were shocked. They naturally saw the scene in the sky just now.
Jinshin Siyu and Tianjin Imperial Master did not intervene, indicating that the other party had regained consciousness and was not in danger for the time being. However, the previous actions of the other party still left Qin Feng and others with lingering fears, so naturally they could not let down their guard so quickly. Without thinking, Song Mu and Song Filan protected Qin Feng and longing behind them. Lu Jinli and the others were also on full alert.
"She is the newly born child of the Dragon Clan?"
Song Qing took a step, but in an instant, he passed by Song Mu and the 2, appeared in front of Qin Feng, and looked down at the pink and tender dragon infant. Qin Feng was so frightened that he held the baby tightly with both hands, not daring to be distracted in any way. Everyone present did not dare to move at will, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone is afraid that the Dragon Clan ancestor has lost his mind again and is cruel to the child. But at this moment, longing in Qin Feng's arm stretched out his hand, and then grabbed the old dragon's beard in front of everyone's surprised eyes. The little baby girl pulled with all her strength while letting out a laugh like a silver bell. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he was extremely nervous. He was just about to pull the baby's hand back, but he heard Old Long let out a hearty laugh.
"Ha! He is indeed a good seedling. He has such courage and courage right after he was born. The strength will definitely be limitless in the future."
As soon as these words came out, the stone in Qin Feng's heart fell slightly. However, another voice followed.
"Yes, such a good seedling. If fried, it will taste very fragrant. Very fragrant."
When everyone heard this, they were shocked. They hurriedly looked for the reputation and saw that another mouth had grown out of the corner of Old Long's eyebrows and forehead.
"Shut up!"
Song Qing shouted angrily. The voice was too loud, and it immediately scared Xiao Lunjing. The pink girl withdrew her little hand, blinked her big eyes, and tears rolled down her face. The old dragon, who had survived for an unknown length of time, was a little at a loss for a moment and hurriedly began to comfort the little girl. He didn't care at all about the Buddha's thoughts. After a long time, in the lobby, Qin Feng and others finally understood the whole story. "I never expected that this extra mouth actually evolved from the closed mouth chant of gods and Buddhas. And the original insanity of the Dragon Clan ancestor was also caused by this thing. What makes Qin Feng most angry is that the reason why Longzhu coveted his 2 children was all the result of Buddha's mouth." After learning the truth, everyone stared angrily at the Buddha's mouth. But the latter didn't take it seriously and kept chattering there.
"Fried? Steamed? No. It still has to be braised. But eating it raw has a different taste. It's so confusing. Wait, there are 2 little guys who can cook in different ways. Yes, different ways. It's a pity that it's not in the Buddha's land. Otherwise, if you use old bald donkey's Bodhi tree to barbecue, it will taste very beautiful. Very beautiful. Can I tear its mouth apart?"
Qin Feng clenched his fists and asked with his head tilted, in front of his father, discussing how to eat his own child. Do you take him seriously? If he wasn't afraid of Long Zhu, he would definitely go up and give Buddha a big mouth.
"Would you like to tear one apart?"
Focus shouted.
"If you have the ability to get off the dragon ancestor, see if I can tear you apart."
Qin Feng pointed at the Buddha's mouth and expressed his domineering attitude, while teasing Long Ying. Song Qing said,
"It seems that Master Tianjin can't remove it from my body, and if it weren't for these 2 golden rings, its strength should be on par with mine."
His strength was comparable to that of Dragon Ancestor. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He was glad that the Buddha's mouth could not move freely. Otherwise, he would be drowned with just a mouthful of saliva. Think about it. How can a being who can compete with figures like Long Zhu for control of the body and who evolved from a god and Buddha who is expected to impact the Buddha's status. The ordinary?
It turns out that I can no longer display my power. No wonder I can only use my words, and don't bother to meet you.
Qin Feng said disdainfully. As soon as he finished speaking, something changed in the Buddha's mouth. An eyeball grew out of the mouth. It glanced at Qin Feng, and then sneered.
The guy who doesn't mean what he says. He is obviously timid, but he still has to pretend to be calm. It's boring. It's really boring.
You, Qin Feng looked shocked. How did it know that I was scared? My acting skills should be perfect.
Don't even think about making excuses. That old bald donkey has cultivated the 6 magical powers of Buddhism. I have been with him since he was born, so I naturally know a lot about him. You can't hide what you're thinking from me at all. Well, you can't hide it from me,
Foku emphasized.
The 6 magical powers of Buddhism?
Yin said in surprise. Qin Feng glanced sideways.
You know?
Yin nodded slightly.
I once read in a book that the 6 powers of Buddhism are the power to transcend the human world and be free and unhindered. The celestial eye can see the pain and joy of life, death, and happiness of all living beings in the 3 realms and 6 realms. The heavenly ear can hear the joys and sorrows of sentient beings in the 3 realms and 6 realms. He has a clear mind and knows what is in the minds of all sentient beings. Fate passing, knowing the fate of all living beings. Divine foot passing, allowing the 3 realms to come and go freely, clearing all leaks, cutting off everything, and not being affected by life and death in the 3 realms. The 6 paths of Buddhism are the same as the Tao, and have infinite power. Those who master one of them are the most powerful among gods and Buddhas. Could it be that the old bald donkey you are talking about has acquired all 6 skills?
Buddha said proudly.
If you can have a mouth like mine, that old bald donkey is naturally quite capable. What does knowing these things mean? Well, it doesn't mean anything. If this is really the case, according to what the book says, a person who has mastered the ability to eliminate life and death can cut off life and death. If he is so powerful, why would he let you leave the body?
Qin Feng asked curiously.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
The eyes above the Buddha's mouth disappeared, and it kept chanting and repeating. Everyone in the lobby fell silent, except for the babbling of 2 babies. If the powerful gods and Buddhas close to the Buddha can obtain information related to them, they may be able to judge the situation in the fairy world from the side. However, after a moment, the Buddha replied,
Of course, it's because I'm more powerful than that bald donkey. He can't keep me. Yes, he can't keep me.
After saying these words, the Buddha's mouth suddenly became quiet and stopped chattering endlessly. This strange appearance left Qin Feng and others confused. But the lobby also ushered in a rare moment of purity. Dragon Ancestor personally handed the beard to the little dragon baby to play with, and at the same time asked,
What is this little guy's name?
At this time, everyone reacted. The moment the 2 children were born, too many changes occurred, except for Yaya, which was rejected by everyone. No one named the 2 little guys at all. Song Filan hugged Long Ying and replied truthfully,
I don't have a name yet.
While speaking, Lu Jianli and Song Filan looked at Qin Feng at the same time. One of them is a martial artist, and the other is a dragon. Naturally, they don't know how to choose names. Qin Feng looked confident.
Just leave it to me to take care of such a small matter as naming. In fact, I have already thought about it a lot before, and I am just waiting to choose it with the 2 ladies.
Yin had a strange look on his face.
Are you sure you want this guy to pick it up? Could it be that Yaya from before has been forgotten?
When Lu Jianli heard this, hesitation appeared on their faces. Their husband's taste in naming was indeed a bit bad. At this moment, the golden ring around Long Zhu's neck emitted a burst of golden light, and 2 longevity locks appeared again on the necks of the 2 little guys. The difference from the original is that there is an extra word between the 2 longevity locks. The one above the baby boy is Xiao, and the one above the baby girl is Lan. Everyone was stunned.
Qin Xiao. Qin Lan?
Yin read it again, and then said happily,
This must be the name the teacher gave them. It is indeed good. Huh?
Qin Feng's face froze. Why is it so good? Shouldn't the child's name be decided by him?
The father? What a good name.
Granny Lu praised it.
Your Majesty's literary talent is indeed remarkable.
Lan Ningxuang nodded in approval. The rest of the people in the lobby also responded. Ah. Qin Feng's face was dull. Why didn't anyone ask him how he felt about being a father? At this time, Lu Jianli's red lips parted slightly.
Mister.
What's wrong? Madam, do you think this name is inappropriate?
Qin Feng asked excitedly. Lu gently shook his head.
Qin Shao seems to be hungry. Xinlan too.
Song Filan said from the side. No. Are you calling me now? Seriously? No one asked me for my opinion. Qin Feng opened his mouth and felt empty in his heart. Chapter 747. Everything it says is false. At night, when I climbed to the top of the Tianlu, all the disciples left. Only the white-robed and white-haired Imperial Master Tian Jian stood by the railing. The void beside him was like a mirror, reflecting everything that happened in the Qin mansion today. Naturally, every move of the Buddha's mouth could not escape his discernment.
The 6 paths of Buddhism.
The National Master murmured to himself, then frowned slightly. If this Buddha's mouth really evolved from the obsession of closed-mouth meditation, why can't it use other mind powers among the 6 Buddhist powers?
It seems that this Buddha's mouth also hides many secrets.
The National Master murmured, looking up at the stars. A phantom shot out from his body and emerged in the depths of the sky. To the Imperial Master, the vast world seemed to be in the palm of his hands, outside the territory of the 4 domains of Dakian. Darkness like an abyss is ready to move, constantly eroding towards the borders of the 4 domains. A sigh slowly floated in the starry sky. On the other side, between the cracks in the void, a blood shadow kept moving back and forth, escaping towards the southern region. It turned around and glanced in the direction of Fontian City, still feeling frightened. In the western region, on the desolate mountains, a burly figure wearing a straw hat and cassock was walking towards the west. He seemed to blend into the shadows, and no one could see him clearly unless it was illuminated by the mottled moonlight between the trees. Although it was clearly in the mountains and forests, there was no sound of insects or birds, and the silence was a bit scary. The ferocious beasts hid their bodies, and the man-eating evil spirits restrained their usual arrogance. It was an instinctive avoidance of the terrifying existence. No one dared to appear in front of the burly figure, but it seemed that was not always the case. The huge body suddenly paused, and then turned around to look. Above the tall treetops, the moonlight outlined a middle-aged figure. The 36 star tokens around his waist reflected a silver-white brilliance like stars.
You killed many demons and ghosts along the way, and also massacred a mountain village. I have been following you for a long time,
the middle-aged man said coldly. Under the bamboo hat, a hoarse voice sounded.
So? Today is the day of your death.
The strength in the middle-aged hands was concentrated, and he looked like a third-level martial artist. This was the confidence for him to speak. However, within a few moments, the battle was decided. The middle-aged man was lying on the ground, with blood behind him. His lower body had disappeared, and the fracture had a strange shape. It was caused by something eating him. If he hadn't been a divine martial artist with strong chi and blood and amazing vitality, such injuries would have killed him long ago.
Who are you?
The middle-aged man raised his head with difficulty and looked at the other person, with shock and fear in his eyes. Through the scattered moonlight, he was able to see that there were actually 3 Buddha heads growing under the opponent's straw hat. And this person is also the ghost Buddha who disappeared from the 9 hells. But no one knows what kind of existence is living in his body at this moment. The skin on his body was already chapped. His flesh and blood were blurred, and he looked hideous and terrifying. The Buddha in the middle opened his mouth, and then continued to expand. The height of the Buddha was as high as a person's height. Just like that, it swallowed the middle-aged 36 stars directly into its belly. The crunching sound seemed extremely clear and harsh in this night.
Why stop?
A voice suddenly sounded.
Guifu opened his palms, and there was an eyeball in the center of his palms.
If food is delivered to your door, why not eat it? I have browsed this person's memory and found that the 36 stars of the Demon Slayer division are considered to have good combat power for the human race. But in his memory, there is not much news about the extreme realm of the western region. Are you sure that thing will be here?
Eyeball replied.
Except for the western region. The other 3 regions of Dakian have foreign tribes stationed there. But this is not the case in the western region. However, the devouring of the western region is the slowest, so there must be something there to stop it. I see. Also, you'd better be careful. Breaking the world is not easy. There was a reason why the gods and demons in the immortal world failed to come to the world. The person in charge of the Destiny Principle is as capable of predicting the future as I am. He knew that the extreme reaches of the western region were very dangerous because there were no foreigners to warn them. But he did not send any high-powered combat forces to garrison them. There may be a strong human fighting force there.
Ghost Buddha didn't take it seriously and sneered.
In human terms, to me, the existences that break the world are just ants.
Seeing this, the eyes stopped saying anything and slowly closed their eyes. The births of Qin Shao and Qin Lan naturally put the entire Qin mansion in a happy atmosphere these days. Rao is the second mother. She is smiling every day, and her sadness over her father's passing has gradually faded away. Qin Feng, who was originally hesitant to tell his father in the ghost world, temporarily put his thoughts aside after seeing this scene. After all, yin and yang are separated, and humans and ghosts have different paths. He doesn't want Aaron Yang to have some unrealistic fantasies. It is also a good choice to live peacefully like this. The ancestor of the Dragon Clan did not leave, but stayed in the Qin mansion, playing and fooling around with Qin Lan all day long. He looked like an old naughty boy. Seeing this, everyone in the Qin family became less wary of Long Zhu. There was peace in the Qin mansion, but the entire Fotian city was not peaceful. When Qin Shao and Qin Lan came into the world, they made too much noise, which naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the city. And there are some people with high positions. In addition to these, there is another reason. The Dragon Clan. The simple fight between the ancestor of the Dragon Clan and the god-suppressing Xiu caused an uproar among the high-ranking beings in Fotian City. Although there is no distinction between life and death between the two, Long Zhu's ability to cut off a strand of Jinchen Xiu's hair is enough to show his strength. What's more, behind the dragon ancestor is the entire Dragon Clan, which is a giant existence in the world. Putting all these things together, many people naturally cannot control their thoughts. Not long after the family's happy days, the door of the Qin mansion was broken down by dignitaries. There was an endless stream of people giving gifts, and the Qin mansion's warehouse was packed with all kinds of large and small items. Now that the father is no longer here, how can Ernie and a woman like this cope with such a situation? Naturally, Qin Feng and Qin had to deal with it.
Congratulations to Mr. Qin. Congratulations to Mr. Qin for your son. I can tell at a glance that these two little guys are not just things in the pond. They will definitely soar into the sky in the future. Thank you for your kind words. Sir.
Qin Feng responded with a smile. He had heard the same words so many times that his ears were almost getting calluses. The visiting official saw Qin Feng's perfunctory behavior and wanted to say a few more words, but was urged by the people in line behind him.
If you are done congratulating yourself, get out of the way quickly. Didn't you see there are a bunch of people behind you?
The official turned around and looked around. His face froze. The long queue stretched like a dragon to the corner of the street. Outside the corner, there was the sound of horse hooves. I don't know how many carriages were waiting there. Whether he can join the big ship of the Qin family depends on this. If he doesn't work hard, how can he be willing to do it? The official ignored the urging of the people behind him and said hurriedly,
Master Qin, I don't know if you have any plans to take a concubine. I happen to have a little girl in my family. She is 18 years old. She is as beautiful as a flower. She can play chess, calligraphy and painting. That is also I know a little bit about it.
Qin Feng hurriedly stopped him, and then looked back with some fear. After confirming that the two ladies were still taking care of the children, and had not heard what was happening, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. When everyone saw his appearance, they all had strange expressions on their faces and started whispering.
There are always rumors in Fotian City that Master Qin is afraid of his wife and does not dare to mess with women. I didn't believe it at first. After all, there are some women like Master Qin who can't control him. But I only know it when I see him today.
He didn't say the rest, but these veteran officials all knew that those rumors were not groundless. Master Qin was indeed afraid of his wife. What do you know? I don't call it fear. It calls it love. Qin Feng coughed dryly and said,
Thank you for your kindness, sir. But I am satisfied with having 2 wives and have no intention of taking any concubines.
As soon as these words came out, everyone in the queue behind also showed regretful looks. The official gritted his teeth and said again,
I know that Mr. Qin is very affectionate with his 2 lovely wives, but they are not ordinary women after all. Mr. Qin must find a virtuous wife for himself, who will be responsible for caring for his husband and raising his children at home. Although my daughter does not practice the tradition of literary saints, my Qin family is considered to be half a scholarly family, so these things must be more than enough for her.
Before he finished speaking, a cold voice interrupted him.
Your Excellency, you are really awesome. Now many places in Fotian City need to be renovated. Instead of staying at the Ministry of Works to supervise these things, you have the leisure and elegance to come here to propose marriage. Who's talking?
Mr. Qin frowned and turned around to look, and then his eyes widened. The person who came was wearing a white dress and palace attire. She had an alluring appearance and a dignified demeanor. Wasn't she the current Princess Yin? No wonder the noise behind him suddenly quieted down. It turned out that the princess had arrived.
I don't know that Her Highness the Princess is here. If I have offended you,
please forgive me.
Minister Qian bowed and saluted, with large beads of sweat falling from his forehead. Yin glanced lightly, then turned sideways and looked at the officials queuing up.
Are you all here to propose marriage?
How could they dare to admit it after Master Qian had learned from the past? Their current situation was like being lazy during work hours and being seen by the boss's daughter. If Princess Yin talks about this matter to Emperor Ming, even if the law does not blame everyone, but they will be fined for several months in salary. And accusations are always inevitable. In a world of monsters and chaos, the Dagon treasury has always been full. All thanks to His Majesty's ability to make money in a right way. The latter can always steal money from them for various reasons. After thinking about this, all the officials immediately said that they were just here to congratulate Mr. Qin on his son, and had no other thoughts. Yin nodded slightly, quite satisfied with these answers. At this moment, a strange voice sounded.
I haven't married into the Qin mansion yet. How can I let you come here to cause trouble? It turns out that this is what you were thinking. You are really very scheming.
So scheming. When Yin heard this, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She looked for the reputation and wanted to see clearly who dared to speak out her heart, dared to arrange it randomly for her. What caught her eyes was the old face of long ancestor who was not angry and proud, as well as the Buddha's mouth and single eye at the corners of his eyebrows and forehead.
Hexin Tong is one of the 6 Buddhist powers.
She was shocked and swallowed all the words she had originally thought of. The other officials were frightened by Long Zhu. Their faces turned pale, and they subconsciously took a step back. This god of death is a being who treats gods and demons all over the sky like jelly beans. He is not a good person, but fearful of returning. Their attention was also attracted by the Buddha's mouth, and they began to recall what the other party said before. There is no airtight wall in the world. There have long been rumors in the palace that Princess Yin is in love with Mr. Qin, and will go to the Qin mansion when there is nothing wrong. However, Emperor Ming knew about this but turned a blind eye. The words from the Buddha's mouth coupled with the various behaviors of the princess here, it seemed self-evident that the rumors are true or false. Feeling the gazes of everyone, especially one coming from Qin Feng, Yin felt her cheeks heat up and her heartbeat speed up.
That's nonsense. Do you also believe what is said by a monster with strange power?
While scolding, she turned her head and looked at Qin Feng, her beautiful eyes slightly glaring.
Why do you look at me like this? Do you believe his lies?
This. Qin Feng didn't know how to answer. At this time, Focus said again.
What Mr. Qian said makes sense. Although Jianli and Filan are good, there must be a woman in the family who is responsible for caring for her husband and raising her children. But if it is a concubine, will the 2 ladies take the skin is peeled off, eating from the bowl and looking into the pot? This is a human man. Obscene. Well, really obscene.
After hearing this, everyone looked at Qin Feng in surprise. The latter hurriedly defended.
Don't listen to its nonsense. It is the closed-mouthed meditation of gods and Buddhas. It can only say some nonsense. It must not be taken seriously.
Chapter 748 Boys are meant for beating. The officials present are all men. So who doesn't know who the other is? Which man doesn't wish he could have countless beautiful wives? Just like a general ordering his troops. The more the better. Therefore, they most likely believe what Qin Feng said from Buddha's mouth. In this case, the true thoughts in His Highness Yin's heart are probably the same. The officials carefully looked back and forth at Qin Feng and Yin, wondering when they got together. As for the original idea of coming to propose marriage and marrying his daughter to Qin Feng, she didn't dare to think about it again. Competing with Lu Jianli and the Dragon Clan woman for a man already requires great courage. If you add a princess to the mix, what is the difference between this and seeking death? What's more, the affairs in Fengtian City are basically hidden from His Majesty. The latter turned a deaf ear to this situation and must also want to promote this marriage.
How can officials like them dare to expose the princess's thoughts and Emperor Ming's plans? Qian Shilang immediately said.
How can we believe what the strange force and chaotic gods say? Your Highness the Princess and Mr. Qin can rest assured. Yep. I don't believe it at all.
Everyone agreed. When Buddha heard this, his eyes widened. These people were clearly telling lies and telling lies. It rolled its eyes and truthfully stated what everyone was thinking.
If Your Highness Yun marries into the Qin family, the Qin family will really skyrocket. It's definitely not possible to compete with Her Royal Highness for a man. Why not change your mind and betroth your daughter to the second son of the Qin family? I remember that the second young master of Qin was a talented martial artist. He studied under the master of the Southern Territory Divine General Sword Quang Jintiani, and his future was limitless.
Qin An's face froze when he heard this. Why did the topic suddenly mention him? Yin gritted her silver teeth, and the tips of her fair ears turned red. She tried her best to maintain the image of a princess, opened her beautiful eyes slightly, and glanced at everyone. The officials all averted their eyes and lowered their heads with guilt. But their thoughts and their hearts were not easy to accept, which also led to the Buddha's mouth still chattering there.
Perhaps His Majesty also intends to facilitate the marriage between the Qin family and the princess. After all, he can get the support of the Dragon Clan. Your Majesty is really scheming. It's a pity. I originally hoped that the boy at home could win the heart of the princess. But it seems that there is no chance.
Damn it. Qin Feng's eyes widened. Aren't these guys afraid of losing their heads if they dare to discuss His Majesty in private? Also, whose boy wants to become the prince-in-law of the dynasty? He looked at everyone, trying to figure out who said those words. However, these officials were all experienced professionals in the workplace. They all raised their heads and looked around in surprise, as if they were trying to prove their innocence to show that what they just said was not what they thought. And when Foku's eyes widened and he looked at some people, they even directly rebuked.
It's a bunch of nonsense. It's really a bunch of nonsense. Our loyalty to His Majesty is evident from the sun and the moon. So how could we say such treasonous words? Oh, the words about strange powers and chaotic gods are naturally fabricated out of thin air. Yes, Mr. Qin has already told us about this.
A group of officials turned their heads and looked at Qin Feng. Damn it. If you don't dare to drag Yin into the water, just drag me. Right? Qin Feng's face stiffened, and he nodded and said,
You adults are right.
The Buddha's mouth was still speaking unscrupulously, and Yun's face became even more ugly, as more and more their innermost thoughts were revealed. The officials knew that this was not a place to stay for a long time, so they left congratulatory gifts and some blessings before leaving in a hurry. Of course, some officials would promote their daughters to Qin before leaving. He even asked Qin Feng if he had any plans to get married to a baby. The former was naturally rejected directly by Qin. He had his own heart, so how could he still fall in love with someone else? As for the latter, Qin Feng politely asked them to leave. How could his little cotton-padded jacket be humiliated by those pigs? After becoming a father, he seemed to understand why Senior Bai Yin looked at his daughter so closely. The crowded Qin mansion finally calmed down. After letting the servants count the gifts, they returned to the lobby, where the two ladies were taking care of the children. Looking at the happy and warm scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, home is the warmest harbor for a man. Snapped. A bolt of thunder appeared out of thin air, leaving a black mark on the floor. The sudden scene startled Er Nyang and other weak women. They knew without thinking that this was Qin Lan's masterpiece. He is still young, but possesses strength that far exceeds that of his peers, so it is natural that he will occasionally lose control of himself. Because of this, Qin Feng has never dared to let Er Nyang, Qinger and others take care of the children. The pink and tender Qin Lan waved her little hands and let out a laugh like a silver bell. But she didn't see Song Filan frowning and directly grabbed the former's neck with one hand and lifted it up. When Er Nyang saw this, she was shocked.
Fei Lan, what are you doing? In the Dragon Clan, disobedient children must be taught a lesson.
Song Filan replied matter-of-factly. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and lightning arc surged above his palm. This is a spanking. It must not be burned. Qin Feng just stopped him and grabbed Qin Lan's little cotton-padded jacket.
Filan, this won't work.
Song Mu shook his head and said,
Yes, you have to tell Fei Lan. You can't raise the child like this.
Qin Feng agreed.
She is so disobedient. She should be taken back to Tianqi and let her undergo the baptism of thunder.
Song Mu's eyes were serious. Ah, this seems different from what I thought. Qin Feng's eyes widened. The rest of the people also looked surprised.
Annie didn't tell me. I almost forgot. This is how we came here when we were kids. Chopping a few more times will not only make her more honest, but also increase her affinity for thunder. The ability to polish her strength must start from an early age.
Song Filan nodded slightly. It's really not easy for you dragons to live and grow up. Everyone present thought so, except for one person. Lu Jinli glanced at Qin Shao in his arms and said thoughtfully,
Start from a young age.
Click. A crisp voice sounded, and everyone looked for it, only to see that a corner of the Wang Wali wooden table was smashed to pieces by Qin Shao with his bare hands. This item is not cheap. Qin Feng frowned, with a look of distress on his face.
Sister Jianli, he's so disobedient. It's best to teach him a lesson,
Song Filan said seriously. Hearing this, Lu Jianli pondered for a moment, silently raised his right hand and pointed it at Qin Zhao's but with a trace of energy surging in his palm. But this time, Qin Feng didn't stop him. Well, the boy was so naughty, so he had to be beaten to remember it. Before long, bursts of crying could be heard in the lobby. After lunch, Yun stood up and was about to say goodbye and leave. At this moment, Song Filan glanced at her and Sister Jianli's child, suddenly remembered something, and frowned.
Sister Jianli, do you still remember what the fortune teller in the restaurant said during your trip to the Northern Territory?
Lu Jianli lowered his head and pondered, then whispered,
Is that the fortune teller who calculated the gender of your child and mine? If I remember correctly, he should have calculated everything correctly. Sister Jianli still remembers that he also said at that time that although you and I each have one son and one daughter, my husband has 2 sons and 2 daughters.
When Qin Feng, who was drinking tea, heard this, the teacup in his hand suddenly trembled. When did this old almanac become available? Looking up and looking around, Lu Jianli and Song Filan looked at each other with scrutiny in their eyes. If I continue, I'm afraid there will be a trial, and I will have to find an excuse to leave. Qin Feng smiled and said,
Yun, are you going back? I'll see you off.
Before he finished speaking, Yun, who was dressed in white, sat down again and asked softly,
2 sisters, continue talking. Although I have entered the 4th level realm, I have never been very good at divination. I also want to hear it.
Listen to your fortune teller.
Qin Feng's expression froze, and he was stunned on the spot. Howling Courtyard, climbed to the Sky Tower, and arrived dressed in a white dress. Yang Qian on the 1st floor was sorting out the teaching plans of Taiping Academy. He was a little surprised when he saw the person coming.
Yin? I haven't seen you for a long time, since you came to ask the teacher about the method of cultivation last time. Why are you here today?
Yin replied softly.
I have entered the 4th level, but I still don't know much about divination. I came here today to ask the teacher to clarify my doubts. You were born into an emperor's family. You are a princess, and you are a person of great fortune. It is reasonable that you are not good at divination. I'm afraid the teacher can't give me a good solution. But since I'm here, I might as well ask about the next method of practice. The teacher is on the top of the building.
Okay,
senior brother.
Arriving at the top of the building, Master Tianjian sat in front of the table. There were 2 teacups on the table,
both of which were filled with steaming tea.
Sit down.
The teacher knew I was coming, Yun thought, bowed and sat down slowly. She asked how to practice divination, and Master Tianjian's answer was not far different from Yang Qian's. With a hint of disappointment evident in his eyes, Yun began to ask about the details of Wensheng Taoism's cultivation, including how to enter the realm of the 3rd level. Master Tianjian told me everything he knew and answered it one by one. After some exchanges, it was already sunset, and the sky was getting dark. There was not much tea left in the teacup. So Master Tianjian said,
It's getting late. You should go back.
Yun responded lightly, then hesitated for a moment, and then said again,
I have been to Qin Mansion frequently in recent days, and when I saw junior brother Qin's 2 wives and children, I couldn't help but be filled with emotion. The inheritance of life is really the greatest miracle in the world. I wonder if the teacher thinks so.
But the original rolling mountains turned into flat ground. Aunt Mo-san said at the right time,
Is Fu Simon coming here because of the guy who recently appeared in the western region? Yes. As far as I know, 3 cities and more than a dozen mountain villages have been destroyed, and more than 10 Red Lotus demon slayers have died. There is even no news about the 236 stars who were responsible for tracking the opponent. I am here to exchange information with you and discuss countermeasures.
Fu Ruoyun said truthfully, If you are really capable, why do you need to beg us? Don't you know how to deal with it yourself?
Bai Wuti said with disgust. Seeing that the war was about to start again, Aunt Mo quickly changed the subject and told everything she knew. When Fu Ruoyun heard the words, he thought deeply, and then used his strength as a pen to outline the opponent's progress map on the ground. The end point of the line is clearly the direction of the extreme realm of the western region.
What is it going to do there?
Fu Ruoyun said to himself in a deep voice. Chapter 749 Su Tianyue's request.
The extreme realm of the western region.
Bai Wuti frowned when he saw it.
Sister, look at your expression. Is there something there?
Aunt Mo asked curiously. She had been away from the western regions for too long, and knew only a little about many things in the western regions. After Bai Wuti pondered for a moment, he turned his head and looked to one side. Hey, Mr. Fu. What's there? If you don't know, why are you frowning? Looking at your serious expression. I'll cooperate with you. Bai Wuti said plausibly. Speechless for a moment, Fu Ruoyun's eyelids twitched slightly, and he suppressed the anger in his heart. In the face of a powerful enemy, Bai Wuti is a good helper. As a commander, he cannot act on his own initiative. She took a few deep breaths and then said slowly, I have been to the extreme reaches of the western region, where the continuous volcanoes blocked the place. Ashes were like rain, and the earth was covered with gray. The temperature there was extremely high. Even with my current level of strength at the 3rd level, I was unable to cross the flames of the volcano. Traveling hundreds of miles was already my limit. Huh? Bai Wuti let out a disdainful sneer. Fu Ruoyun ignored it and spoke again. I vaguely saw that at the end of the volcano, at the extreme end of the western region, there was darkness that covered the sky and the sun. It seemed like no light could get through there. And I was certain that the closer we got to that darkness, the hotter the volcano got, because the space seemed to be burned red and twisted by the scorching flames. Aunt Emo asked, Dakian has existed for thousands of years. Is it possible that there are no records left in the western regions, mentioning anything beyond the extreme realm? Fu Ruoyun shook his head. In fact, before I became the commander of the western region, I never considered what it was like outside the extreme realm of the western region. Not only the western region, but also the other 3 regions. I believe you feel the same way about this. As soon as these words came out, Bai Wuti and Mo Sanyi were both stunned. As the first demon king in the western region, the former has traveled almost all over the western region, but she has never thought of visiting the borders of the western region. As for the second half of what the other party said, how is this going? Fu Ruoyun replied, what power can erase our knowledge of the extreme realm of the 4 realms of Dakian? When Bai Wuti and the 2 heard this, a chill suddenly ran down their spines. Aunt Emo thought of something and asked curiously, then when did Fu Siming realize this? After hearing this, Fu Ruoyun took something out of his arms. It was a scroll with a simple appearance and a texture like flowing fire. The hot breath hit their faces, causing Bai Wuti and Mo Sanyi to sweat. When you become the commander of the western region, you will inherit this scroll from the previous commander. That's when I noticed what was beyond the extreme realm and became curious about it. Bai Wuti approached and wanted to reach out to touch the scroll, but her palms felt hot, forcing her to retreat. No one can touch this scroll except Siming. Could it be that what is written on this scroll is about the extreme realm of the western region? Aunt Emo asked aloud. Fu Ruoyun shook his head. This thing cannot be opened. But the previous commander once told me that this scroll is a key. As for what the key is, no one knows. But one thing is certain. This scroll must be related to the extreme realm of the western region. The next day, Xin Feng leisurely opened his eyes in the courtyard and murmured to himself. Without the divine Dao to feed the Yin and Yang Dao, it is still too difficult to grow it with Hongnang immortal Qi alone. At this rate, when will Qi Qi and Bai Su be able to swallow this thing? The most important thing is that the Yin and Yang principles left behind by Zhu Long have clearly devoured and merged many principles. But so far, I have only scratched the surface of the principles of Yin and Yang, and I have no understanding of the rest. Thinking of this, Xin Feng sighed helplessly. Since the battle with Zhu Long, he has become more and more aware of the importance of Taoism. This thing is more powerful than immortal magic, and it is a must-have to enter the realm of transcendence. However, there is a mountain of gold and silver in front of us, but it cannot be mined. This feeling is not to mention how uncomfortable it is. At this moment, a chirping sound came from my ears. Looking for fame. It was a little red fox. Xin Feng naturally remembered this little guy. The leader of the Fox clan had a clone that Su Tianyu transformed into with a fox tail. In order to obtain the ancient divine aura from him, I would wait at the door of the house every morning. However, after the battle with Zhu Long, he was never seen again. Firstly, he had kept mourning for his father in Jinong City for half a year. And secondly, due to the sudden changes in the world, Su Tianyu should no longer need to use this little guy to obtain the ancient divine energy from him. But why are you here today? Xin Feng was curious, picked up the little guy, rubbed the soft feathers on its back and asked, What's wrong? Little guy, do you miss me? As soon as he finished speaking, there was only a bang. There were bursts of pink smoke, and Xin Feng felt his body suddenly sinking forward. The refreshing feminine fragrance hits your nostrils, and when you hold it, it is smooth and tender that cannot be described in words. From time to time, there will be a furry touch on the back of the hand, which makes people feel itchy.
That's caused by the fox's tail crossing. You? Qin Feng looked at the beauty of his arms, and his eyes widened. The little fox turned into Su Tianyu. The latter clearly said that the little fox was just the incarnation of Foxtail, and the connection with him was only to convey the ancient divine breath. It turned out to be a lie. Thinking back to all the things he had done to the little fox in the past, Qin Feng just felt that it wasn't a big loss. Su Tianyu looked at Qin Feng teasingly, smiling charmingly.
Have you had enough hugs?
Damn it! When Qin Feng heard this, he was frightened. His hand suddenly released, and then he took a step back. If these two ladies saw the scene, God knows what would happen. Su Tianyu landed lightly on the ground. Qin Feng's forehead was dripping with cold sweat.
Didn't you say that at the beginning? If I didn't say that, how could your two ladies agree to let you baptize my whole body with ancient divine breath?
It makes sense. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, and then said,
Now that the crack in the immortal world has opened, if you want to obtain the ancient divine breath and practice it, you can just absorb it yourself. Why do you come to me for it?
Su Tianyu immediately showed a resentful expression and said,
Yes, between you and me, it is just a transaction. But every night in Huyanxian, you avoided the public eye and secretly came to find out about me. Even if you have forgotten, I will always remember it in my heart.
This makes it sound like I am a scumbag who had an affair and abandoned it all the time. Qin Feng glanced around hastily, and then said righteously,
Chief Tianyu, please don't say such misunderstandings. I'm clearly just looking for you. Just use the heavenly stone to practice. If you still don't tell me the purpose of coming here, I'm leaving.
Qin Feng has a strong desire to survive.
Then I won't joke with you.
Su Tianyu calmed down and said seriously,
I hope you will accompany me back to Tushan Mountain in the western region.
Chapter 750 Mustard Seed Shumi. Qin Feng was slightly startled. Back then, a clone of Su Tianyu came to Fengtian City and opened Fox Yanxian. On the surface, it was to make some extra money to support the family. But in fact, it was because of the ancient divine aura in him. Now that the earth has changed and the cracks in the immortal world have opened, causing the ancient divine breath to scatter in the world, Su Tianyu really does not need to stay here anymore and can completely return to Tushan in the western region to practice. But the question is, why did she ask her to go with her?
Is this guy still thinking that dual cultivation can speed up the absorption of ancient divine energy? So he wants to do a two-pronged approach?
Thinking of this, Qin Feng took another step back with a worried look on his face.
Ask me to go back to Tushan in the western region with you. What do you want to do?
Su Tianyu said truthfully.
Now I have entered the second level peak realm, and my understanding of illusion has reached its peak. It is beyond skill and is close to the Tao. As long as he returns to Tushan in the western region and fuses the clones, the dream of transcendence may come true.
Damn it, boss. Qin Feng's attitude immediately became respectful.
Then I will congratulate the Tianyu clan leader in advance. But I still don't understand why you want me to go back with you.
Su Tianyu frowned slightly.
In recent days, I have received spiritual messages from the main body. It seems that an uninvited guest has arrived in the western region. He is extremely powerful. Wherever he goes, corpses are everywhere. Some members of the clan who went out for training unfortunately died after encountering it. Even the Western Region Demon Slayer Division suffered heavy losses. The Red Lotus Demon Slayers suffered numerous casualties, and 2 of the 36 stars also lost their lives.
Qin Feng frowned when he heard this. In today's general environment, the strength of those veteran 36 stars is probably at the 3rd level. Those who can kill them must have at least reached the 2nd level of strength, and may even have entered the realm of transcendence. Su Tianyu continued.
Just in case, I did some calculations with the Sky Stone. What's the result?
Qin Feng asked curiously.
In the picture, flames burned the sky, and there was darkness at the end of the earth. And in the darkness, there seemed to be a giant Buddha flashing past. Giant Buddha?
Qin Feng's eyes widened. Senior Bai Yin said before that he had seen a giant Buddha outside the extreme realm of the Southern Territory. Could it be that the scene revealed in the Xiaotian stone is from the extreme realm of the Western region? Qin Feng asked this question.
The extreme realm of the Western region?
Su Tianyu shook her head. Not that she didn't, but that she didn't know. After all, she had never been to such a place. It is the power of the laws of heaven and earth that makes people in the world never doubt things outside the extreme realm, unless they have seen Qin Feng with their own eyes and have a guess in their hearts. According to the picture revealed in the Sky Stone, there is a high probability that it is the extreme realm, land, and if you remember correctly,
The Western Territory was not like the other three regions, where foreigners were in charge. Instead, it was like a blank sheet of paper, with almost no one mentioning it. It always feels weird. Similar to the Jiangning Rebellion, this time the Western region has experienced great changes again, which is why I had to rush back to Tushan in the Western region. The Tushan Fox clan has existed for a long time and cannot disappear in my hands. Originally, this matter should have nothing to do with you, but at the end of the picture of Zhao Tian Stone, I saw a burly figure wearing a straw hat and a monk's robe. I guess it was the uninvited guest who broke into the Western region. And in that picture, there is a figure confronting it. And that figure is you. Su Tianyu said seriously. Qin Feng was shocked. Isn't the burly figure depicted by the other party exactly the same as the ghost Buddha who escaped from the 9 prisons earlier? Of course, because of the appearance of the big eyes. The body of the ghost Buddha will no longer be the original owner, but will be occupied by some other weird thing. I have to tell the teacher this news. Qin Feng looked solemn. On the other side, in the southern land, among the rolling mountains, 2 people, one tall and one short, were walking together. Behind them, a huge python head fell there alone, green blood flowing gurglingly, and the fluctuations it emitted after death could still attract gusts of sinister wind. This is a demon python with 7 levels of tribulation power. Judging from its appearance, it is obvious that it has just died. These 2 people were Si Mingyan Zhou and Bing Wu Li Jialilua, who had experienced hunting in the southern region. The imbalance of yin and yang in the southern region, coupled with the opening of the rift between the ghost world and the fairy world, has made the demons and ghosts far more powerful than before. And the frequency of ghost troubles has reached an alarming level. Everyone in the demon slaying division is often busy running around, and the continuous battles have also made their strength rapidly increase. As the strongest genius in the history of Bin Wu Lijia, Li Luo has stepped into the 3rd level realm through continuous training. His swordsmanship is far better than before, and he has mastered the control of the ghost weapon sword box. But even so, he was still dissatisfied, because there were always 2 mountains pressing on his head. These 2 mountains are naturally Lu Jianli and Bai Wushuang, who are known as the peerless geniuses. Although after the establishment of the Kendo Alliance, the 3 Kendo families were indistinguishable from each other. Internal battles occurred from time to time. After all, without competition, there would be no great progress. And because Lu Jianli and Bai Wushuang are in charge of Wanjian sect and Sword Emperor City, Bin Wu Lijia is also destined to fall behind others. To break this situation, he is the only hope for Bin Wu Lijia. Just come out. Thinking of this, Li Luo asked aloud, Master, how can we understand the principles of Tao? Why do you ask this suddenly? Senior Bai Yin from Sword Emperor City has already entered the realm of transcendence, and his wheel-turning swordsmanship of the 3 divine ones has surpassed skill and is close to the Tao. Under his guidance, Bai Wushuang must have slowly begun to understand the principles of the Tao. As for Lu Jianli, during the battle with the Ashura clan, he had already understood a hint of the meaning of the Tao. If this continues, won't I be beaten by the 2 of them forever? Master, after the last battle at Zenlingwen, it wasn't long before you entered a state of transcendence. You must have understood your own principles. Can you teach them to me? Li Luo said hopefully. Hearing this, Yin Zhou shook his head. It's not that I hide my skills and don't want to teach them to you, but that I follow a completely different path from ordinary martial artists. Using energy to nourish demons and ghosts and integrating all things into the body is my way. The teacher once told me that this is the way of all things, not the orthodox path of martial arts. So it is not suitable for you. It's a pity that my friend died in the Battle of Zhiling Pass. Otherwise, with his ability, he would definitely be able to understand the most suitable principles for martial arts. And he would also be able to give you some pointers. Speaking of this, Yin Zhou looked lonely, with regret and sadness in his tone. Could the master be talking about Master Baigishu? The battle with the extraordinary Candle Dragon at Zhenling Pass in the Southern Territory was much more dangerous than the battle 20 years ago. What's more, after this battle, the world changed, and hundreds of schools of thought in the human race contended. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the first battle of the world. Therefore, this battle has long been known to everyone, and has even been recorded in the annals of history. Bai Guisho died heroically, making countless heroes shed tears. Li Luo also learned about the relationship between his master and Bai Guisho only after the fact. They were both close friends and apprentices of the god-suppressing Siyu. Seeing the sad look on his master's face, he deliberately changed the subject and said, Master, what should I do to understand my own principles? You are a swordsman, And if you want to realize the path that suits you, there are usually two ways to go. Either be like Sword Emperor Bai Yin and practice his sword skills to the peak, or be like Lu Jinli and integrate his mind into the way of swordsmanship. The former requires long-term practice, while the latter requires talent and the courage to move forward. The momentum of marching forward bravely? Li Luo was slightly startled. My late friend once said that only when you have someone you want to protect in your heart can you be fearless and unleash strength far beyond your own. Perhaps because of this, he was able to severely damage Zhulong with his second-grade strength. Yan Zhou sighed. That's it. Li Luo nodded, as if he understood, but also seemed not to understand. Although he is extremely talented, he is still too young and does not yet know the way to protection. Tao is a matter of course. Don't be deliberate. Otherwise you will get twice the result with half the effort. The two methods mentioned earlier are common paths for swordsmen. But if it's you, my teacher can show you another path. Yan Zhou pondered for a moment. Like this said, please give me some advice. Master, Sword Emperor City focuses on skills. Wanjian Sect focuses on intention. And your Bingley family's secrets are all in the sword box. And what you value most is the weapon. In this case, you might as well take this as a direction and try to make the ghost weapon sword box like an arm to command. And the human sword becomes one. Maybe you can open up a new way of swordsmanship. The man and the sword become one. Li Luo murmured to himself. And then his eyes lit up. This might be the way that suits him best. Seeing this, Yan Zhou nodded with satisfaction. After walking for a long time, Li Luo suddenly asked, Master, why have we been traveling to and from these mountains these days? All the demons and ghosts here have been killed, and there is nothing left that can harm the people. I have been ordered by the Imperial Master to wait for something here. Yan Zhou answered truthfully. What is it? Li Luo looked curious. Here we come. Yan Zhou looked towards the void on one side, but there was clearly nothing there. However, not long after he finished speaking, a bloody mouth appeared from the void. It was the Taotai god who escaped from Jin and Hungry's body. In Howin Academy, on the top of the climbing tower, Qin Feng truthfully told Su Tianyu everything he saw in the Zhaotian stone. Teacher, that ghost Buddha went to the western regions, and he must have some purpose. We should promptly inform the King of Chu and the Demon Slayer Division of the western regions, and then send reinforcements there as soon as possible. After hearing this, the Imperial Master Tianjian stood with his hands behind his hands and looked outside the railing. He did not give an answer, but said, Wait a little longer. The weird big eyes also have powerful divination abilities, and can even block the secrets of heaven. This also resulted in the fact that even if Tianjin Guisher mastered the principles of destiny, he could not predict the other party's purpose of going to the extreme realm of the western region. If you want to be invincible, you must know yourself and the enemy. Otherwise you will only fall into passivity if you act rashly. Teacher, what are you waiting for? Qin Feng didn't understand. This was obviously a top priority. Waiting for a reply. At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed across the southern sky, like a comet dragging a long tail. The white light shot toward the Dintian Tower, and finally turned into a paper crane, landing steadily in front of Qin Feng and the other two. The paper crane slowly opens. The void is like ripples on the surface of a lake, and the picture flows. In the picture, Yan Zhou subdued the Taotai remnant god and used the magical power of the Taotai law to integrate it into his own body. And everything that Big Eyeball and the Ghost Buddha said in the 9 levels prison, Yan Zhou also learned through the third perspective, and then slowly revealed it. After listening to the detailed explanation, the paper cranes disappeared, and Qin Feng also looked shocked. It turns out that the Ghost Buddha is the incarnation of the immortal Buddha left in this world. And the reason why those strange beings come to the Ghost Buddha is to find something left in the world through the incarnation of the immortal Buddha. Guard Seed Sumeru. What is that? Master Tianjin replied. Gods and Buddhas once said that Sumeru contains mustard seeds, and mustard seeds hide Sumeru. Even an extremely small thing can contain mountains and rivers. The mustard seed Sumeru mentioned in their mouths may or may not be the most precious treasure of gods and Buddhas in the immortal world. Why is such a thing in the world? And what is the purpose of those guys looking for that thing? Master Tianjin said calmly. I don't know this, but I know who will know. Who is it? Qin Feng was curious. The Imperial Master Tianjin did not answer, but spread his palm. Within a moment, a palm-sized statue appeared out of thin air. Qin Feng recognized this statue. It looked exactly like the city god. And this is exactly what happened. As the statue emitted a burst of golden light, A mini city god immediately started to move.
Hack.
Qin Feng muttered subconsciously.
Boy. Don't be surprised. The way I brought into this world is a golden light spell. In addition to its amazing defensive power, it can also create many clones with my divinity. After the previous incarnation of the night travel god was destroyed, he negotiated with me to help me build temples all over the world and place my clones in exchange for protecting the people. I agreed.
The city god explained this way.
I see.
Qin Feng turned his head and looked at the teacher, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After all, it was Lao Yinbi who was so scheming. Not only did he get free labor for nothing, but he could also slowly extract information about the fairy world from the other party. The Tianjin Imperial Master raised his brows slightly and made a gesture with his eyes. Qin Feng, who was also a Yinbai, understood and pretended to be curious.
But the purpose of your descending to the world, Senior, was to confirm whether the Bianhua flower in the ghost world could kill those monsters. Facts have proved that BBWA does have such effects. But the quantity is too scarce and cannot solve the problem at all. If that's the case, why do you still stay in the lower world?
The city god pondered for a moment and replied truthfully.
Those weird things have unknown origins, but possess terrifying power. Even if the gods, demons, and Buddhas in the immortal world join forces, they cannot completely resist their invasion. The same is true for the ghost world. But what makes us extremely curious is that the laws of heaven and earth are broken in this world. But those weird things have been unable to invade. I want to find out the reason. Perhaps there is a way to deal with them hidden in this.
Qin Feng looked at the teacher, who had an expressionless face, as if he didn't care about the topic at all. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, as he was an old actor. Without saying a word, Master Tianjin presented the scene just now to the city god again through the mirror. Flowers, water and moon. When the latter heard about mustard seed Sumeru, he immediately showed a shocked expression.
It turns out mustard seed Sumeru is in this broken world. No wonder we haven't been able to find it.